tehdä jotain.
Emma, why are we here?
We believe that still today, bringing people together matters. Startups who attended Slush last year have since raised over $1.5 billion. At the same time, investments into European tech grew over 40% year over year. And during the next 2 days, startups will have over 20,000 meetings, not just with investors, but with partners, clients, journalists, and potential recruits.
But if we take a step back, entrepreneurs have always been problem solvers. And the problems that we're facing today are more urgent and more complex than ever before. We believe that building companies can be among the most efficient ways of creating change in the world. Now, why is that?
Entrepreneurs are optimistic. They're in it for the long run. Building companies is incredibly hard, and it takes relentless optimism to even set out on that journey.
Companies are also engines that bring ideas to the world. if you have a solution, make it into a product, and build a business around the product, you will reach more people and faster than in any other form.
Especially startup companies aim at exceptionally fast growth. That means when you have a product that is solving massive problem as its core business, that's one of the fastest roads of solving that challenge at scale.
Now, we want to be part of creating a world where building these kinds of companies is seen as one of the most compelling options for the upcoming generation.
There are no impact companies. All companies have an impact, and we need to be aware of that. We need to start measuring that, and we need to make that information visible. Why is that? These are effects that already take place, so people deserve to know about them, so they can choose where they want to spend their time and money on.
Now, this year in the State of European Tech Survey, we found out that only 15% of founders in Europe think that it's irrelevant for them to measure the long-term societal or environmental impacts of their business. And at the same time, already 80% of VCs are assessing these effects on their portfolio.
Over the past 2 years, we've asked startups and investors attending Slush where they base their success on. Is it purely financial or a wider impact? And the results are pretty cool. So, 57% of VC funds said that they're committed to making a positive impact through their investments. And with startups, the same number is 66%.
Now, this is a development that we're obviously incredibly happy to see, but it's also one where we see Europe being able to take the driver's seat globally.
Still, building companies, even the ones who solve massive problems, is about building businesses. Company builders across industries struggle with the same challenges: landing clients, product management, hiring and firing, scaling organizational practices. That's why we at Slush focus on helping with the most concrete aspects of company building.
And you will see this in a couple of different forms. So first, the talks on stage are going to be very hands-on, very concrete, delivered by people who have actually done those things. At the same time, we've asked all of our speakers to give at least an hour of their time to mentoring early-stage founders. We tried this out last year, and it worked so well, and it was so popular that we fourfolded the capacity for it this year. Beyond this, a couple of weeks ago, we launched a new startup media called Soaked by Slush, which will deliver this high-quality hands-on advice to European entrepreneurs year-round for free.
So, for all of this, who's here? We have 25,000 curious minds gathered here in Helsinki for Slush.
And out of them, 3,500 are startups, 2,000 are investors, 350 are researchers. In addition to this, we have several hundreds of policymakers, C-level executives, journalists, and students. But why do we bring all these people together, you might ask? Technology doesn't happen in a vacuum. We think that we increasingly need arenas for the different parts of society to come together to focus on solutions and not just problems.
Perhaps most importantly, we have 2,400 incredible volunteers with us here today. Over 10,000 students have been Slush volunteers to date. Slush alumni have founded dozens of startups after leaving the team, some of them being the fastest growing ones in Europe at the moment.
So say hi to the people wearing the volunteer t-shirt, because when you do, you're not just saying hi to the people who are making this whole thing happen, but you're also saying hi to the future entrepreneurs.
We hope that for many of you, this is the most useful 48 hours of your year. Welcome to Slush 2019.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Slush 2019, are you ready?
So great to be here. And so great to see all of you here.
Thank you, Arturi Taira and Samuli Kukko, for the opening show, and of course, Andreas and Emma for the forewords. Welcome on our behalf as well. We will be your hosts for the next 2 days. My name is Anne Gulliksen, and I used to be the head of media here at Slush back in 2017. And now I work as a music journalist at Yle, which is part of the Finnish broadcasting company. But it's safe to say I'm super excited to be here today.
I'm so happy to be here with you, Anni. My name is Rico, and this is actually my 7th Slush, behind the scenes, but the first one as a host. While I'm not volunteering at Slush, I'm working at Apple, developing their virtual assistant Siri. However, every year, Slush brings me back to the north from the sunny beaches. And that's not only because of the great startups, interesting speeches, and investors, but also because of the like-minded people that you can meet here. However, that's enough about us. This is the founder stage, and you will hear the most inspiring founder stories and discussions about the latest tech scene topics.
During these 48 hours, you will hear speeches about how to find the right product and build a company around it, the rise of the insect industry, and of course, what is happening within the European tech as we are launching our annual State of European Tech report. But this is just scratching the surface. We have a lot coming for you.
And let's get down to the business. What do we have next, Anni?
It's time to welcome on stage the first speakers of Slush 2019. There are many perks in having siblings. For one, you probably have someone to play with when you were a kid. 2, they usually know you better than anyone else does. And 3, in some cases, you might just find a co-founder in them. That is the case of both John Collison and Markus Willig. In 2007, John founded his first company with his brother Patrick, and that company was acquired for just 1 year later for $5 million. And in 2010, they founded Stripe, a software that allows individuals and businesses to make and receive payments over the internet. And Stripe customers are such huge companies like Lyft and Facebook. In 2017, John became the youngest self-made billionaire when he was only 26.
That is impressive. Markus Willig took a loan from his parents when he was only 19 and started a company with his brother. The company is called Bolt, and it got inspired by a local Estonian startup called Skype. Skype made Markus believe that a startup can be launched from any country in the world. Bolt started as a ride-sharing service, but has expanded to many other fields in the past few years. And Bolt is working in 34 different countries and still counting.
Together, they talk about their journeys so far and the differences and similarities between running companies in Europe and in the US. Please welcome on stage Markus Willig and John Collison.
Welcome.
Good to be here.
I'm delighted to have Markus Willig, founder of Bolt here, and we're going to try a little interactive conversation. And as you all probably know about Bolt, you've been working on it for 6 years. You dropped out of college to work on it. I'm a little bit skeptical of college dropouts, but we'll allow it. And Markus is very authentic. He does not have a driver's license. That's how much he believes in the new mobility future. But I thought maybe and obviously Bolt itself is now a $1 billion company and really the most successful Estonian startup. But I thought a good place to start would be maybe you could tell us about the time that you sued Usain Bolt.
So this is a great lesson for all the startups out there, which is that competition can be extremely creative.
And fast-moving.
And fast-moving. Yeah. So when we rebranded earlier this year, there was actually a number of companies that did not like it. And the most creative approach we saw they took was that they literally hired Usain Bolt. And then they tried to go after our trademark, which we successfully managed to defend this time. But just watch out, competition has a lot of ideas.
And obviously, as part of your strategy, you've been expanding very quickly internationally, and so, and especially expanding quickly internationally to emerging markets, maybe more so than other ride-sharing companies. And so, what's that been like, and how do you pick, how do you decide to go to Lagos, for example, which you're in, or 25 cities, is it, in South Africa?
So for us, the right playbook was that actually the first 2 years we only concentrated on getting the business model right in one country. So we were extremely focused on making the business work really well in Tallinn, understand fundamentally how do we compete with the big Goliaths of the world like Uber, despite them having significantly more funding than us. And only once we figured out how to do it, we very quickly started to expand. And for us, the framework was that we realized that ride-hailing is not a monopoly market. It's not the winner-take-all market where the first player who comes in is going to dominate forever, but actually it's more similar to e-commerce, where you can actually still be a second player in, but if you're better, you can beat them. So that's why we took a more slow approach in terms of picking cities more carefully, actually working with regulators, and now 6 years in, it's paying off extremely well.
So that's in a way quite contrarian, in that if you listen to most investors, pontificating about ride-sharing or something like that, they'll say it's winner takes all, whereas you all figured out a different approach. And in particular, it seems like you have a real focus on having a cost advantage.
Exactly. Well, I think there's probably 100 investors in the room who I've pitched over the last 6 years, who all bought into the idea that Uber is going to be a monopoly, because ride-sharing has this obvious network effects, and that's why it's like all the other internet industries with the winner-take-all dynamic, which we realized very early on was not the case. Because when you actually look at it, it's a city-by-city business, and whenever the leading player pushes margins to be too high, starts really abusing their position with drivers, it actually creates an opening for other players to come in. So we designed the company exactly to take advantage of that. So we would be the most cost-efficient, the most frugal company that you can operate in ride-sharing, and now we've proven that this is actually the right approach. And when you look at the public markets the last 6 months, I think investors now are finally realizing this as well, that even though you can invest 20 billion in a company, it does not mean they're going to win if they are too bloated and they're not using that resource effectively.
So you feel like you've always had this philosophy around the fixed costs being really important in ride-sharing, and maybe now the rest of the world is catching up to that.
Exactly, that's how we see it. And when we look at now the 35 countries we're in, vast majority of them we were the second mover. Yeah. So it wasn't like we had the first mover advantage, but now in most of these countries we're the leading player. So it's actually very clear this is a wholly different space than many others that have come before.
And I mean, at Stripe, obviously, we're now in, we support businesses in 34 markets. We spend a lot of time going international. And so speaking from experience, I know that going international is really, really complicated. And, it's somewhat complicated when you're going into markets like Estonia or something like this. It feels to me that it must be even more complicated for you with the set of emerging markets you're going into. Is that the case, or?
Exactly. I think we were lucky enough to actually start in some pretty complicated Eastern European markets, which had similar problems that we then later had to face in Africa as well. For example, around safety, both with passengers and drivers, vast majority of payments being in cash, people not having credit cards, and so on. So luckily, we started off in this tricky environment, and that really scaled well to Africa. While I think for other sort of competitors who came from US, which is in many ways an easier market, it was very, very hard for them to adapt to this environment.
Yeah. Anything being surprising in your international expansion?
I think when you start to look at the data, it's actually pretty obvious that ride-sharing has a much bigger potential, especially in Africa, because on one hand you have huge unemployment, and therefore you have millions of people looking for job opportunities. Mm-hmm. While on the other hand, you have very lacking public transportation and a massive amount of demand. So looking back, it sort of seems obvious that it would work really well there, but actually before we entered, no player in the world was very focused on Africa as a continent for ride-sharing.
Got it. So the unsurprising big surprise is that maybe cities without developed public transit infrastructure, ride-sharing has really strong product market fit.
Exactly, because you're solving a much bigger problem there than you are, for example, in Helsinki, where the public transport and other alternatives, how to move around, are pretty well established.
Yeah. And that, sorry, we're going to say?
That's pretty much the biggest learning we've had, that why increasingly we're now looking at Africa as a big expansion and growth area for us, because we're just solving much bigger problems there.
Yeah. That maybe gets us on to the topic of what rate should businesses be going international? and how quickly do you want to expand? I mean, you've all taken a very fast-moving approach here, but I think there is this interesting open question on, say, startups in this audience. Do they want to be getting one country right and then waiting, or do they want to be going international as quickly as possible?
Especially in regulated markets, the trade-off we've come to realize is the most crucial, is that when you do have an industry with winner-take-all or first-mover strong advantages, then on one hand, you can't let your competition launch there 6 months sooner. Otherwise, it's extremely hard to catch up. Yeah. While on the other hand, if the regulation is sort of gray area, you don't know whether you can operate, then it's a very tricky call to make. Yeah. Are you going to be the first one, and then if it goes well, you win that market? Or you might actually be shut down and you're completely blocked out from that. Yeah. So in our case, we made the choice that we want to be in this for the long term, and we rather partner with cities, take our time, versus launch, take the risk, and potentially get shut down.
Yeah, the thing we've noticed also is that it depends somewhat on how different or similar the markets are, and that one thing that really strikes us is that we're all talking about the European single digital market, and yet, I mean, that mostly hasn't happened yet, in that cross-border commerce in Europe is 23% of totally e-commerce in Europe. And so despite the fact that we collectively, Europe, have had this vision of the digital single market for a long time, it hasn't actually necessarily happened yet in a big way, and so and that's partly driven by all the kind of local differences in each market.
Exactly, but in case of Stripe, so how do you pick which countries to go to first, and how do you think about whether it makes sense to get it perfect in one country or very quickly expand to dozens and then try to build all of these in parallel?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that's a little bit different about Stripe is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but with Bolt, when you go to Lagos, you're mostly serving kind of people in that market, and you have a little bit of crossover between them, but fundamentally you're kind of expanding linearly to new markets. Correct. With Stripe, the product that we're building is we call it our global payments and treasury network, but this idea that you want a payment system that can kind of seamlessly operate all over the world. And it's kind of crazy when you think about it, that it wasn't easy before something like Stripe to just, you're a business, I mean, you're very familiar with this problem, you're a business, you want to accept money around the world, and so that's WeChat and Alipay in China, and direct debits in Europe, and cards in various places, and things like that. And so we started in the United States, that was the first market we launched in 2011, but then as we expand, we're kind of adding more product localization, which is why we've actually, as we've expanded internationally, we've had to spin up new engineering offices in various places we go. So we have a lot of engineering in Dublin now, a lot of engineering in Singapore, because the product actually changes as we go international in a meaningful way. The product that a European business wants to accept money has to be quite different from an American business. But then as we expand, and so in the Netherlands, people really want to pay with Ideal, or in Germany, things like Sofort and Clarna are very popular. But then the advantage is we can go back to that American business and say, Stripe is now a much stronger value proposition for you because it can help you be a much more international business. And so I think that's the really interesting thing we found in our international expansion is we go to new markets, we hire engineering in the region, we localize very deeply, but then people all over the world benefit from that because it's kind of a global network.
Yeah. Sure, but still a tricky part is which markets to start from?
Yeah, I mean, we started with the easy ones, right? Where we started with, the United States, Canada, the Western European markets and things like that. And we are now going to some of the harder ones where we're in Southeast Asia. We started in Singapore and now Malaysia and expanding to India and Indonesia and places like that. And one of the things, the classic, business school case study way to do this would be to look at e-commerce size of market in various countries and ease of doing business. And that's certainly a factor that we look at, but we try not to solely look at that, because obviously the thing at Stripe is that it's a circular equation, right? If people like Stripe always say, oh, there's not enough e-commerce there, or digital payments is not big yet, then you'll never see development. And so there are certain markets where we have these posters around the office at Stripe that show how big GDP will be in various countries in the year 2030. Because you don't want people to be over-indexed on the way things work right now, you want them to be kind of living in the future a bit and projecting out. And so we often factor in how much growth do we think there can be in the digital economy in a certain country if Stripe is there, and you have to almost do it on a pro forma basis. And so concretely what that means is you will over-index in countries with small, and like Indonesia is a good example here, countries with small digital economies right now, but with all the demographic ingredients, with fast-growing population, digital smartphone penetration, fast-growing economy, lots of new startups starting out. I think you'll tend to over-index on those countries, which I think is right. Yeah.
But when you now add the competitors as a variable into that as well, then how would you think about it that way? So if you have multiple companies like Stripe starting up, like which were the markets that you would then focus on in order to sort of be the first mover and the winner?
As in, how do we think of competitors in these markets where we go?
Exactly so.
Well again, this gets back to, is it a local market or is it a global market? And I think in something like ride sharing, these are very clearly local markets. As we expand into, we recently launched in your home country. We recently launched in Estonia, and the Estonian startups that we're serving, some of them are focused on the Estonian market. But I mean, how many people are there in Estonia?
1.3 million.
Yeah, there's 1.3 million people in Estonia. Even in Ireland, which is 5 million people, these are relatively small domestic markets. And so I think as you get to smaller countries, you find that, at least with our customers, which are forward-thinking technology businesses, they're startups, they tend to be pretty outward-looking. And so I think one of the challenges that kind of small local competitors tend to have is that the businesses don't think of themselves as serving kind of the Estonian market. This is a new thing. I mean, it only exists as of the last 10, 20 years, and I think business has not fully caught up. The idea that now if you're a startup founder in Estonia, honestly, you might not even want to start with the Estonian market. You might start with the American market or something like that because it's so big. And you see kind of a lot of the, I mean, Spotify is a perfect example of this, where they're a global company.
Exactly. Yeah. So when you think about then the regulatory aspect of how much is it harder to do business in a very regulated industry versus one which isn't, and which ones do you now favor for, and where do you think there's a bigger opportunity in?
Yeah, it's funny, I was thinking about this because, I mean, we're both operating in highly regulated industries in a way where with obviously ride sharing, you deal with this in kind of cities around the world, and same with, I mean, the financial world has always historically been, people are talking now, especially in America, should tech be regulated? It's like, well, in our world it's been very highly regulated for a long time. And also what's interesting is you can compare and contrast different regions, and so you can look at the regulatory frameworks in the United States versus Europe versus Singapore and other markets where we operate. I think the good news and I'd be curious to ask you about kind of what Bolt's experience has been, but I think the good news for us is there actually is a very important role for regulators in the payment world in essentially standard setting. And so you have a it's kind of like, when they were first rolling out railways and everyone was operating on a different gauge, and so all these different railways were not interoperable. And it's not like any particular gauge, the width of track was better or worse. It's just like, we need to decide how far apart the tracks are, and then once we just pick a number, we can all go with that. There's a little bit of that with payments, where you need all the systems to be interoperable, and you need everyone to decide this is how different banks, different entities are going to work together. And one thing that I've noticed and appreciated is that the Europeans and the European regulatory framework tend to be much more active in standard setting than in certain other places around the world. And it kind of makes sense because Europe comes from a history of a bunch of companies joining together. But if you look at something like, in payments we had this with SEPA, which is the pan-European bank transfer method, and PSD2, the Payment Services Directive. But even most recently, open banking, which I think we still, sometimes there are these platform shifts and you get a new platform or regulation or something like that, and it enables a lot of new companies. I think open banking is still very new, and we haven't seen a lot of the benefits that will come from it. But basically, it was part of PSD2, that directive, where they said, now all banks need to open up APIs. There need to be standardized ways that you can kind of read from a bank account, read the transaction data with permission of the customer, and then initiate payments and things like that. I think that's a good example of places where, European regulators tend to lead the way, because again, there's this view of the role of standard setting, deciding how all the kind of banks and entities should work together, that we see more here than in other places. And so despite the fact that, again, our world is highly regulated, we're regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority in the UK and the Central Bank of Ireland and places like that, our experience has broadly been pretty good. I mean, how about you?
Well, I think the difference with transportation is that it's a completely city-by-city regulatory work. So we have some markets like in Estonia where the government realized very early on that ride-sharing is the future. So that there's no going back to the old school taxi system we had, and it's better to open up and embrace it and actually put guidelines in place of what are the safety requirements that actually are fit to this day and age with the technology that's now out there. So we see some great progress with cities and countries like that. But then on the other hand, we have some really big economies like Germany that are just very much afraid of change. And when you look at the taxi industry there, it's sort of the same that it was there 10 years ago, which is resulting in very poor availability for customers, the highest taxi prices in the world. And
Germany is the highest taxi price in the world?
And when you really start to think about it, it doesn't make sense. Like, why should you restrict the supply and therefore have these artificially high prices, which don't make sense? So that's something that's a long journey for us to educate and bring these examples from other cities of why this is actually a good thing. And it's a multi-year effort for us.
As you think on kind of a 10-year, 15-year horizon, are you optimistic about somewhere like Germany, that they'll come around and the power of the taxi lobby and the car lobby will weaken and they'll embrace ride-sharing and scooters and things like this? Or are you a bit cynical?
Well, actually, our optimism has increased over the past couple of years.
That's good.
I think it's largely because cities are realizing there's just not enough room to add more and more cars to cities. So instead of every individual owning a car, which is when you would actually start to design this from scratch, it's sort of the worst.
It's called the American approach, by the way.
Exactly. So it's sort of in many ways like the worst way how you would design how people get around is that everybody buys a big car. And it's much more economical that you have a mix of public transportation, micromobility with shared bikes and scooters, shared cars. That makes a lot more sense for everyone.
Is there anything you can do when a city is somewhat recalcitrant or is pushing back on ride sharing and saying no, taxis work fine, or do you have to just wait it out a little bit?
So this comes back to this earlier point that what do you do if you're in this sort of a hard trade-off situation where on one hand you do see there's some first mover advantages, but on the other hand the regulation is not yet clear. And in our case we had these good American friends who just happened to bulldoze into all these cities and they didn't care about the regulation and they figured they're going to be able to gather enough customer demand and then convert that into political sort of will as well and then just basically shovel these regulations through, which didn't really work in Europe. So we were wise enough to take the other approach, which is just to wait it out, work with cities, and actually this is now paying off for us.
One thing I was curious to move on to is kind of the difference between, obviously, Stripe is headquartered in San Francisco, though now actually most of our people are outside the Bay Area. We have lots of offices around the world. Bolt is headquartered in Tallinn, and I feel like this question comes up a lot of building technical teams in the US versus Europe. And so first to maybe get some facts. So how many engineers is Bolt now?
So today our product and engineering is approaching 300 people out of a company 1.4 thousand. So for us, engineering is a growing percent, but I think the uniqueness in our case is that we have a much more asset-heavy business in a sense that we need to deal with operations. We have 35 offices. So in each of the countries we're in, there's actually a local operational center as well. So that creates a lot more complexity where you first need to build out this big operational network and then you can later start to optimize it.
Okay, so you have 300 engineers, and you were saying that you import a lot of engineers. You presumably get them to come interview in the summer rather than the winter.
So for us, the bigger difference is that Estonia is such a small market with just 1.3 million people that you pretty quickly run out of local talent. So what we started to focus on 3 years ago was that how do we make this an attractive place for other people to move to? And what we realized is that, especially in Eastern Europe, there haven't been that many attractive tech companies to work for. So if you actually are an engineer, you want to work on a company with very high caliber people operating with millions of customers, real-time systems, then Bolt in many ways is now the best place where to go.
That makes sense. And if I'm an engineer considering joining Bolt, why should I join? Or what will I get to work on?
So when you think about the ride-sharing service itself, then despite us building this for 7 years as an industry, and specifically in Bolt's case, we're now into this about 6 years, then there are still so many unsolved challenges. For example, pooling of how do you actually build high-capacity vehicles where you can put multiple passengers to share the route. it's an extremely hard problem to solve from mapping point of view and all dispatching, and there's so many segments there, which still isn't solved. So if somebody is excited by big real-time problems like that, that not only have a sort of virtual impact, but they literally change how people around you move, then for some people that's very exciting.
Well, one thing I think a lot about is if you are starting a business in Tallinn or in some part of Europe, you presumably want to be very strategic about what are the, because everyone starts from the point of view of like, I often get asked kind of, can you start a major tech company in Europe or something like that? Whereas instead I think you want to be thinking, what are the major advantages that you have starting a company here rather than if you were in, in the Bay Area or something like that. And so, in your case, you were talking about some of the cost advantage you have. I think part of that's almost like a mindset thing and how people think about things in San Francisco versus somewhere like Tallinn. And part of it is, of course, that somewhere like San Francisco is much more expensive, and so you have an advantage like that. I'm often always reminding people that say, if you're starting an e-commerce business, I mean, the European e-commerce market is just the largest e-commerce market in the world, and so getting to start in that largest market and be native to it as opposed to be trying to retrofit it onto an American product, that's a huge advantage that a number of people have had. But I'm curious what you think of this, that for startups out there in the audience, if you're starting a startup today in Helsinki or in Warsaw or wherever it is, how should you be thinking about the advantage that you have as a European technology company?
The biggest advantage that we have seen, at least, is that the talent stays with you significantly longer. So when you look at Silicon Valley, it's nowadays so competitive that people will not stay with you on average more than 2 years. Yeah. While in Estonia, we have an expectation that most people who join us will stick around for 5 years or more. So you can just substantially better plan for the organization. You have a much bigger incentive as a company to invest in people. And I think just it's a very different mindset, and it's less transactional in some ways as well. And the other part, again, is the cost efficiency. So clearly, with Silicon Valley being sort of one of the highest cost of livings in the world, then you need to ask yourself, do you actually get more output for that as well? Mm-hmm. Because when we look at the quality of engineering we have in Europe, in many ways it's even better. Yeah. So the question is that why would you have this twice as high cost base if you can just build the same quality product in a much cheaper environment? Which will make sense in some industries.
We've noticed the exact same phenomenon that you mentioned. I mean, our European offices our headquarters is Dublin, but we also have London and Paris and Berlin and places like that, and we've been hiring a lot. And it's exactly as you say, because the retention is longer, you can invest very significantly in training, because someone can join and they're extremely talented, but they don't have maybe any familiarity with the industry or kind of with the problem domain or something like that, but you have the opportunity to train them up. And so exactly. I find that exciting.
So one of the topics leading into that is like when you start to compare the values, and especially you coming from Europe, what do you see are the biggest differences in company building between US and Europe? Do you see some philosophical differences there as well?
Yeah, like I said, I think I'm from Ireland, and one thing I notice with Irish companies in particular is that they tend to be much more outward looking as a result of the smaller domestic market. And I think that's actually a really important thing to train early on, in that when I see European companies, they're either they either launch in multiple markets or they're internationalizing really quickly, as opposed to, America. It's a single country with 300 million people, and it's a giant economy, and it's like a little bit inward. I mean, Americans really like America, as you probably know if you've ever met one, and so as a result, oftentimes those companies can really get to scale in the US before internationalizing. And so I think that internationalization mindset really helps companies. That's thing one. And then the second thing is, I think there is more focus on, I think it's not a coincidence that the companies built in Europe tend to be profitable at an earlier stage, and that makes them more resilient to the cycles of ups and downturns in the funding environment or things like that. I think that's really a position of strength.
But is that because of necessity, that there's a lack of funding in Europe, or what is leading to this profitability earlier?
I think it's probably a historical memory of a time when there was a lack of funding in Europe. I mean, we've looked at these numbers at Stripe, and for both early stage and late stage startups, funding has quadrupled in the last 3 years, which I think probably matches kind of your and my experience. It's really interesting to see kind of investors in Europe really waking up and realizing that there are kind of massive companies being built here. And so I think people still have the mindset of funding is hard to get, despite the fact that as a result of so many of the successful companies, again, you look at the Spotifys and TransferWises and Bolts and everyone like this, people are realizing, oh, we should be investing a lot here. Maybe the last difference, and that bridges us to something I want to talk about, is carbon. I've been excited to see there's so much more awareness of the need to do something on carbon. There's much more awareness of that here in Europe than there is in the United States, and even in places like San Francisco in the United States, which are the more progressive parts. And I was actually just looking at the EasyJet's announcement this week that they're going to offset all their flights, which is a huge deal for an airline, given, I mean, especially a budget airline in a very competitive industry. But Stripe is carbon neutral, Bolt is carbon neutral, and I'm curious to get into that a little bit and some of the work we've been doing. I mean, firstly, that's a big step, making Bolt carbon neutral, given that, I mean, you operate in the ride-sharing space where you have a real footprint here, and it's a highly competitive space. What led you to do that?
For us, it was in some ways a personal idea as well from the beginning. So when I just started to look at what are the biggest threats to overall humanity over the next decades, and when global warming is the top one, and you don't really see much effort actually going into solving it from the sort of corporate sector, then you start to wonder why is that. And I think that us as tech companies should in some ways take the lead on that and act as this example that actually more companies should follow suit. So when we started to run the numbers, and we were thinking that it's going to cost us about 10 million to offset all these millions and millions of rides we do, but it could actually have a trickle-down effect of impacting a much wider industry. We figured that even though it's a lot of money for us as a relatively small tech company, it still is probably worth the impact.
10 million, you said was the figure?
Yeah, over the next couple of years. So it's a pretty substantial investment for us. But what we already see from the initial reaction from customers is that because we're pretty unique in doing this, it's actually a very attractive value proposition as well. So I think increasingly it's not only the right thing to do for the environment, but it's actually for many companies becoming sort of a commercially sort of minimum requirement as well. Because if all other companies opt in to do this and you don't, then you start to stand out in that, like, okay, well, why are you not doing anything?
And there's starting to be more consumer pressure as well.
Exactly. So I think over time this is going to be transitioning pretty quickly now to the other spectrum.
Yeah. What's next in this domain, do you think?
Well, I think first of all, the standard is that just more companies will start to do carbon offsetting, which just seems like a pretty logical first step. But the other thing is you fundamentally actually need to be environmentally friendly. So we realize as well that you can't do all the trips in a city with gasoline cars. It just doesn't make sense, even if you carbon offset all of it. So that's why we are working on including scooters, electric bikes, and etc. other vehicles that are just more friendly.
Yeah. The other technology that feels like it will become important is Stripe recently announced, and we're getting quite excited about the space of carbon capture and storage, or carbon sequestration. And so one thing is starting to reduce emissions through things like offsets, but the technology for actually capturing carbon from the atmosphere and storing it somewhere is still very early. And so we announced recently that we're going to start spending $1 million a year on carbon capture technology, which is not yet economical, anywhere close to economical compared to offsetting. Offsetting is vastly cheaper. But part of our bet was that as there starts to be a market for this, if you look at the history of a lot of technologies, as volumes go up in the technology, then the unit cost comes down. And so we're trying to rope in a handful of companies to work with us on buying some of their carbon, not in the form of offsets, but in the form of actually carbon capture. So we actually start to create a market for that. So you might find us knocking on your door shortly.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah. I think we probably have to leave it there, keeping an eye on the clock. But listen, Marcus, thank you so much for joining us. I can't wait to see where Bolt goes next and what markets you're going to. And thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you, John and Marcus. That was super interesting. How would you feel about getting a medical guidance from an AI? We've had smartwatches, rings, and other gadgets telling us how we should sleep and how we should train. But when it comes to health in more medical sense, you might want to see a doctor. But is it the case anymore? Next up on the stage, we have medical doctor Claire Noverall, co-founder and chief medical officer at Ada Health, an AI-powered health guide that helps people understand their health and get the right treatment. Claire first got involved with startups when she moved to Cambridge to do her PhD at neuroscience. There she finally got the chance to embrace her creative side with the local startup scene, and in 2011 she launched her first project, Entrepreneurship, which is a global community for doctors, medical students, individuals that are interested in healthcare, innovation, and entrepreneurship.
Ada Health has developed a technology that uses AI and machine learning to support doctors with clinical decision making. It also provides patients with personalized health assessments. Next, we have Claire here on stage to share her thoughts on how to build products that people actually trust their lives with. Joining her to discuss the fundamental problem of creating trust between users and new forms of technology is Vicky Turk, features editor at Wired UK. Welcome on stage, Claire Noverall and Vicky Turk.
Hello, Slush 2019. I'm Victoria Turk. I'm features editor at Wired, and I am delighted to be joined by Claire Noverall, co-founder and chief medical officer of Ada Health, to talk about how to build trust in a product. So Claire, with Ada Health, you're asking people to trust a technology product with the most critical and sensitive aspect of their lives, healthcare. Talk us through some of the fundamentals. How do you go about earning that trust?
Yes, I think absolutely key, first of all, is the quality of the product. So what we've always focused on from the very beginning, 8 years now actually, is the quality of the core product, the foundation of everything that we do, and that's our knowledge base, our reasoning engine, and how it works. You know, the clinical quality of that, accuracy, safety, continually measuring that, and continually improving it. I think second, it's about the high standards that we hold ourselves to in every aspect of the business. And it's first of all putting the patient at the center of everything we do and making sure that when you, that the assessment, the entire experience, every partnership we enter into, it's always in the best interests of the patient. You know, we only do things that are in the best interests of the patient. And then the third thing is really being very open and transparent in all of our interactions with the public, with industry, with the medical community, being very proactive about communicating what we do, why we do it.
So starting with that first issue you highlighted, the product itself, you know, the technology has to work, otherwise people won't trust it. For those who maybe haven't used Ada Health or aren't familiar with these kind of AI tools in diagnosis, talk us through the technology. How does it work and how does it compare to a human doctor?
Yeah. So Ada is an app that you can download on your iPhone or your Android smartphone for free. And you would typically use it from home or wherever you are when you're feeling unwell. You download the app, you have a conversation with Ada about your health and about your symptoms and how they're affecting you. And we've built it so that it's a very easy interaction, they're simple questions, and it's just a back and forth exchange, a little bit like when you talk with your doctor. And Ada is working dynamically with every response. Ada's recalculating and rethinking what might be going on here, what should I ask next. And at the end of an assessment, ADA helps the individual to understand what might be going on with probabilities, so a list of possibilities, how likely they are and what will be the appropriate next steps, and then can guide people to the correct care. And we work with various partners to map their services and providers to those next steps. So if you're using ADA within the context of your own health system, for example, then you may be guided directly to care that's available to you nearby and covered by your provider. And you should think about it a little bit like an alternative, a much more personalized alternative to searching online for your symptoms when you feel unwell and are wondering what to do. And everybody does that these days. That's just normal. When you're at home, you don't know what might be going on. Can I manage this at home? Do I need to see a doctor? If so, how urgently and which type of doctor? And everybody is. It used to be the medical encyclopedia on your bookshelf, and now usually you go online and search, but ADA is a much more personalized approach to seeking that information.
So when you're advising people what to do in a healthcare situation, you've got a delicate balance there between you want to be cautious enough that you don't miss symptoms, but you don't want to be overcautious and send everyone to the emergency room.
Yeah.
How do you kind of draw the line between those and make sure you're striking that balance right?
Yeah. So the triage advice, the next step advice, is based on a combination of what ADA thinks might be going on, as well as the symptoms and risk factors and the severity of those that the patient has entered. So it's a combination of these things that are taken into account. And the advice is really based on best practice guidelines and reviewed by a lot of expert clinicians, so that to make sure that it's consistent with those. And it's very comparable to the advice a GP would give, but if anything, we try to err a little bit on the side of more conservative than an average GP, because if it's a remote virtual system, it's based purely on the information entered by a patient from home. There are a number of variables there, and you always want to be a little bit cautious, but without moving all the way to of course, we don't want to send everybody to the emergency department or tell everybody it's urgent. We very, very much don't do that, but erring a little on the side of cautious.
So where does ADA Health see itself sort of fitting into the broader healthcare system? Is this a GP replacement?
So it's not a GP replacement. I think you should really think about it as that first port of call. So perhaps a replacement for searching online, or in addition to doing that. We do see that we do see that when GPs use an ADA assessment during a consultation, so very many people that tell us they use ADA, but then they take the ADA assessment to their GP or other physician when they go for an appointment and actually show it to the doctor, and then the doctor and the patient use it during the consultation. And we get a lot of good feedback from doctors actually who tell us, I'm used to patients coming in having searched online, having a lot of ideas about what's going on, maybe being more informed but also perhaps a bit misinformed at times and confused or worried by that information. But having an ADA assessment, which is far more personalized, gives really relevant information, and I can see exactly what the patient has entered, what they've responded, what ADA is telling them and why they are asking about certain things, can really aid the conversation. And we also see in studies we do that the overall accuracy, the clinical accuracy in terms of diagnosis and management is improved overall when doctors use ADA. So the combination of ADA and doctor is more powerful than either one alone. So you sort of use the strength of the machine and what that's good at, and the strength of the human, and that combination is even more powerful. And I would just make one other comment actually, which is that there are about 4 billion people in the world who lack access to a doctor, who just don't have access to a doctor. So you can imagine the potential for technologies like ADA in the hands of people. They have a smartphone but no access to a doctor, and how much this can improve sort of access to information and early appropriate care.
On this topic of trust, obviously the technology itself, the fact that it works is hugely important. But the way people interact with you, your communications with your users also must play an important role in building that kind of trusting relationship. How do you approach that from a kind of UX point of view and a comms point of view?
Yeah, so very early on, in the process of moving from building a technology that was purely doctor-facing, because that's actually how we started 8 years ago. We started by building a decision support tool that could support specialists and then GPs during the diagnostic decision-making process. We started with a clinical-facing tool and building something that was so good it was good enough to support doctors in their thinking processes. But then we saw a real opportunity to go direct to the individual and meet them earlier in their healthcare journey, so enable better, more appropriate navigation of the system and identification of what might be going on as early as possible. And we had to make this switch over from being a very clinically driven, medical-facing product to also launching an app that was available to the everyday individual. And that requires, of course, quite a different approach when it comes to UI and your messaging and so forth. And that was about 4 years ago now. We did a lot of work on how to build an interface that was friendly, yet at the same time authoritative and trustworthy, and using very strong clinically, but at the same time using very simple, easy to understand, patient-friendly or person-friendly language. Making the interface as simple as possible, as not just the language, but one question at a time, very clean, and so forth. So we did a lot of research before we built that product, and then a lot of testing early on, and we continue, of course, to do a lot of testing, and we've got ways in the app that people can give us feedback. We learn from things like there's one option after every question, I don't understand, explain, tell me more, I don't understand, things like this. So we can see quickly if there are certain questions patients aren't understanding, and then not only explain there in the moment so that they have a better understanding, but go back and improve those questions over time.
And your background is as a medical doctor. You came at this from a sort of doctor's experience, not a technologist necessarily. How do you think that's coloured your approach to that?
So I mean, from the very beginning, I worked as a paediatrician and then as a clinical geneticist in the NHS in the UK, seeing people with rare conditions, and it was very normal for me in my everyday work as a geneticist to see patients that were a diagnostic conundrum, that were difficult cases in terms of getting to a diagnosis. And I'd sometimes see patients who'd spent 20 years with the wrong diagnosis or without a diagnosis, who would come into the clinic, and then it could be a real puzzle at times. I'd need to discuss difficult cases with doctors in my own department, and then every 3 months we'd meet in London to discuss our difficult cases and get the help of people sort of from all around the country who are experts in that field. So that was where I came from when I met my two co-founders and we started building out this technology from having experienced firsthand from a doctor's perspective these challenges and difficulties and how technology could potentially support that decision-making process and make it easier and faster and more accurate. And I think that was very important when we were working with doctors, and it remains important when going direct to the consumer. But of course, what we've had to do increasingly over the years is bring more sort of user feedback on board and usability testing and so forth. At the beginning, it was enough my own personal experience and then working with a few doctors and gradually. But now, of course, we have to work a lot with the end consumer and understanding their needs and so forth. But really, I've been driven by that first-hand experience, by a deep understanding of the need for clinical quality, accuracy, safety, and so forth. And that's driven everything that we do. And we have a lot of people within our organization that are responsible for that, whether that's our medical knowledge engineering team, which is a big team of doctors, clinical evaluation, medical safety, patient safety. We have a lot of clinicians on board.
And obviously the kind of realm of AI in healthcare is so new as a whole, not just Ada Health, but other companies in the space, other products in the space, that, you know, one bad story about a different product could potentially affect the trust in your product. You know, if there are negative headlines about AI and healthcare, that's going to affect you all. What do you do to kind of support the ecosystem as a whole and prevent, you know, one bad incident from threatening everything?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's a real risk in any industry. And we've seen examples of that in other industries, and you see it in healthcare too. And therefore, I think there's a couple of really important things that we do. So one is we actually work closely with the wider community on topics such as evaluation and producing evidence and benchmarking. One example of that is that we're actually leading a stream within a big initiative run by the World Health Organization around benchmarking AI in healthcare. And within that, there's a stream for AI-powered symptom assessments, and Ada is leading that stream. But we have, as part of that group, academics, industry stakeholders, experts, and a lot of other companies that are working in our space, so our competitors. And we work closely with them on this topic of what does good look like, how do we measure accuracy and safety, how do we benchmark these products, and to really sort of drive that forward and be thought leaders in the space. I think that's essential, and to work together on that, to try and pull everybody up to a certain level, a certain standard, and level of practicing. I think the other thing is having a voice, being very open and transparent, being proactive in our messaging, talking about these things, what we do with, what we do with your data, what we don't do, why that's in your best interests, who we partner with and why, our mission and goals. Basically sort of being very proactive in driving trust in the space in general. I think it's these things.
I'm trying to think of an example. And one that comes to mind in health tech is maybe something like Google flu trends, which obviously people had a lot of hope in to begin with and then didn't quite play out as expected. How do you avoid making the same mistakes?
Yeah, well, Google flu trends is an example of how Google. So basically, there was a lot of excitement around its potential because it appeared to be identifying flu outbreaks sort of earlier than the standard methods of notification and so forth. But of course, it was driven by data and sort of pure machine learning and association really between searches and then outbreaks. And in the long run, it wasn't as accurate as it had been hoped, and had to be closed down. I think what's important to note about our approach is that we do not use a pure machine learning approach, and we don't think that we're very confident that would not be the right approach to use in our field and to solve the problem that we are solving. So one of the very important things to do is make sure you're using the right technology to solve the problem that you're trying to solve. So Ada uses an approach which is, we've built an enormous knowledge base, we couple it with a reasoning engine and a questioning algorithm, and we have human experts basically continuing to curate and improve that knowledge base. So we may pull in knowledge from the literature using natural language processing and so forth to make that really scalable and efficient. And we also have feedback loops that use machine learning where we're learning from user feedback and interactions and behavior and so forth. All of this makes the whole process far more efficient and you can really scale it up, but we always have humans in the loop checking this, making sure that that we're continuing to improve the knowledge. What we don't allow is data from one hospital or one system or individual diagnoses to completely sort of alter our we don't allow automatic learning on that data that then automatically changes the knowledge base, because we believe that would really risk bringing in bias and errors and so forth, and it's not the right approach in our particular space.
Bias is another area that we've seen a few kind of controversies in health tech, perhaps different suggestions based on gender or race or age, things like that, which maybe aren't medically helpful. How do you reduce bias in your knowledge base, in your data sets?
Yeah, and that would be a real risk if you trained a system just on data from, let's say, the electronic health records of one hospital. Then there's a real risk of creating a very biased system based on the bias of, I don't know, the doctors in that particular hospital, the protocols that they use, maybe the drugs that they're encouraged to prescribe. Often we see in electronic health record data that there's systematic bias because doctors are coding symptoms and coding diagnoses for billing purposes, and they upcode in order to be able to bill more, rather than perhaps really going for the most accurate potential diagnosis. So you just do not want to train a system on data that could be biased and amplify that bias. So that's exactly why we take a different approach, and we work with existing best knowledge, best practice, whether that's textbook knowledge, the literature, and a large network of experts with experience. And what we also do is we fill that knowledge not only with condition and sort of symptom-specific knowledge, but also knowledge about how diseases present in different parts of the world or in different groups of patients, prevalence and incidence data. So some diseases are far more common in one part of the world than another, and ADA knows about that. So ADA will understand, if you have a certain ethnic background, if you have certain medical history, conditions, risks, or if you're in a certain country, then the risks of certain diseases are different and will behave accordingly. So we avoid that kind of bias by making sure that the knowledge base is built with that nuance from the ground up and takes all of these different factors into account.
So ADA will make mistakes. There will be times when a less than optimal suggestion will perhaps result in a less good health outcome for someone, maybe even with quite damaging effects. When that happens, how do you sort of minimize the loss of trust in the product or even try and regain it back?
So I think first it's important to point out that ADA doesn't make a diagnosis. So ADA never provides one answer, one possible condition as the cause of somebody's symptoms. And it's always very clear that there's a range of possibilities, lists the probabilities next to them, says it could be something else, and we also do a lot of safety netting, helping people to understand what they should do if things get worse or they develop new symptoms and so forth. Of course, no system is perfect. Doctors are not perfect. Doctors don't always know what you have, and so that's why this sort of system of safety netting and making sure that if things get worse, you go somewhere else is important. And doctors have developed that, and it's the same for us. But in the same way that people still trust doctors, even though no doctor is perfect and always going to know exactly what you have and tell you where make the right decisions. I think it's really important about just being clear what's very important for us is being very clear about what ADA does and what ADA doesn't do. So being very clear about the promise and not over-promising. Being very clear that this is not a diagnosis, these are possibilities, these are things that might be appropriate, here's the safety netting and so forth. We also have a lot of systems in place. We have a medical safety officer, patient safety officer, we have clinical governance board. We're constantly reviewing feedback from users, any information we have about outcomes and what happened after they used an ADA assessment. And so we look for instances where we think maybe ADA's information could have been better, where there maybe are some gaps in the knowledge base and so forth. So we're constantly looking for ways to fill those gaps and improve and learn, and we have a lot of systems in place for that. And I also think it's about communicating that to the individual so that people understand what are the limitations, what's the promise, what are the limitations, what are you doing to try and continuously improve and stay safe, and if there are ever if there's ever any feedback that something wasn't as a patient expected, being very proactive about dealing with that and being open and transparent.
Do you think people have higher expectations of the AI product than they would of a human doctor in the same way they do of driverless cars versus human drivers?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think people have different expectations, and it's about being very clear, as I said, what to expect. Not over-promising, being clear, making that clear not only in all of your messaging, the website, and when we're working with partners, explaining, but through the process of interacting with Ada. What we do see is that a lot of people tell us they're far more open with Ada than they feel they can be with a GP, so there's this element of trust there, I suppose, in that it feels safe to be very open about symptoms that might be embarrassing or sort of usually stigmatized. Examples of mental health, sexual health. We do get a lot of feedback from people, even when we've rolled out Ada in partnership with primary care practices in different parts of the world. We get feedback that the patient felt comfortable sharing certain things with Ada, and then even though Ada was then maybe going to share that with their GP if they made that request, they somehow felt more comfortable having that conversation with Ada than they felt having it with a doctor, which is, I think, interesting.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And you mentioned Ada's active in lots of different countries, different languages. Are there differences in that trust question and how people interact with it, how you earn trust from people in those different geographies?
So I think one thing we certainly notice is that we get a lot more repeat use from individuals when the app is available to them in their own language. So early on, when the app was only available in English, we saw that we were getting a lot of repeat use from people who were probably native English speakers in the UK and the US. We had a lot of downloads in India because there's a lot of people who speak English there. But when people were using Ada in other countries and they probably weren't native English speakers, maybe there was much higher drop-off. And we've now rolled out many languages: German, French, Spanish, Portuguese. The most recent and others, and the most recent is Swahili, just some days ago. And of course, when people are using an app in their own language, and it's really sort of customized for that area as well, this drives trust and this drives greater use. And for example, with the Swahili that we've just done that translation in partnership with Foundation in East Africa, and we're doing work in Tanzania, it's not just about translating into the language, it's making sure that we're adapting for local conditions, the prevalence of diseases in that country, how diseases present, cultural nuance in how you interact and have a conversation with an individual. And we work with doctors, always clinicians, to do those translations, but local clinicians who are native in that language and trained in that country. So we have people in-house with us in our offices, but also local clinicians who work with us to do that. And that's so important.
Thank you very much, Claire. We're out of time. Claire Noverall from Ada Health.
Thanks very much.
So good.
To see how AI could keep me healthy. I know it's still pretty early in the morning, so some of you might want to get your morning coffee. You can find the closest place downloading the Slush app and checking out the places from there. Or if you're like me and coffee is a bit too much, there's water stations around the venue which you can find from the app also.
Yeah, check out the event app to find your place to coffee and water. But Rico, do you remember the time before social media?
No, not really, to be honest.
The reason I'm asking you this is because our next speaker was among the first people ever to use the term social media. She registered the domain names socialmedia.com, .org, .net in the late 1990s. So go behind maybe 25, 30 years and there was no social media. Shocker. Next on stage, we will have Tina Sharkey from Brandless. She has been at the forefront of community and business development with customers for decades. Tina has been using her skills not only in business, but also on the charity side. She has been leading initiatives to help pregnant women in low-resource settings to get relevant health and nutritional information. She is also a lifetime board member of Baby Buggy, a non-profit organization that provides essential services to families in need. But how does she get everything done? Tina knows you cannot have it all every day, so the way she tackles the work-life balance is by looking at her calendar differently. Instead of tackling her to-do list according to day, week, or even month ahead, Tina organizes her time and all she strives to accomplish by looking at the entire year.
Well, that's a new approach, at least for me, but I mean, she's done a lot. Today, Tina will be sharing her playbook on how to create relationships and products with customers. Please welcome on stage Tina Sharkey.
Good morning. How are you? So that person they were talking about, I mean, I guess that was me. But the thing that I really want to focus on today is, wait, I already skipped my first slide, is how many people in the room, by a show of hands, are founders and building companies? Yes? Okay, good. Because every company, I don't care whether you're an enterprise company, whether you are a consumer company, whether you are digital or you're physical or you're everything in between, every company needs to think about the power of harnessing and really building community. Because let me tell you something, community is very serious business. And so when you have a very highly engaged community, that is like a predictor of your future success. Because that means that your people, your tribe, your customers, your early customers are the ones that are going to drive that. And so looking at that, even in the earliest stage of building your business, is a great predictor of that. And word of mouth matters. We know that people are so much more likely to actually trust a brand if they hear it from a friend. And so you have to think about that and how you're going to unlock that. Experience-driven businesses are the businesses that actually will have longer, better ROI, better retention, better lifetime value. 97% of shoppers say, 97, so I don't know who the 3 are, those who don't have, I guess, any access, say that they always read reviews. So reviews are written by the community. 76% of business leaders feel that purpose and meaning is critical to what they stand for. And they want to have that change, and they're not waiting for government to make the change. They're making the change themselves. We can't outsource that to others. And 75% of Americans, I haven't done a survey here, but I'm sure it's very similar, are more likely to buy from brands who contribute positively to society. So we know that all of those factors are factors. But what is community really? Community, and from my perspective, is the new omnichannel. So what is an omnichannel? Well, you have the direct-to-consumer, you have physical retail, you have business-to-business, you have all these different channels of sales and opportunity, but community actually supersets all of it. So a good friend of mine, Oliver Chen, who is an analyst for an investment company called Cowen, he's tracking every new retail and luxury and direct-to-consumer brand, public companies, private companies, early-stage companies, and he thinks about these are like the formulas, the connecting, because that's for convenience, and that's going to increase the frequency in which somebody interacts with your brand. The context, so context creates the right engagement. It creates engagement with people, which increases your loyalty and lowers your churn. And the community is really about the crowdsourcing and crowdsourcing of information. So now that we've sort of established that, how do you do it? Well, you know, it's so much about not what you say about yourself. You can work with your brand agencies. You can work with all kinds of people to write all of your copy and your advertising agencies, et cetera. But at the end of the day, a brand is not what you say. It's really what a friend tells a friend. And so how do you architect those conversations? How do you set up your brands so that you will enable a friend to tell a friend the story that you want to hear and the story you want to get told? So everybody, today is like the playbook. And these are the 6 factors to actually think about how to build authentic communities. So at Brandless, first and foremost, we start with our team. And so this is Lindsay and Garrett and Charlotte. So these are people who are part of our team, and they are where we start with our shared values and intentions. If you are building a company, you can't tell anything to your audience if you don't start with your team. Everything starts with your team, and everything starts with the culture that you build in your team. So even though Lindsay might have been a community manager, or Garrett is a project manager, and Shar was actually our intern, that's what they did, but that's not who they are. So people need to bring their authentic selves to their work, and so that starts with your people. Once you set those values, you say, okay, at Brandless, we believe that living well also means giving back and doing good in the world. Sometimes we inspire that in our community, but we have to start with ourselves. So every time you check out at Brandless, we donate a meal in your honor to Feeding America. So in the US, 40 million people go hungry every single day. So to date, we've donated just under 4 million meals, but that's with every checkout, and you know, we're just getting started. We're also a company that deeply believes in sustainability, so we have to think about not just the products that we make, but also the way in which we ship. So one of our team members noticed that the earth-friendly diapers that we were shipping were actually coming in boxes. We were taking them out of the boxes, and then we're putting them into Brandless boxes. We said, well, that doesn't make sense. So we took the boxes from the manufacturer that came to our warehouses, we put a sticker on it and said, we're going to reuse this box because we don't want to use another box. And then the boxes that we do ship, we actually put a big instructions to say, don't throw me out, make me a welcome mat, put food in here and take it to a food bank. Like, here are all the ways to upcycle everything that we're doing. The boxes are part of that story. So if you think about sustainability and that's your brand and that's your culture, think about every piece of the delivery of that and why that makes sense. But I would ask you as founders, like, what do you believe in? That's our belief system, that you put people first, that you give back every time. It's not just something you do once a year or around the holidays. And sustainability at its core, no matter what we do. So let's look at a company like Airbnb. As you may have heard, we have a little tricky thing in America right now where maybe not everybody agrees with our leadership. But like I said, founders have to stand up for what they believe in. And so when the travel bans came out, Airbnb took out advertising to say that they are offering free accommodations to people because they could not do that travel ban. And we didn't accept that because Airbnb said, we accept that. So Chesky said, this is my value system, and this is what my company stands for. Patagonia, similarly, they're telling me, look, tell Congress there is no room for government in climate issues. So regardless of what the government is saying, CEOs are standing up for what they believe in. Nike is the same. There's different political conversations that are going on around the world. We have a football player named Colin Kaepernick, and he has a belief system, and maybe not everybody believes in that belief system, but Nike says, we're going to get behind you. And in different regions, in different countries, they're getting behind all of the things that stand for what their athletes stand for, because they are behind the culture that they believe in, and the CEO and the company is not afraid to do that. So that is really thinking about how your values and your intentions, they're going to strengthen your brand loyalty because it's authentic, because truth, trust, and transparency needs to be there. The second thing I would say is nurture your tribe. So who's your tribe? this is Gwenna. When we first started Brandless, which was only a little more than 2 years ago, Gwenna showed up. She showed up maybe on Facebook, and she said, hey, I run a group in LA called the Vegans of LA. And my group loves what you're doing. And literally, this was like on day 2. So we invited Gwenna, when we went and did our pop-up in LA, to bring those Vegans of LA in. And we gave them first looks, first access, and we had them give us all of their feedback that we then gave to the team. But there were lots of Gwennas who were running lots of different communities, and we met them all. We met them all in person, or we met them virtually, and we said, come on in. Because all of these people lead to their communities. So when we were thinking about going into earth-friendly pet products, we said, do you think our community likes pets? Well, of course, you know, who doesn't? That on the bottom, that's Tessa, my dog. But we had to say, what are you doing in your lives, and how can we be supportive to you? And so they're making the content, but they're really part of our community. So I would ask you as a founder, have you found your people? How are you nurturing them? You have to ask yourself that question every single day. So for example, you may know thing testing. Jenny, who I think used to be the CMO of Slush and is a big part of the community here, she is, in my opinion, and full disclosure, I just invested in her company because I think she's awesome. She's becoming like the Consumer Reports for the next generation. And she's using Instagram as the start for how she's curating brands. But her tribe, the people who she's closest to, she's using like the close friends feature on Instagram as like her MVP. And so those people are getting access to the things that not everybody is getting because she's using that and she's trying to nurture her community that way and making sure that she's scaling it. We have another brand in the US called The Skim. That is a daily newspaper where they are digesting the news of the day. But you would say, okay, well, how is a newspaper or how is news and information nurturing their tribe? Well, guess what? They started something called Skimbassadors. And so if you're a Skimbassador, maybe your birthday gets at the bottom of the newsletter, but you also get rewarded for spreading it. And so they even have Oprah, who's one of their Skimbassadors, and they're spreading the news using their tribe and nurturing them and making sure they feel seen to do that. So it's impossible to build anything unless you have a passionate and authentic engagement, because that leads to deep and lasting relationships. People feel like they're part of something. Okay, number 3. You need to enable what we call like the network effect, meaning that your community is going to spread to broader communities. So here's an example of that. One day, we noticed that somebody posted and tagged Brandless on Instagram with this orange, was like a brownie mix. And we thought, I wonder why they're tagging that. What does that have to do with Brandless? Well, it turns out that this is a camping idea. So you take an orange and you scoop out the inside, and they were using at the time, our gluten-free brownie mix. You put it on the campfire, and it makes the brownie in the open fire. Okay. Why am I telling you that, and what does that have to do with network effects? Well, when we noticed it, we're like, that's really interesting. I love that idea. And all of a sudden, people started to tag their friends, and tag their friends, and tag their friends, and saying, like, this is something, let's do it this weekend. Come, let's do this. So this doesn't look like anything visually interesting, but the network effect, within a few hours, we had thousands and thousands and thousands of people who were tagging their friends to come and do this on their next trip. So you're enabling that by asking people to come along. It's the most amazing thing. I'm saving it. I want to try it. Let's do it. So you think inside the comments of Instagram is a network effect? Absolutely. Because people are using all of their platforms to bring their friends and tell their stories, but you need to enable that. So I would ask you, what are you doing to think and unlock a movement? There's so many different things in networks. There's Facebook, there's YouTube, there's Instagram, there's TikTok. There's a million things, and they're proliferating every single day. And so there's a company in the US started by a friend of mine, Gina Bianchini, who started a company called Mighty Networks. What is Mighty Networks? It's actually a platform to help you proliferate your content, your story, your community across all these different networks. So she's actually supersetting that and allowing you to build your community wherever they live. Because community, you have to go to them. They're not necessarily going to come to you. There's another brand called Bumble. It started out as a dating app where women were in charge, but then they started these Bumble ambassadors. They called them queen bees. And these queen bees, within 3 years, actually helped them build to 26 million users. So these are the women that brought in other women, that brought in other women, and they had parties, they had pop-ups, they had gatherings, and Bumble enabled that, but the queen bees actually helped build that brand. So that's a network effect. LinkedIn, I'm sure you've heard of that. So it's very hard. There are a lot of companies that, when I've been investing in other things, that say, oh, we're going to be the next LinkedIn. But it's very hard to break a company that has such a strong network, because it's not so much about LinkedIn, it's about the people that are on LinkedIn and the connectivity that's there. And so network effects, if they're scaled and engaged, they have lower acquisition costs because friends are getting friends, and they build what's called a defensible moat. So you think about a castle and a moat. So you want to be able to protect your community so that somebody can't create the next one. And so communities that have deep network effects, they're very, very defensible, because that moat is actually going to stop other brands and other communities from disrupting them. Because if people are there, not only would you have to move, you'd have to take your whole community with you. So next, thinking about creating collaborations, you want to co-create your experience with your community. Now, the important point here is that you really need to architect this. So at Brandless, for example, we have lots of different people in our community, and we're doing lots of different things together. But we noticed from the day we started the company that we started to get texts, emails, messages saying, when are you going to do things for earth-friendly baby diapers, earth-friendly baby toiletries? So we said, OK, we're on it. But it took us about 18 months to actually develop those earth-friendly diapers. And before we launched them, we said, what would you like to see on them? And then we did a contest where they could pick the patterns. So when we launched those earth-friendly diapers, we knew the community was waiting. And we literally wrote handwritten notes, thousands and thousands of them, to all the people who've been asking us since day one. Then we met Britton. She was a dietitian, and she started giving us all these ideas for how to use our wonderful nutritional powders in the morning for different meals, etc. So then we pulled her in. And then she said, what about a blender? Because having a great blender is a critical part of living this type of lifestyle. And so we actually went out, because a very good blender, there's a company called Vitamix, is very, very expensive. And so part of the Brandless value proposition is to make very high quality things at much more affordable prices. So we developed the blender and we developed the powders. And then Britton gave us all of her recipes. And so we pulled those recipes into Brandless. We pulled those recipes onto our site, into our blog, onto our social platforms. And we are basically co-creating alongside her. So you really have to think to yourself, what are you co-creating alongside your community? So in the case of Airbnb, not only do they have the houses and the rooms, they're co-creating experiences, because they realized that they had these very engaged hosts that wanted to open up their homes. But those hosts also understand, the inside track of Helsinki, or the design experience in a country, or the best way, the farmers that are doing interesting things. Even in San Francisco, I can go on an Airbnb experience, even though I live there. And I went out to UC Davis, which is one of the top agricultural schools, and we spent an afternoon with a beekeeper, because that was an Airbnb experience. Rent the Runway does a similar thing, where yes, they have the dresses, but the reviews of, am I tall, am I short, how does it look, what am I doing? So critical is to enable your community to co-create alongside you in obvious and non-obvious ways. Then we also think it's critically important to spotlight the people in your community. So at Brandless, it's not just about the products, it's about the people. So they send us their good news stories, and we promote them as good news stories. And they promote it, and they promote it, and so on. So how are you celebrating that in your community? Ipsy is one of the largest beauty communities in the US, and we are unlocking your inner beauty. But what's critical is to say, who are the people that are telling their stories? And these are some of our ambassadors who we literally met because they were part of our community, and now we're putting them back into our advertising to scale that. Peloton, an inside bike. So you say, how is that a community? How are we spotlighting people? Well, your engineers have to build that into the product. So at Peloton, the teachers, when they're teaching the classes that are on the screens that you're live doing, even if you're alone in your basement, if this is your 500th ride, they're doing a shout out to you. MV Tina, Mill Valley, which is where I live, they're like, 100th ride, way to go. And they're telling those stories because it's built into it. So everybody matters, everybody wants to feel seen, and you have to really promote that. For example, creating experiences in real life. So at Brandless, we do pop-ups, and we go and we meet our experience. This was a store that we built in New York for a few weeks, and then we sit and we talk to our people. We have interactive dialogues. We go in the aisles. We show the products. And then people put that on Instagram. We didn't create these shots, but they come in and they have these experiences. How are you bringing your 5 senses to life? Sweet Greens, which is like an organic to-go salad bar, they have music festivals. Casper, which is making fantastic, Gentle Monster, you may not have heard of them. They're an Asian eyeglass brand, but you can find their eyeglasses in art galleries that they're building to show that. Casper, a sleep brand, a mattress brand, they have sleep pods when you go into their physical spaces. Vans, which is making sneakers, they're having skateboard festivals around the world. The Assembly, which is a co-working space in San Francisco. In the top floor, there's co-working. In the basement, they have fitness going all the time because it's a women's co-working space and women want to work out as part of their routine. And then at night, they have talks and they bring people in. Brit & Co., a creativity site for creativity on the internet, is doing maker festivals, and people like Tyra Banks and others are coming to give those talks. Story was bought by Macy's. It's like a magazine, but it's in a store. And every month, they change their story. And so people are coming in and they're bringing those experiences to real life. So critically important is to show up, is to experiment with multisensory experiences. Think of it like a lab. So what did we learn in those 6 factors? First, we learned that shared values and intentions are going to strengthen brand loyalty. Then we learned that truth, trust, and transparency leads to authentic and very deep relationships. Scaled and engaged communities, it's going to lower your acquisition costs, remember, and it's going to build that moat around your business. Enable your community to contribute in obvious and non-obvious ways. Everybody matters. Everyone wants to feel seen. Everyone wants to feel like they're part of it. And then show up. Get out there in real life and experiment with multisensory experiences. Because at the end, movements, they are never built alone. And so no matter what you're building, consumer, enterprise, physical, virtual, you've got to do it alongside the people you exist to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. I have to say, I truly believe the power of community. I mean, look at Slush. This would not be possible without the community and people around it. Let's get down to the next speaker. Emails can be a truly curse and a blessing. For most of us, it's the main communication form, especially when it comes down to business. But when you have plus 1,000 unread emails in your inbox, that can be a real pain. Our next speaker wants to change that.
Rahul Vora is the founder and CEO of Superhuman, a startup that intends to revolutionize the way we use email. Rahul dropped out of Cambridge when he realized that he actually wanted to be an entrepreneur. He was the president of Cambridge University Entrepreneurs, and after some networking and finding out what's what in the tech scene, he ended up coding his first version of Rapportive, which was later sold to LinkedIn, another business favorite, so to say. He realized what he wanted to do was to fix email for good. That's when he got the idea of Superhuman.
To discuss with Rahul about the founding of Superhuman and where it's going, we have Harry Stebbing, the founder of 20-Minute VC, which is an extremely popular venture capital podcast.
A warm welcome on stage, Rahul Vora and Harry Stebbings.
Well, Rahul, I've been excited for this for a long time, so thank you so much for joining me today.
Well, thank you for having me again.
Not at all. Our first episode got 1.2 million downloads, so I actually monetized the shit out of that, so thank you so much for that.
Very welcome. Is it the best performing episode?
It is the best performing founder
Fantastic.
episode ever. I want to start today, though, with a little bit about you. So tell me, how did you make your way into the world of startups, and what was that aha moment for you with Superhuman?
Great question. Well, first of all, with Superhuman, for those that don't know, is the fastest email experience of all time. Our customers get through their inbox twice as fast as before, reply to their important emails sooner, and sustainably maintain inbox zero. But to understand how we got there, we actually have to wind the clock back by about 9 years. So in 2010, I started a company called Reportive, which some of us may remember. It was the first Gmail sidebar to scale to millions of users. Basically, on the right-hand side of Gmail, you could see what people look like, where they work, their recent tweets.
Used it.
Thank you for using it. So it was that first Gmail plugin to get to that level of traction. So we scaled really rapidly. In about 2 years, we sold that to LinkedIn. And during those 4 years, I could bizarrely see Gmail getting worse every single year, becoming more cluttered, consuming more memory, using more CPU, making your laptop slow, and still, strangely, not working offline.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, people were installing plugins like our own, Reportive, but also things like Boomerang, Mixmax, Yesware, Clearbit, you name it, they had it. And each of those plugins took those issues of clutter, memory, CPU performance offline and made each one dramatically worse.
Yeah.
So we decided, look, this has to change. We imagined an email experience that's blazingly fast, that where every search happened instantaneously, where every interaction is 100 milliseconds or less, where you never had to touch the mouse, where you could do anything from the keyboard and fly through your inbox, that just worked offline, that had all the native Gmail plugins built in, and yet was still somehow subtle, minimal, and visually gorgeous. And that idea became Superhuman.
I mean, Superhuman's changed the game in terms of how we think about email and definitely how I interact with email. I want to start on something you said before. You said most companies obsess over what customers want and need. We obsess over how they feel. So bluntly, and before we dive into granular tactics, why is game design worth doing?
Well, today our business software feels like work. We have to do our email. We have to enter data into our CRM. We have to submit our expense reports. Sure. What if we could make business software feel less like work and more like play? And with game design, we can. You see, most software companies worry about what users want or what they need, but no one needs a game to exist. There are no requirements.
Yeah.
And when you're making a game, you don't worry about what users want or need, you obsess over how they feel. And when your product is a game, your users don't use it, they play it. They'll fall in love with it, they'll find it fun, they'll tell their friends. And that's why game design is worth doing.
I mean, we see a lot in terms of levels, points, avatars. And so I guess my question is, what's the difference between game design and gamification?
Yeah, game design and gamification are two totally different things. And 10 years ago, gamification was a big deal. Everyone was in the process of adding points, levels, trophies, and badges. But that doesn't work. And to understand why, we actually have to dig into human motivation. So here's a fun story for you. In the 1970s, Stanford researchers recruited 51 children aged between 3 and 4. And all of these kids were previously interested in drawing. Now, some of the kids were told they would get a reward, a certificate with a gold seal and a ribbon, I believe. And the other kids weren't told about a reward, so they didn't even know one existed. Now, all the children were invited into separate rooms and asked to draw for 6 minutes, after which they would either get a reward or not. And over the next few days, they were observed to see how much of their time they would continue drawing by themselves. Now, the children who didn't get a reward, they spent 17% of their time drawing.
Okay.
But the children who did get a reward, they only spent 8% of their time drawing.
Because they felt they deserved the reward and they were doing it for that.
Quite probably. In other words, the reward had halved their motivation.
Got you.
And to understand that, we have to get into the different forms of motivation. Now, researchers differentiate intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. With intrinsic motivation, we do things because we find them inherently satisfying and interesting. But with extrinsic motivation, we do things to earn rewards. And rewards fundamentally undermine intrinsic motivation, and that ultimately is why gamification did not work.
Okay, so kind of digging deeper, another element that you've said, and kind of taking this game design and gamification thinking, you said, all my life I've obsessed over the question, how do you design a game? So if I were to surmise your life, and that's a really unfair question, but with the many years of thinking, where does that lead you in terms of what's the truth on game design?
Yeah, so I mean, this is true. I have actually obsessed about this my entire life. As a kid, I learned how to code just so I could make video games. Before I was a founder, I worked professionally as a game designer. And as a founder, I've now gone deep into the principles of game design. And as it turns out, there is no unifying theory of game design. To create games, we have to draw upon the art and science of things like psychology, mathematics, interaction design, storytelling, as well as many more. Now, in doing so, I have found 5 critical factors, and they are goals, emotions, controls, toys, and flow.
Okay, so I want to unpack those one by one. So if we start on goals, what are the core principles of adding goals to your products? Why is that good?
Well, I think we're all familiar with goals in a business context, and we know how to create good business goals.
Sure.
It turns out that games also need goals. In fact, goals are a defining feature of games. Yeah. And for a game, good goals are concrete, achievable, and rewarding.
Okay, got you. So we have that. How do you push that then, when you think about product mentality, product mindset, product roadmap, how do you push goals as a feature of Superhuman?
Well, let's take the conditions one by one. So first of all, concrete. In Superhuman, we give our users a very clear and concrete goal, which is to get to inbox 0. But you can't stop there. Good goals are also achievable, and this is one of the main reasons why we onboard our users. So for each new user, we do a live concierge onboarding. This is a 30-minute one-to-one video call with one of our wonderful onboarding specialists. We teach faster workflows to get to inbox 0. We teach you powerful shortcuts so you never have to touch the mouse. And if you're very far away from inbox 0, we can help wipe that slate clean so you are within a stone's throw, thus making the goal more achievable. And then, of course, there's the rewarding piece. When you do hit inbox 0, you feel triumph over your email, a previously rare and very rewarding feeling. Now, if we take a step back and we look at most business software, they don't have clear goals. And if there are goals, they are often unachievable or very unrewarding. So if you want to make software like it's a game, then you should make goals that are concrete, achievable, and rewarding.
This is so unfair of me to go off schedule, so I don't mean to, and I don't mean to veer away from the 5, but you've actually created your own category in onboarding with the onboarding that you have, which is fascinating. I hear so many startups pitch me today, and they say, we're Superhuman onboarding 4X. Was that always a deliberate strategy, or was it one where you kind of iterated on it with product involvement?
It was very much an iteration.
Okay.
In the early days, I onboarded the customers myself. I believe I did the first several hundred onboardings.
Yeah, you did me.
I onboarded you. And the reason for doing so was to understand, like truly intimately understand what that first 30 minutes with the product was like.
Yeah.
To record all the bugs, to record all the issues, so we could fix them, so next week's onboardings would run better.
Yeah.
Now, in doing so, we saw we had off-the-charts retention, off-the-charts NPS, off-the-charts virality. In fact, every business metric you could care to measure was just benchmark crazy. And we realized there was something special and unique to our method of onboarding users.
Yeah.
Now, most people from the outside in just assume, well, that can't possibly be scalable. But the truth of it is, it actually is, and we are scaling it.
For sure. No, absolutely. And like, I come out of the office and I tell everyone in the office about how amazing the onboarding was. Kind of speaking of that and that emotion, you said emotion was the second factor. How do you think about integrating emotion and product together?
Well, the best games create strong emotions because strong emotions are the foundation of our memory. And in order to do that, we need to be able to analyze emotions. And in order to do that, we need a vocabulary. Now, there are many models of human emotion, and the most famous is, you may have come across, is Plutchik's wheel.
Sure.
Plutchik identified 8 core emotions. These are emotions like joy and sadness and fear and anger. And it's pretty interesting. So he arranged them on a wheel, and opposite emotions are across from each other. And probably the most interesting thing about this model is you can blend adjacent emotions to create new, more complex feelings. For example, you can blend joy and anticipation, and you come up with optimism. And you can blend joy and trust, and you come up with love. But as game designers, these emotions aren't nuanced enough. We need much more subtle emotions than academia provides us. Yeah. So at Superhuman, we use the model by the Hunto Institute for Entrepreneurial Leadership, and this is the most useful model I've come across. It contains the subtleties and the nuances that we need to worry about.
Got you. Okay. In terms of the third and kind of moving from emotion to control, why is control so crucial in game design?
Well, controls can be the number one reason, actually, why a game succeeds. If we remember the Wii and that original Wiimote, that console sold over 100 million units, and every single controller since for any console has incorporated motion. But we need much more robust controls for our business software if we want it to behave like video games. Imagine you're playing, let's say, Street Fighter or Smash Brothers.
Sure.
It would be incredibly frustrating if you enter a complex series of inputs and then your character flopped around and then died. But that's how business software works today. Let's say, for example, I want to email my co-founder, Conrad. In Gmail and in Superhuman, the shortcut to do that is C, so I hit C, and then I type in Conrad.
Yeah.
In Gmail, if I do this relatively fast, I will unfortunately end up with 2 drafts, one of which is empty, and the other of which is to RAD, R-A-D, because the system has just swallowed C-O-N, the first 3 letters of his name.
Gotcha.
And in case you think I'm picking on Gmail, this is actually true of basically every piece of business software. Pick your favorite one, drive it fast like you might do a video game, and it will drop about half of the inputs.
Sure. Can I ask, is there a balance between kind of excessive control and then too little control where your character dies? Do you have to get that perfect kind of blend of the middle ground?
I don't think there's such a thing as excessive control. The idea behind video game controls is to make them feel seamless, so you can drive them as hard and as fast as you want to, and it never breaks the immersion, so that you are one with your avatar in the game.
Got you. Okay, the next was toys. Now this is a super interesting one, and I was surprised when you said toys was a factor. So help me, how does toys differ from the game itself?
Well, we play with toys, but we play games. A ball is a toy, but baseball and football are games.
Okay.
And as it turns out, the best games are built out of toys because then they are fun on multiple levels. The level of the toy and also the game itself.
Got you. Okay, when you think about toys, how does that integrate into your product thinking with Superhuman then?
Well, in Superhuman, a favorite toy is the time autocompleter. It sounds fancy, but it's just the box that you use to snooze emails. You type in a few characters and you punt an email for later. So for example, 2D will become 2 days, 3H will become 3 hours, 1MO will become 1 month. And the time autocompleter is fun because it indulges playful exploration. What can it do? How does it work? When does it break? And it's not long in onboardings before people try and start breaking it. So they will do things like enter a string of 10s, and it turns out that's October the 10th at 10 p.m. And then they'll be like, well, what happens if it's a string of 2s? And if you did that today, that's February the 2nd, 2020 at 2 p.m. And then they might try and start doing more complex inputs. So in a fortnight and a day, and it turns out that, of course, works. And then they'll find more pleasant surprises, like the fact that they never have to do time zone math ever again. 8 p.m. in Tokyo, no problem. That's 8 a.m. Eastern time. And then most users are delighted to find that if you really want, you can snooze an email until never. I mean, literally, you can hit snooze, type in never, and that email will never come back.
Can I ask, when you look at, I'm sure you've seen the most incredible kind of cohorts of user behavior. Have there been any that have been super surprising where you as a team have really gone, wow, we were not expecting that?
I think very early on, we walked into this with our preconceived notions of how email should work, and that was how we as a team did email. And I think the thing that surprised me the most was how many users successfully are filers, meaning for each incoming email, they will move that email to a folder that they've previously set up.
Yeah.
And going in, I thought, well, this seems like inefficient behavior, but actually some of the most productive people in the world successfully do this.
Yeah. Okay, no, I love that. I wanted to ask that for a long time. Final one is flow. So help me out here. What actually is flow when it comes to product and user experience?
Flow is a very deep topic, so I'll give you the highlight summary. Flow is a state of mind. Flow is the intense and focused concentration on the present. Flow is so absorbing that we don't worry about the past or think about the future. Flow is so demanding that we don't care about what others think about us. Flow is so easy that we always know what to do next. Flow is so powerful that it alters our subjective experience of time. Time can either flash by in an instant or stretch out to infinity. And most importantly, flow is so rewarding that our activities become intrinsically motivating, which, as we know from earlier, is the most powerful and effective form of motivation.
So when you have that at the forefront of your mind in terms of kind of creating product and future product with Superhuman, how do you look to create flow? How does one do that?
Well, first of all, we need to enumerate the conditions for flow. So number one, users must always know what to do next. Number two, they must always know how to do it. Number three, they must be free from distractions because disruptions take away from our attention. Number four, we must receive clear and immediate feedback. And number five, and this is the most important and the hardest to get right, we must feel a balance between high perceived skill and high perceived challenge. If the challenge is too high, we'll feel worried or worse, anxious. And if the challenge is too easy, we'll feel bored or worse, apathetic.
So how do you create that balance of enough challenge where you're ambitious and invigorated to take it on, but then also not too much where you're like, I don't know if I can spell, I can't do this, or it's too much for me. Do you know what I mean? How do you create that balance of ambition and challenge?
It turns out to be incredibly hard, and this is truly more art than
This
science.
is like the hardest question.
This is the hardest question. But I can explain how we do it in Superhuman. So people come into Superhuman with a wide variety of skill levels and a wide variety of challenge levels in their email. And for almost everybody, Superhuman massively increases the skill level. But what if your email wasn't that challenging to begin with, or you were previously already highly skilled at email? If we don't make other balance shifts, you won't be in flow. Either you'll find your email is too easy, or you'll find your email is still too challenging. And so here's what we do. And this is going to sound crazy. We actually increase the challenge level. We give you a new challenge, which is you're not just going to get to inbox 0, you're going to do that without ever touching the mouse. And so if you come in with easy email, or if you come in already highly skilled, we then can put you in that flow state. If we didn't increase the challenge level, you wouldn't be in flow.
Got it. Okay, no, that makes total sense. Now, before we dive into, actually, let's discuss finally the 7 core principles, and then I do have to ask one question that I'm dying to ask. But so 7 core principles of game design. Before the quick fire, let's hit them. What are those 7?
Well, they relate to the 5
Sure.
factors of game design that we just talked about. So for goals, number 1, create goals that are concrete, achievable, and rewarding.
Yeah.
For emotions, number 2, design for nuanced emotions. We have to go beyond things like joy and love and surprise into things like enthusiasm, excitement, hopefulness, pride, triumph, longing, sentimentality, amazement, and awe. 3, for controls, design controls that aren't just rapid, but they're also robust. 4, for toys, create fun toys and then assemble them into games. And flow, it turns out, is so important that it actually gives us 3 principles. Next, users must always know what to do next and how to do it. And then they must be free from distractions and receive clear and immediate feedback. And the final and 7th principle is we must balance high perceived skill with high perceived challenge. And the most counterintuitive consequence of that is sometimes we have to make the goals of our product harder to achieve.
Okay, so when we think about that and the principles we've discussed today, the question that I have is it is quite a different mindset to the way a lot of people think. And so when you think about adding to the team in product, in engineering, in sales, in marketing, whatever the discipline, how do you onboard people and hire people for this product mindset? And what does that onboarding and education look like?
This is an excellent question. So what I would advise any company do, and we do this as well, is you hire against your core values. We have 3 at Superhuman. Number 1, create delight. Number 2, be intentional. And number 3, remarkable quality. And the most relevant to game design is create delight. If you look into the theory of game design, it turns out that delight has a very specific definition. It turns out to be pleasant surprise. And interestingly enough, the opposite to delight, disgust, is unpleasant surprise. You can take the same human response of surprise and either make it pleasant or unpleasant, and it turns into delight or disgust. And so we hire for people who inherently create delight, because without them knowing it, unwittingly, they're actually engaging in game design if they uphold that value.
In terms of like the education, do you have to do an onboarding with them to really instill the values of actual game design within them? Or is that something that kind of just permeates within their kind of starting at Superhuman?
We do, and this is the case, I think, for any founder, for any company that's scaling. You end up spending more and more of your time teaching core values. So for example, I'm going to take the recording of our discussion here and play it for all the staff at our next offsite. And it just becomes part of the education and part of the curriculum that all new staff go through. Another thing that we do is every new employee receives a copy of my favorite book, not to preempt one of your later questions.
Thanks for that one.
But The Art of Game Design by Jesse Schell. And this is it's one of my favorite books of all time. And also, we name every single conference room after a chapter in the book. It's so embedded in our company culture to be serious about game design.
Okay, so we've got the quick fire round. You've just killed one of my questions with the favorite book, The Art of Game Design, tick. What do you know now that you wish you'd known at the beginning? Now, this is 60 seconds per answer. What do you know now that you wish you'd known at the beginning of Superhuman?
Before product market fit, the number one thing a CEO has to do is find product market fit. And to liken it to driving a car, it's like you're in first gear and you're very carefully, very slowly climbing up that hill. After product market fit, it's like you've pulled onto the freeway or the motorway and you're going as fast as you can. You're now in sixth gear and you're dodging and you're weaving and you're overtaking other cars. And the role of the CEO becomes change your job every 6 months and constantly hire the best people in the world for basically every single function in the company.
We've got time, so I'm going to ask this one. What's been the most challenging change in those transitional 6 months for you as CEO?
The most challenging change, it's learning how to hire for roles that you don't inherently know how to do excellently.
Okay.
So personally, I can do product, marketing, and design at a world-class level. But that's less than half of what an organization needs to do.
Sure.
Yet I have to hire executives for everything else. Learning how to do that has been the biggest challenge.
Sorry, how did you do that then?
Well, I'm still learning how to do it. You do things like pull in outside interviewers, like do the role for a few months so at least you understand the basics. Speak to many lookalike candidates. There's a few tactics that can help you at least have a fighting chance of doing this well.
Now, one of my favorite movies is actually Titanic. So I want to ask this question. What can we take away from Titanic and apply to game design? I wasn't expecting this as part of the schedule.
Well, for those that don't know Harry and I, we're talking about the idea of resonant truth, which is one of my favorite ways to analyze video games. So there can be two types of resonance, truth and fantasy. Now, resonant fantasy is when it resonates with our desires and dreams. So, for example, in Superhuman, the resonant fantasy might be the fantasy of having superpowers. Now, who doesn't want that? It seems both liberating and exhilarating all at once. But it turns out there's something even more powerful than fantasy, and that is truth. Why is the movie Titanic so compelling? It's not the performances or the execution or the special effects, great though those are. No, it's because the movie constantly reinforces a resonant truth, which is this: love is more important than life and stronger than death. Now, most of us don't go around saying that all the time. That would be a bit strange. But the reason why the movie is so compelling is because most of us actually, deep down, believe that. Now, for Superhuman, we've done much soul searching. What would our resonant truth be? And it turns out to be, if I work hard enough, I can achieve anything. You would never find that in a user study. And when we encounter deep beliefs that mirror our core beliefs, it shakes us to the center of our very being. And this is the case for Superhuman. This is something that many of our users deeply believe.
Listen, anything that ties back to Titanic, I'm so happy with. So I want to do, what would you most like to change about Silicon Valley today?
I would say there are two things. Number one is our housing policy. And without getting into the local politics of our fine city, the demand for new housing units per year is in the range of 45,000 to 55,000, which for a city of the population 800,000 is quite significant.
Sure.
Yet we build in the region of 15,000 new units per year. Now, I've lived in the city for about a decade, and I've seen the cost of rent and the general cost of living dramatically increase as a result of this disparity. And the second thing, and they're kind of related, is the homogeneity of the city. As a result of this disparity, we have a very tech-centric city, so therefore it's different to, for example, Helsinki or London or New York or a real metropolis. And I'd love to see the city become more diverse in terms of thought and background over time.
So would I, by the way. But I do want to finish, and this is probably the most exciting. What are the next 5 years for you and for Superhuman? Paint that picture for me.
Gosh.
That's a tough question.
Well, for sure, I think that Superhuman will become a multi-product company. For us, email is just the beginning. We want to build anything and everything that can make professionals brilliant at what they do. And then for me, I'm going to have so much challenge ahead in terms of my growth as a CEO. 5 years from now, Superhuman will be a billion-dollar company. And I want to be the kind of CEO who can scale into that journey. I've already described one transition, which is pre-product market fit to post-product market fit, but there are probably 5 similar transitions like that to come every single year in that journey. And I want to be the kind of CEO who can learn, who can scale, and who can adapt to lead the company through that journey.
Listen, I've so enjoyed this. So first, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
But second, and what many people don't know, literally Rahul's flown in for like 4 hours. I got asked who I'd most like to interview. Like, you were top of the list, so honestly, it means a lot to me that you came, and I've so enjoyed this.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
Thanks so much. Cheers, Rahul.
Thank you.
After you, please.
If you want to know what's happening within the current technology scene in Europe, be it about the most prominent new hubs, what kind of companies get the most funding, and how diverse are the companies in certain countries, you have come to the right place. Since 2015, Slush and Atomico, one of Europe's largest VC funds, have teamed up to answer these questions for a report of the European technology ecosystem. Today, it is time to reveal the 2019 version of Europe's most important tech report.
The report is based on thousands of answers from companies across Europe. The report will be presented by Tom Wehmeyer, the partner at Atomico. Tom has been on the stage at Slush talking about the European tech scene for many times before, so it's safe to say that we're in good hands.
The report findings will be followed by a discussion when Tom will be joined on stage by Chris Grew from Oric, Linda Griffin from King, and John Collison from Stripe. But first, welcome on stage Tom Wehmeyer and the State of European Tech Report 2019.
Hello, Helsinki. So back in 2015, Slush and Atomico decided to produce a comprehensive, data-driven report to measure the state of European tech. We're 5 reports in now. We're still going strong, thanks to our data partners and the support of Oric. We made a call to not distribute print copies here at Slush this year. We're mindful of the environment, but we're also mindful of the report's growing weight. The story of what's happening here is so much richer, so much more nuanced than when we started. So just like European tech, we've decided to scale the report too. So today, I'll just be offering up a brief summary of a much larger body of work. But I encourage all of you to visit the site, to play with the data, and most of all, to draw your own conclusions from the insights that we've put together for you. So let's get started. When we kicked off this project, belief in European tech was largely limited to the European tech industry itself. Already back then, insiders could see that Europe had experienced a breakthrough year, and they believed that those achievements would become the platform for even greater success. This matters because belief is just as vital as talent and capital when it comes to building a healthy tech ecosystem. Belief is what helps people with great ideas today become the founders of tomorrow. It's what makes people give up the security of a well-paid corporate job for the unpredictability of startup life. It's what drives the narrative that moves markets and shapes capital allocation and investment. So fast forward to today, and the data is clear. The rest of the outside world now shares our homegrown belief in European tech. The message has finally landed. In 2015, $10 billion of investment into the region's tech startups felt like a huge milestone. This year, we're projecting $35 billion. In that first report, we pointed to a lack of late-stage funding. And in 2019 alone, 40 different European tech startups have raised rounds of $100 million or more. Back then, there were just 22 venture-backed tech companies with billion-dollar valuations or higher. Today, there are 99. There's no doubt we're producing some of the fastest-growing companies on the planet right now. And the returns from investing in Europe stand up for themselves too. So let's talk a little bit about what all that means. Well, for starters, top-tier US VCs have woken up to what is happening here too. The amount of time they're spending on the ground is clearly on the rise. And so is their investment activity. 19% of all rounds in Europe this year involved participation from a US investor. That's more than doubled since our first report. It's often said, and it's a bit of a cliche, that the arrival of new players is validation of a market opportunity. While that's true, it also fundamentally changes the nature of competition. And in this case, its impact is felt in fundraising timelines, in valuations, and in terms. We're not only seeing that rounds move faster, but valuations are moving higher too. More European success stories are also starting to unlock mainstream institutional capital, which has been on the outside for far too long. Last year, I stood here on this stage and I called out European pension funds. I said that they could help to bring the future forward in Europe by rebalancing their allocations away from legacy industries and towards game-changing technology instead. Well, this year, we've finally seen some progress. Pension funds have committed $1 billion to European venture, and in doing so, helped to push fundraising to new records again this year. It's great that their commitments are up nearly threefold. But I think what's really exciting is how much room for growth is left. Let's not forget that those same European pension funds sit on assets of over $4 trillion. So there's so much to be positive about. But now is not the time for complacency. We cannot afford to lose focus. The world may now believe in European tech, but it's up to us to decide our future. One thing we shouldn't be tempted to do is to fixate on the US or China. We must continue to chart our own course, building upon Europe's unique strengths and values. So I want to pick out 3 areas where we can differentiate ourselves to help shape our own destiny. Policymakers can have a big role to play in the future of European tech. But our survey shows there's still a disconnect between them and the industry. While European tech founders and investors have never been more optimistic about the future, policymakers were the most skeptical of all the respondent groups. It's almost as if the two worlds are talking past each other. As we've shown in our reports, tech here has exploded over the past 5 years. But despite this, those setting the policy agenda have focused more on big tech in the US than on championing existing European tech success stories. When we asked founders what support they want, they told us it's the simple things, to remove the day-to-day barriers to scaling that hold them back from going even bigger and even faster. Things like hiring and incentivizing the best talent, or enabling easier and simpler operations across what is still a fragmented European market. But again, in Brussels, there's been more focus on the taxation of tech giants than on changes to stock option taxation. Are we in danger of taking our eyes off the real prize? We have to keep building organically, from the bottom up. We have to support the European tech innovation that is already flourishing so successfully. But I think it has to be a two-way conversation. If we ask Brussels to open the door, we have to be willing to walk through it. 2020 marks a new decade, and it marks a new term for the European Commission. So we have a window of opportunity for closer engagement. It's a chance to inform and shape the future together, and to plot a course that creates the optimal conditions for further European tech success. Last year's report highlighted that the entire European tech industry needed a wake-up call when it came to diversity and inclusion. Sadly, there's been no progress on the headline figures. This year, just 8% of funding went to founding teams that are women or of mixed gender. Last year's numbers were shocking. This year's numbers are no different. There are, however, some early signs that things may start to change. This year's survey shows that awareness is increasing. People are feeling better informed and more empowered to take positive action, to do things like hire more diverse talent, or simply to make diversity a priority in their company. Some investors are also starting to make changes to how they source new opportunities. But we also found that the onus is falling on women and people from underrepresented backgrounds to lead this charge themselves. Our survey showed, for instance, that women VCs are disproportionately more likely to be the ones that attend events with participation from more diverse founders, to focus on sectors where there's greater diversity, to run open office hours or organize dedicated events to reach into more diverse founder groups. These approaches, which can be effective, have to be shared more equally if we're to accelerate change. One way to help push things forward faster is to be genuine allies to the more than 100 initiatives that are striving for diversity in European tech. Like Inclusive here in Finland, set up by the former Slusher Katja Turupainen. What she's been doing is hugely inspirational. Since launching just earlier this year, Inclusive has already made an impact and has put the topic of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the Finnish workplace on the national agenda. So I'm having to repeat what I said last year. Diversity and inclusion needs to be a European priority, not just for some, but for all. We won't realize our full potential if we continue to let talent and value evaporate away from our industry because of inertia on this issue. Last month, while setting out her vision for a digital Europe, the Commissioner Margaret Vestager remarked that China has all the data, the US has all the money, but in Europe we have purpose. And there's some truth in that. Many of today's European founders aren't just aiming for commercial success. They're trying to solve some of the world's largest problems at the same time. And it makes business sense too. Consumers and tech talent alike are demanding that companies think about more than just the bottom line. Purpose is a core part of the mission of a growing number of European tech companies. We identified over 500 that are tackling at least one of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals head-on. Like Sulapak from here in Finland, who are on a mission to reduce pollution with a sustainable and fully biodegradable alternative to plastic. Or InFarm, who are creating new, environmentally friendly ways of farming, using 95% less water and 75% fewer pesticides than industrial farming. And there's Northvolt, who raised $1 billion earlier this year to produce the world's greenest battery with a significantly lower carbon footprint than traditional methods. And investors have got on board too. They've supported purpose-driven European tech companies like these and many others with over $4 billion in 2019. In just 5 years, this figure has grown 6x. This is so exciting. The world's biggest challenges are also some of the biggest market opportunities. Purpose and profit aren't mutually exclusive. They're mutually reinforcing. So the last 5 years have proven that not only can we do tech, we can do it in our own European way. We've learned many of the lessons from what has helped to make Silicon Valley the preeminent place globally to build a tech company. But we've not blindly copied it. We're strengthened by our differences, not limited by them. European tech is richer for our unique blend of cultures and values. And by doing it our way, we've transformed belief that Europe has a role to play on the global technology stage. The report shows beyond doubt that everybody wants a piece of the action here now. It's now in our hands to create our own vision for the future of technology in Europe. Let's continue to create enormous value, but also benefit from diversity and purpose at the same time. Thank you. So let's take a look at who's going to join me on stage now.
Good job.
Okay. Welcome to Helsinki. Welcome back on stage,
Yeah,
Sean.
you'll never be rid of me, yeah.
It's pretty impressive up here, right?
Fantastic.
Okay, well, everyone's probably sick of hearing me talk, so why don't you all quickly introduce yourselves, and then we'll get straight into it. So, John, I'll start with you.
John Carlson, co-founder of Stripe, and maybe relevantly to this, grew up in Ireland, moved to the United States in 2009, but now spend a lot of time back here in the European technology world, especially as part of Stripe.
Linda Griffin. I run global public policy for King, the mobile games developer. I'm also co-founder of something called the European Tech Alliance, which is how we get growing and scaling European companies more involved in policy making here in Europe. Also from Ireland, down the road from John, in fact, and moved to China when I left university.
Hi, I'm Chris Grew. I'm a partner at Oric, lawyer advising technology companies both sides of the Atlantic. I'm originally from New York City, but live in London.
Great, thank you. Well, who'd have thought two people from Limerick on the same stage together? Amazing, I love that. Okay, so Chris, I'm going to come to you first.
Okay.
So the way that we kind of framed 2019 was almost the year that the rest of the world finally woke up to what's happening here in a really big way. And so you're an American that's been here in Europe for a long time.
27 years.
27 years, okay, there we go. So you're a legitimate pioneer when it comes to believing in European tech, long before it was, more fashionable. So obviously that gives you quite the perspective.
Well, I think the interesting thing is, having lived through a few of the waves, we're on a nice wave right now, but the momentum is phenomenal right now. I mean, in the report that you just presented, the increase in funding of European technology companies, increasing from 25 billion to 34 billion in 1 year, that's phenomenal. I mean, just the amount of money being invested and the support for European technology companies is unprecedented. And that's a good thing.
So I'm going to come to you, Linda, because I think people always say, okay, well, what are the 2 or 3 things that really matter? Like, what have been the factors that have driven this increase in investment that we've seen? And I think one of the things that's hard to describe, and maybe you can bring it to life for us a little bit, is the change in which the community has grown. I think you're also someone that has quite a long-term view in terms of being part of the tech ecosystem here. How's it changed for you as someone, in a policy role in terms of the peers that you have across Europe, and do you see that those networks have become more organized? It would be great to get a sense from you. What's the real impact on someone who's kind of working day to day in the tech industry?
Yeah, I think the signs are good. So I joined King, which is a business that started and scaled here in Europe and has reached global success. I joined about 5 years ago, and I came from Facebook. I worked for a Silicon Valley company based out of here in Europe itself. And I thought the transition from working for a non-European to European company would make my job a lot easier in terms of talking to politicians and helping them kind of understand what we need from them. And this is a reflection not just on them, but also our community, but no one really cared. There were a handful of European tech companies who were present in Brussels and other major capitals talking about issues about incoming regulation and things like GDPR, but not that many, because obviously most businesses see it as something you do at a much later stage when you have capacity and things like headcount. That was one of the reasons that a group of us came together to start the European Tech Alliance, because we thought, there's a lot of really interesting businesses here in Europe that maybe don't have the resource, the policy resource, that maybe don't have the knowledge, but we have some interest. So it's really just a club of companies trying to get together to form our own type of tech hub and community, and it's much stronger now. We have some great companies part of this alliance from all over Europe.
So, John, I guess you did the reverse, if you like. It's well over a decade ago now that you moved over to the US. I think you were still in your teens, famously, and so since then built Stripe into what is not just one of the most valuable, but one of the most respected companies. I think it's fair to say in tech, full stop. We were just talking backstage, and you're as fed up as I am about some of the questions that you get asked about. Well, why can't Europe do tech? So let's hear it from you. When you kind of look back with the perspective, now that you're spending more time here on the ground and you think back to what things were like when you left, what are the things that you think have kind of changed most significantly?
Yeah, so it's interesting for me where I moved to the US in 2009, but now come back a lot, and so I get these sort of stroboscopic flashes of watching the change take place. And I mean, certainly the case is, it is just night and day. And that's obviously borne out in all the, in any data you look at, in just the number of late-stage technology companies that have proven you can really get to scale here in the, in the funding numbers. But I actually think, funding numbers are one thing that you can look at, and it's very measurable, so it's a nice way to put a number on it. I think one thing that's maybe harder to put a number on is the fact that the technology industry really works as an industry. And what I mean by that is a lot of knowledge actually moves from company to company. And don't tell the companies that, but with Stripe, we've benefited from the fact that Stripe is 2,000 people. We're not hiring people who have to learn everything that they know from kind of day zero. We're hiring people who have experience in software engineering. Maybe they worked at a Google or a Facebook, and they bring that over to Stripe. And so one thing that's really changed for me in Europe over the past 10 years is there's now this commons. Leave aside the individual companies that are things that have been created. We have created a very experienced group of software engineers, of technologists, of people on the policy side, people, pick whatever role you want, such that now, if you're building a new technology company in Europe in 2019, you can draw on that experience. And so all that stuff's come along in leaps and bounds. I think you're exactly right, the thing we were joking about where you framed it as, 2019 is the year the rest of the world caught up to this notion. My question is, has all of Europe caught up to this reality? Because you still get this question of are there any, interesting European tech companies? What? Have you been asleep? It's really striking, the questions that you still get.
I can tell you right now that no is the simple answer, but we're trying to do our bit to slowly but surely convert people in that way, and it seems to be working, which is great. I'm going to follow up with you because there's an amazing set of things that have changed, and you all talked about some of those things. But let's go to this question. So, were you to start Stripe today again, what are the things that you'd need to see to convince you that Europe would be a great place, whether it's in Limerick or whether it's somewhere else, that you could build Stripe and make a decent crack at doing what you've done in the last 10 years?
Yeah, I think it's very evidently the case today that, there's maybe a question whether back in 2009 you could have started Stripe in other places. I think you can actually argue that question both ways. I think it's very evidently the case today that you could start something like a Stripe in 2019. Not in every city in Europe, I don't think, but there are certainly a plethora of cities to choose from. And
there's clusters. There's clusters where the technology companies can thrive now in Europe, which didn't happen in 2009.
Exactly. I think it's a lot of the major cities that you would think. And in particular, what you need, and what I would be looking for if I was starting a company in 2019, is one, for Stripe, because we're B2B, this is not the case for consumer companies or if you're doing games or something like that, but when you're selling to businesses, is there an initial group of target customers that you can then sell to? And so, we would be looking for, so that was very helpful for us starting in San Francisco. There were people, there were companies that we could sell to. There, I think you now have a critical mass in a number of European cities such that you can start a B2B company. And we've been really delighted by the emergence of much more European SaaS. Like we have, Typeform is a Stripe customer in Spain, but they're not selling to the Spanish market. People all over the world use Typeform. So one, you're looking for those customers, and two, you're looking for again talent you can hire where you might have the good problem. Your product starts working. Rahul talked about the pre and post product market fit. Sometimes you have this real problem when you start a company. It's like, oh God, it's working. And now we're going to need to hire first 10, and then 50, and then 100, then 500 people. And are you set up in the location where you're at to do that? And Marcus from Bolt talked about how they've now been able to do that in Tallinn, which is like a relatively small city in the scheme of things. And so those are the two factors that you need. And I think that model has been proven out again and again with all the European unicorns.
I think that's right. And there was an interesting point you made there around the growth of enterprise SaaS here in Europe, and I think that's been one of the big changes over the last 5 years is we built a reputation in consumer, we're now showing we can do it in enterprise and we can do it in deep tech and frontier as well. So we're trying to cover a lot of ground in this panel, so I'm going to have to jump, and it's probably going to be a little bit jarring, but one of the points that I made in my presentation was we've seen US VCs come to Europe, not just for holidays, but to come and get busy and to come and deploy some capital. Yeah. And it feels like, again, it's been the talk of town in 2019. So, Chris, you have a great perspective because you sit on both sides of the table, the fence, whichever way you want to put it. What have you observed, and what's the impact? Like, how does it change the dynamic of the way that rounds get done?
So let me put a few things in perspective. My team in London, we closed 190 venture financings in last year alone. So we see quite a few term sheets, more than double that probably. And worldwide, it was, I think my firm did a little over 400 venture capital financings closed, mostly on the company side, but a few for investors, nice guys like Atomica. But I think how we've seen that evolve over the course of time is back in 2000 .com era. Unfortunately, I'm old enough to have lived through that, and a major probably contributor to the bust of that. But I think the U.S. VCs came over to Europe, and they forced every company that they wanted to invest in to reincorporate into Delaware and effectively move to the States and build the company over there. Now, there has been a slow change. It's taken a while, but I think in the report you highlighted that 20% of the deals closed last year featured either a U.S. or an Asian investor, and that's phenomenal. But I think what that means also is that there's a lot of opportunity for European technology companies to get that a U.S. investor on board, because the U.S. investor does have a slightly different philosophical approach to a European investor. And no disrespect to the European VCs in the room, but most U.S. VCs, and John, I think you might have experienced this, The US VCs have a much different philosophical approach to investing. They will invest in, say, 10 companies, and they will acknowledge that they will write off their investment in about 5, and they'll make their money back in maybe 1 or 2, and then they'll swing for the fences for the others. That's their approach. They're all for the home run, whereas the European VC, they want to make sure that they get their money back. They're on a drip feed.
Is that still the case with European VC?
It is still the case.
Because I think that's the traditional European VC. But my sense...
There are some exceptions. There are some exceptions, but that myth is still true. Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah. I mean, I certainly would say that we've seen the emergence of a new generation of funds who I think do apply the value mindset. It is swinging for the fences, and it is a healthy appetite for risk as well. So
exactly.
I think one of the other things that we've observed is that, maybe people were a bit sleepy here, and now things move fast. There's a different pace in the valley, that's for sure, in terms of the way that term sheets get laid down. And John, obviously you've been in a nice position where I guess you probably had the opportunity to pick your investors. And so to the founders in the room, it would be interesting to hear, as we see this increased competitive dynamic, are there ways that you think that founders should play that, to optimize for the right outcome for them?
As in, how should founders think about pitching and the opportunity of the...
if you're in the fortunate situation where you have lots of people that would like to take part in your journey, what are the types of things that founders should be thinking of in terms of building the right composition of round for them?
I think it's actually relatively simple, where the investment terms tend to be easy to compare, and at least my sense, but look, I haven't been as close to this as you all, but my sense is that there's been a nice move towards both more risk-seeking in the VC world, where people are willing to take kind of big bets, and just kind of cleaner terms, where you don't have this, very termy term sheet, with all these clauses and appendages, various things like that. But it's just, these are the terms on which we're willing to offer you money. And so, if you're in that fortunate situation of choosing between multiple investors, I think it's actually pretty clear what you should be optimizing for, which is VCs will not help you really find product market fit. That's not what they tend to be good at. And the founders of the company and the people working on the company will be closest to the product development. What VCs can help you with is when you get to that moment of, again, you have that problem now. It's a good problem, but it's a problem nonetheless of, oh dear, it's starting to work. And again, as you're scaling up from 10 to 50 to 100 to 200 people, you'll need to hire some people where hopefully they can have a network of helping you poach the best. It's going to be a game of poaching really talented executives from other companies. It's going to be helping you, close individual employees. Hopefully they have some instinct from seeing other companies scale up. Here's the things they did well that we should repeat. Here's the mistakes that we should definitely not repeat. And so in a way, you get to import some artificial experience where you were not at those companies, but you get to learn some of the lessons so you can kind of build better and faster and kind of artificially import those lessons. That's what I'd be looking at. That's actually honestly the only thing, terms aside, I'll be looking at as I selected a VC.
That makes sense. Right, get ready. We're gonna leap again, and cue groans maybe, but we're gonna go to policy. And I'd be willing to bet that it's not necessarily a topic that a lot of people are thinking about in the room. So, Linda, this one's for you. Why should founders care about policy?
That's the question, I think, of 2019. So just to scale back, what's regulation and what's policy? Regulation is basically your market rules. They're the rules that govern your operating environment no matter where you are. Policy is how you get there, right? And it's all about people. There are policymakers in Brussels with little twinkles in their eyes right now, dreaming up the next set of rules that you guys will have to work under. And I think that's important because we're at an inflection point here in Europe. And I think this is why we're also seeing the impact of more VCs coming in, more investment in Europe, because the rules of the digital world are actually being decided here, for better or worse. And I say that as a very neutral statement. In the last European Commission, which is the last 5 years, there are over 30 new proposals on new digital rules. That's a lot. Now, in the next Commission, we're going to see more. But who is inputting into these kind of new policies, right? Regulation before, I think a lot of people see it as a tick box exercise, right? We give it to the lawyers. It's quite boring. It's a lot of bureaucracy. But actually, we're all going to be using AI. Well, a lot of us are. We're all going to be looking for more open data sets. There's all these things that are going to be regulated more and more. And right now, it is just the very big tech companies that have the resource and capacity to get involved in those discussions. Now, it's starting to change, and in the last 5 years, I've really seen a positive change. But it is, and it's not just about leaving it to others. So I really think now is the time for people to be getting involved. There's three main reasons why. First of all, well, the fourth reason. First of all, yes, regulation can be a cost, right? It can be, especially if you don't get involved in the formation of it or help policymakers who are people who don't know everything understand what you need and what you don't need. But it's also an opportunity. It can open up new markets, which we've seen in things like fintech. It can reduce fragmentation, like hiring rules and laws across Europe. And also government, both local and national and supranational, is a big customer, right? You think of all the public policy contracts, public procurement. Government is a big customer potentially and also a big funder. There's a lot of innovation money that the European Union has to spend on startups.
So, Chris, you're not just a lawyer, but you're effectively an advisor to the founders that you work with. And as Linda alluded to, as tech kind of sweeps across the economy and sweeps through sectors, it's creating this whole set of new legal and regulatory issues. Do you...
Not issues, opportunities.
This was going to be my question. Is it a challenge or is it an opportunity? Is it something else entirely? How do you see it?
Oh, it's a tremendous opportunity. I mean, Linda probably knows it better than anybody else, but I think the number of startups and companies in Europe that are taking advantage of the regulatory framework in Europe and being able to address that and exploit those opportunities, it far exceeds anything in the United States because not just the fragmented nature in Europe, but the European regulators are much more advanced and have created, like the FCA in the UK on fintech side, they've got their sandbox and all of that sort of stuff. So the regulators in Europe are significantly further advanced than in the US in these issues.
So, John, Stripe has scaled across Europe now. I think I don't know how many markets now, but you've gone through the region. How have you found it? Has it been a help or a hindrance from a policy perspective here in Europe?
So yeah, we're now in around 20 European markets, and the really interesting thing in our world is kind of like you say, the US is very standardized. Europe is traditionally much more heterogeneous in terms of behavior. And, payments is very cultural, how people like to pay online, what their preferred payment method is, or things like this. We have been, it's kind of like I said, when Marcus and I were chatting earlier, we've been pleased by the fairly active rate of standard setting that's been going on in Europe, in that I think all our aim should be, there is this global economy, we should be aiming for more global interconnectedness, and certainly more interconnectedness across Europe. That is still a work in progress. 23% of European e-commerce is cross-border. I think that should be at a much higher level. And so I think lots of different players have to come to the table for that to happen. Stripe can help by standardizing the payment layer and making it easy to kind of accept payments across Europe. Policymakers can help by VAT harmonization, or some of these payment networks like SEPA, open banking, things like that. I think there's plenty more startups to be built in the space of, as people operate as European or global companies rather than kind of domestic companies, how can you help with that standardization layer? I think there's probably still more startups to be built there, but I think it'll be this collaborative effort to say, okay, we want more cross-border commerce, more globalization to be happening. What are the bits of infrastructure? What are the policy issues at play there to make that happen?
So takeaway, very much an opportunity. I think we look forward now to the next 5 years of the Commission, and let's see if that engagement that we've kind of called for can happen on an even greater level. So in our last few minutes, I want to talk a little bit about purpose-driven tech. And I think mission-driven founders and companies have always had a correlation with increased probability of success, not least because of the clarity of vision and focus that it gives you and the ability to attract and retain the best talent. And one of the things that we've observed here in Europe is kind of that going on to another level where it's not just about solving the day-to-day challenges of businesses and consumers, but increasingly seeing founders wanting to take on these global societal or environmental issues and have commercial success on the one hand, but ultimately build businesses that can have a real positive impact on the world too. So I'm going to come to you, Chris. One of the questions we asked in our survey was, do we think that founders can have a greater impact than governments in some of these issues, whether it's health, food sustainability, climate? What's your view?
So I think one of the trends that we're certainly seeing is towards impact investments, and not only from a philanthropical perspective, but a lot of investors are focusing more on ESG type things, and there are some investors, including Atomico, that include a very specific provision in the term sheet that requires a company to have an ESG policy put in place, and various other policies where, yes, the company is obliged as part of the investment to do some good. And that's certainly not a bad thing. But people are aware, and this is not just a millennial thing. I think it's throughout the industry that yes, there are some opportunities that startups and other technology companies can grasp, and that's a good trend.
So I know Stripe considers itself very much to be a mission-driven organization. It would be great to hear, for the founders in the room, how has having that mission contributed to your success to now?
I think it's been really important as a part of our success. And I think it's both important to have a purpose that you really care about. And by the way, I think it's okay to spend a while really aligning and coalescing on purpose. In that, I think maybe one of the myths that companies deliberately propagate is that on day one, someone sat down and said, in Stripe's case, we are going to grow the GDP of the internet. How should we go about that? Of course that's not how it happens, because it takes a while for you to find what you're passionate about. It takes a while for you to find what is the match of product market fit and where you can steer it to really have an impact in the world. And so in the case of Stripe, it was only a few years in that we realized, wow, there's something really big here, where there's this enormous opportunity. We think we can help push the world to be more global, help encourage more companies to be created with the infrastructure that Stripe is building. But then I think what being purpose-driven means is going beyond your initial one product to say, okay, if we're really building a company around this purpose, we're going to pursue a lot of different paths to that. And so once we had aligned on the purpose of growing the internet economy, then we're willing to actually do things that might look a bit off the wall to achieve that purpose. And so a lot of people were surprised when Stripe started publishing books, and they're like, wait, what? But actually, when you think about one of the ways we can grow the internet economy is by the product that Stripe builds, making it easy to move money around online. Another way that we can advance that purpose is by disseminating knowledge more easily, and maybe getting people who would not have been excited to work in the technology industry, pulling them in, and so you make the technology industry work better. And so I think you end up, if you're really purpose-driven, you end up doing things that look kind of weird.
So in our last few seconds before we get unceremoniously booted off stage, I want to, very quickly for each of you, what's one thing when you think about what's next for European tech that either founders or investors or policymakers should really be thinking about to make sure that we have another 5 years that have been as strong as the last 5 years? Super quick.
I'm going to follow on from that. It's not just about growth and jobs, it's about prosperity. How do we make sure that what we're all building here actually translates into more benefits for more people everywhere?
I'm not going to be Chicken Little, but I think in 5 years, myself having gone through a few of the cycles, I think people need to be cautious. Yeah.
Carbon is becoming a bigger issue, and climate. Given how much further Europe is in thinking about this issue than anywhere else in the world, I'd like to see, from a tech and startup perspective, us to be the leaders in this industry, which will be a way bigger industry in 5 and 10 years than it is today.
Wonderful. Well, I hope everyone can thank Linda, John, and Chris for joining us on stage. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. It's been great to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we are all a lot wiser on what is happening in the current state of European tech. So thank you for the report, thank you for the discussion. I guess it is safe to say that everybody here wants to know what it takes to become a successful entrepreneur. Is it studying the right subjects at school, meeting the right people, or just being in the right place in the right time?
Well, I mean, I think if there'd be a bulletproof solution for that, I think we'd all be super successful CEOs by now, right?
True, some are.
That's true. However, this is not the case, but it doesn't mean that we can learn from the best and the ones that made it. Next on the stage, we have Sujay Tile, co-founder and CEO of the Frontier Car Group, a company that's changing the business of selling and buying used cars in emerging markets. Sujay has been a genius from early on. He started working at a chemical engineering lab at the age of 11 and was accepted to Harvard at the age of 15. He left Harvard when he got a Thiel scholarship. Since then, he's also been a partner at Kingsway Capital and a founding member of talent marketplace called Hired.com.
Sujay will take the stage to share some of the key elements that made him the successful entrepreneur he is today. Discussing Sujay's story that we can all learn from is Larry Madovo, business editor at BBC Africa and a global contributing columnist for The Washington Post. Now, welcome on stage Sujay Tile and Larry Madovo.
Hi, Sujay, how are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Very well. Hey, everybody, how are you doing? 2 people responded. Not good. Let's try that one more time. Slush, how are you doing? Thank you. Everybody I paid. Well spent. So I'm so excited to speak to you, Sujay, because you're fascinating. Did you get into Harvard at 15?
I was lucky enough that I did, yes.
Are you like a real-life Sheldon Cooper?
I hope I have a slightly less awkward personality, but yes.
No, you're fantastic. So you are the CEO and co-founder of Frontier Car Group. You have now raised $580 million in total. Just a week ago, you announced $400 million more raised. That's part of the 580 from OLX. Tell us what this is going to do.
Right, so thanks very much, Larry. Yeah, so Frontier Car Group, I mean, we're an emerging market used car platform. So we are the largest trader of used cars across LATAM, Africa, and Asia. And we partnered with Naspers/OLX. OLX is the largest classifieds company in the world, which is under Naspers, which is one of the largest owners of Tencent, for people that don't know. And we raised about $100 million from them last year and another $400 million this year. And we're partnering with them deeply to basically offer the best experience around used car trading in emerging markets around the world.
You're saying this very casually, so I want to unpack that about raising 100 million and raising 400 million. You're saying it super casually, like it's 10,000. So we'll get to that in just a moment. Why emerging markets? Why did you pick emerging markets as places where you want to sell used cars?
Yeah, so let's take a few steps back from this. I grew up in the U.S. I grew up as a kid of an immigrant, or 2 immigrants, excuse me, and every time we would go back to India, we would see an incredible amount of opportunity. And as I grew up and I went to school and I was working on Hired.com, I would continue to travel to emerging markets.
Right.
And I got fascinated and I fell in love with kind of the quote-unquote tier 2 emerging markets. Not Brazil, Russia, India, China, which everyone talks about.
Yeah.
There's billions of venture capital raised every year. But really more the Mexicos, the Nigerias, the Indonesias, the Argentinas, where you have massive populations, but almost zero venture capital.
Right.
Now it's growing. You have a low amount of computer engineering talent. And if you can bring the right opportunities, the right venture capital, and the right tech to these countries, you can solve fundamental problems. And you can do it in a pretty non-competitive environment. And so the idea for emerging markets was never around automotive. I mean, I've owned 1 car in my life, and I've owned it for 2 years. And it was a crappy Honda Civic from back in the day, but this idea came around emerging markets and how can you bring real capital and real potential to emerging markets.
Is that why you're based in the emerging market of Germany?
So we're Berlin-based, and we have about 100 engineers and designers based in Berlin, and we have about 2,000 employees around the world now, based around 10 countries from LATAM, Africa, and Asia.
Right.
Berlin for us was very much a absolutely core central geography. We wanted to be in a place where it was easy to get around, especially as we traveled to all these places frequently, which ruled out the US, ruled out Asia.
Right.
It was cheap enough compared to London, and you have an incredible amount of engineering talent. So, Berlin kind of fell into our laps, and we love it.
Let's go back to raising capital, because that's something you started with. When you had this idea and you're trying to raise money, what was the reaction you were getting from American VCs?
I think it's interesting because this is one of the fundamental differences I've seen between American and European VCs, or at least I saw it 3.5 years ago, and it's getting better.
Right.
But I think it's not quite on the level of European VCs yet, which is that I think that European VCs in tech are much more global and much more progressive in their appetite compared to American VCs. What I saw consistently is that when I was pitching an idea for quote-unquote weird countries, Mexico, Africa, Pakistan, Mexico, Nigeria, Pakistan, excuse me.
Africa's not a country.
Sorry. We kept going to American VCs, a lot of them were really investing within their own borders, which is fine. There's an incredible amount of opportunity.
Places they were familiar with.
Yeah, but it's a massive market. But with European VCs, we were lucky enough, our Series A lead and B co-lead and one of our best partners, Balderton, based in London, they saw this and they were willing to take this risk, come to Nigeria, see our operations, come to Mexico, see our operations, and make a leap of faith saying, listen, the world is increasingly becoming global. And in places where the middle income is rising and people have opportunities for the first time, many of them, and they want to invest in those places. So we were honestly very lucky to be a Berlin-based company and have the ability to raise from these European VCs who would think more globally than American VCs.
So right now you're in 10 countries, and they're all over the map: Turkey, Mexico, Chile, Nigeria,
right.
Indonesia. Where else?
So we're in 5 countries in the Americas, Mexico, Argentina, Colombia, Chile. We just launched in the US to supply cars to Latin America and West Africa. We're in Nigeria, we're in Pakistan, India, and Indonesia in Asia.
And you just announced you're going to 2 new places.
We announced we're going to 1 new place. We're going to Poland. And again, with our partnership with Naspers as part of the $400 million, we're going to be launching in Poland, which is one of the largest markets that OLX operates in.
Was it easier for you to raise money because you're a Harvard-educated, American-raised guy, as opposed to somebody I've met, since I've been here at Slush, I've met somebody from Kenya, somebody from Iceland, and they're both wondering, where do I get the money?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think VCs really care about Harvard. I mean, it was. I don't know if I ever said it. I don't think it was part of my core pitch.
Right.
I think that the idea of being American, being based in Europe, and having access to the VCs was definitely an unfair advantage.
Right.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the biggest reasons why companies in Nigeria or companies in Mexico or companies in Chile struggle to raise capital is because you can count the number of VCs in these places like on your hands. And so to raise the capital that's needed to build a business like a used car business, which requires tens or hundreds of millions of dollars, it's nearly impossible. And so we were lucky enough to be based in Berlin and have kind of the few things that VCs could grasp their hands around, Delaware C Corp, based in Europe, but still have that emerging market footprint.
Right.
That made it marginally easier compared to a company that was homegrown from a place like Nigeria.
You've become a pro at this by now. What's in your pitch deck that people around here should know? Because you're just rolling in the dough, and not everyone who's got a brilliant idea gets that matching with the right investors and the right places to go.
I don't think it's anything we're doing special, honestly. I don't even think we made a pitch deck for our first few rounds. I think it was very much for us, it was very much there's a massive amount of opportunity. How do you paint that picture?
Right.
And painting that picture, it's not rocket science because there is the massive amount of opportunity, and so we just show the data. And we are lucky enough that there are amazing business models around used cars around the world that we can point to, see success, and say, listen, if you can apply similar things here, it's a natural synergy. I think that was number one. Number two was that I had the first few investors that we raised from were relationships of mine from 8 to 10 years. We started FCG, I was 23 years old, so I was really young, and I had met Daniel Waterhouse, who was our partner, is a board member of FCG from Balderton, when I was 16 years old or 17 years old. And so, and he's been a mentor of mine since. And so, I think that was an unfair advantage as well.
All right. What's your approach when you go into these new markets? Argentina is very different from Turkey. It's completely different from Pakistan.
Right.
There's languages, there's all sorts of local nuances.
Sure.
How do you approach this?
I mean, we have probably the most phenomenal leadership in each of our countries that I could have asked for. And all kind of the credit and kudos goes to them of what we've achieved. I think this model of bringing international entrepreneurs and trying to build companies in countries that they're not familiar with does not work. And we're fundamentally against that proposition. Every time we have entered a country, we do extremely deep analysis into whether we want to do that. And the entrepreneur who runs that, our local CEO, is one of the top entrepreneurs of that country. Born there, raised there, knows the country inside and out. And that is key to our success, because at the end of the day, they're hiring their team, they are trading the cars in the market. We have almost 500 stores around the world, physical stores about the size of a gas station. I don't know about opening a store in Guadalajara, Mexico.
Right.
But our CEO there, who's been in the automotive industry for 20 years in Mexico as one of the leaders of the automotive industry, knows that's inside and out. So I think it's all about team, it's all about leadership in these markets.
What's burning the most amount of your cash?
What's burning? I mean, we're profitable in many countries, and so I think hopefully that's good. But
what's your biggest expense in the business?
Our biggest expense in the business would probably be building a brand and marketing. I mean, for us in emerging markets, one of the things you'll never get truly past is the fact that there's low trust and transparency. I mean, especially we're in used cars, right? Which is traditionally the sleaziest industry in the world. So, people's initial thought of a used car company is extremely low trust.
Right.
So the first thing,
this is for good reason. There's lots of shady things used car salesmen have done.
Oh yeah, and lots of shady things.
It's well earned.
Yeah, lots of shady things that our customers try to do with us. But part of what I think we're good at and the value prop we offer is bringing trust and transparency to a historically opaque industry. And so we spend a lot of time, money, effort building a brand by hiring thought leaders, ambassadors, building a physical footprint, doing traditional things like commercials, radio, etc., to make sure people know that, listen, this is a brand that's reputed, has a physical footprint, is not going to screw you, and I think we've done a good job at that.
In many cases, you're disrupting very established businesses. In Nigeria, for instance, before you came in, how people sold used cars is very different.
Oh my God! I mean, how people in Nigeria specifically, to sell a used car, it's industry standard that you put an empty water bottle on top of your car and you park it outside with a rock in it, and that is, and people put price offers in the windshield. I mean, that's honestly, that's a huge way people sell cars.
Right.
And that's what we were competing against. That's our main competitor there.
What's the feedback has been like? How is the market reacting?
I mean, I think the metrics are obviously great, which shows people are selling cars consistently through us. I think the market, we interviewed our customers recently and we asked them why the hell they sell through us and not one of their normal markets. And the number one and number two reason were trust and transparency. Versus if you interview used car platforms in many other markets, it's very much convenience and price, and then trust and transparency. But consistently, trust and transparency, trust and transparency. I mean, if you can create trust in a market like used cars, which is, again, sleazy, boring, whatever, you can own the entire ecosystem and you can bring a lot of value and safety to something that people need.
Let's back out a little bit here. Did you always know you wanted to be an entrepreneur? This is what you wanted to do?
I didn't. I honestly didn't. I mean, I think I think that, when I went to school early, the reason I went to school when I was really young is because, my parents had always taught me, and my brother Shields in venture capital, and so he's in the industry too. Right. He had always taught us to try things and tinker from a very young age. And by doing that, we'll learn quicker what we like and what we don't like. And so we can focus on what we like. And I thought that was an amazing lesson. And so we started doing a lot of building and creating when I was extremely young, when I was in high school, middle school, etc. So I knew I liked taking ideas and making them a reality, and taking extreme ideas and making them a reality. And so, when I was 15, when I started Harvard, and then at 17, I dropped out to start my kind of career in entrepreneurship. That was also, I knew I wanted to create, but I didn't know what that would manifest to.
All right. So, to recap, got in Harvard at 15, dropped out at 17 to already start entrepreneurship. You're 26 today. You raised over $580 million. Have you always been an overachiever?
I mean, I don't think so. I think I claim to have a normal childhood. I think everything's been. I've loved doing what I like to do, but listen, I mean, in Silicon Valley, I would be almost an underachiever these days. When you see people like John, for example. John was the same year at Harvard I was, and right. And so we were classmates, and this is. There's so many examples of people who have done way cooler things and way bigger things, but what I like to pride myself in is doing unique, weird things like building in a place like Argentina and Nigeria and Indonesia simultaneously, and it gives me pride to build in places that not many people are touching.
Do you think there's a specific entrepreneurial mindset? Is there a way you think that others can learn, or is it something that you've cultivated over time?
I think that doing this honestly and doing it from a young age is an extremely lonely experience, and I'll dig into that in a second. And I think that's something that has gotten a lot of attention recently. But I think, when you start a company from a young age, and you have a lot of peers, friends, etc., who are working at larger tech companies, financial companies, going to medical school, etc., you have peers who have wildly different lives than you, wildly different. And for you, one wrong decision or a mistake could have drastically different consequences than someone else. And right. So it's difficult to operate like that without a whole network, without a team, without a support staff in the very beginning, and it's quite mentally draining. And Ben Horowitz said that in every company, in slightly more colorful language, but he basically said, if you don't have at least your screwed moments twice a week, then you're not doing something right. And we had that way more than twice a week, and we still do. But what I would say is that this mental resilience, to answer your question, I don't know if I'm great at it, but I think that that's a core thing that entrepreneurs need, especially young entrepreneurs, because they'll have a lot more quote-unquote FOMO, a fear of missing out on a more comfortable path than our peers would have. So I think that's a core thing.
Did you ever have moments of self-doubt, or when it looked like it wasn't working out, and maybe abandon and try something else?
Absolutely. I mean, every day. I mean, I get jealous sometimes of friends of mine that work at companies like Google and Facebook and all, who are, have dry cleaning and free food and this and that, and I'm struggling with trying to hire like a COO in Nigeria and I feel like if I don't hire this person, then the company's going to shut down because we need him so desperately. So we have these moments every single day still, and. We struggle with them, but we persevere. And I think I've learned that, frankly, the largest obstacle that you can find is probably not life-ending. Right. I mean, you will get through them. You will continue to persevere. It'll be fine. But no, those are every day.
Cool. Talk to me a little about your outlook for this business. You already are in very different geographical markets. You've got a bit of funding now. What do you want to do?
I mean, our goal is to be the de facto way that everybody buys and sells a used car in emerging markets in the next 10 years. I mean, that's our goal. And we're in 10 countries today. We want to be in 30 countries in the next 10 years. And as we expand throughout Latin America, Africa, and Asia, we want to build this entire ecosystem. I mean, the way somebody transacts a car, cars are weird, clunky, whatever. But at the same time, for emerging markets, it represents a really big transaction for someone.
Right.
$5,000 to $10,000 is a lot of money when the average income per capita is a lot lower than developed world. And so for us, if you can enable customers and sellers and buyers and whatever to have access to a transparent way to sell, loans for their next purchase, refurbishment, logistics, insurance, warranty, and you build that whole ecosystem, you've all of a sudden made this $5,000, $10,000 transaction, a walk in the park. And that's what we want to do, is we want to bring we want to take this industry, make it transparent, so people just have a better way to do that.
So emerging markets is the play. What is and you mentioned this in passing already about you acquired We Buy Any Car in the US.
Right.
Why is that?
So we bought a company in the US, and people asked us why we're an emerging market company, why do we launch in the US or purchase a company there? And so we bought a company that does a very similar business model in the US. They have 75 locations across the East Coast, and we're slowly moving west, which is probably one of the most efficient ways you can sell a car in the US. What we noticed is that in emerging markets, like all throughout Latin America, all throughout West Africa, is that car dealers have a really bad reputation.
Yep.
But if you really look at a car dealer, it's usually a family business. It's a mom and pop shop.
Right.
I mean, in Nigeria, there's nearly 12,000 used car dealers that are run by 2 people, and it's typically a family. And if you ask them what their biggest problem is access to really good supply. They don't have access to purchase cars so that they can take those cars and sell them to the end consumer. And so what we said is, listen, there's lots of cars in the US that are amazing cars. If you had access to these, would that help? And they love that idea. There's no single engine that will allow West African and Latin American dealers to effectively and efficiently buy used cars from the United States. So we said we can connect that supply with our existing dealers. We can create this cross-border network. And today we have thousands of cars going from, for example, Indianapolis to Nigeria, being sold to dealers there, which have increased businesses in Africa, on average of about 15%.
And part of that is because those countries drive on the right.
Yes, I mean, some countries, yes, we have to be careful about left-hand versus right-hand driving, but yes, absolutely.
All right. What are your top tips for raising financing? Because this is a lot of the people walking these halls are here trying to sell themselves and trying to get a bit of money. You've done it consistently. What are your top tips for how to go about it?
I think that, persistence is a massive thing. I mean, for every yes we got 50 no's. So I don't think we're the best at it. I think we're good at it, but there are probably people who can speak even better about it as me. For me, I think that the ability to sell the story and sell the vision and sell the opportunity is equally as much as creating an actual robust good product, but neither are enough alone. And I think too many people focus on one or the other, but don't focus on both. The first thing that we did before we ever went out to fundraise is, from myself and my 2 co-founders' pockets, we bought and sold used cars in some of our countries. I mean, I owned a car in Turkey, I guess, for about 2 hours. And, we showed our investors early how onerous and terrible the process was by actually doing it ourselves.
Right.
Like, we walk the walk rather than just talk the talk. And I think by going into a meeting and painting that story of opportunity, but also what we've actually done, was quite different. And I think that worked very, very well. What also is that, I think the world is moving to a more transactional place. It's and marketplace businesses are driving that. So our biggest source of capital has come from Naspers, and that's not a financial investor, but a strategic investor. So the second piece of advice I would say is, for entrepreneurs, I would find where there's synergy with some of the largest companies in the world, and go and see and figure out, listen, this could be a source of financing and a source of partnership. Let's cement this relationship with capital. And for us, it ended up being our biggest backer, more than VCs.
Right.
So I think those are the two biggest pieces of advice that I have.
So who do you see as your biggest competitor? Is it the physical salesmen of used cars in those markets, salesmen and women, or is it technology companies? If Google or Facebook were to begin something similar, would you just be underwater overnight?
I don't think so. I mean, we've had much bigger players come in and pull out, trying to replicate our models, do other things. We partner with Facebook, we partner with Uber, and across the world, we partner with Careem, which is now Uber. I think that in a marketplace business, having the supply and having demand and having the brand builds a massive moat. Has a massive moat. I mean, people across our country, in Nigeria, we have a 96% brand recognition. Right? I mean, it's amazing how many people equate our brand in Nigeria synonymously with the trusted way to sell a car.
Right.
So I don't think that just throwing money at this problem does anything in used cars, because trust and transparency takes time to build. So I would say our biggest competitors when we entered were the traditional way people bought and sold cars. So classifieds, dealers, whatever. Increasingly, when you have a few entrants, I guess they could be classified as competitors, but I think we're much bigger than them. I would say our biggest competition will continue to be classifieds and continue to be dealers until the point at which we have built a brand that is ubiquitous in all 10 countries. And we're getting there, but we're not quite there yet.
All right. Finally, what's your biggest lesson in this whole experience? What have you learned that maybe surprised you?
Yeah. I think that how universal talent has been my biggest thing. I mean, I have been blessed we have 2,000 people around the world full time now. And I have been blessed from, 30 plus ethnicities spread across 12 countries now. I mean, every single place I go, from Lahore, Pakistan, to Guadalajara, to Buenos Aires, there is some of the most extraordinary talent I've ever met across technical roles, across business, across marketing, and just harnessing that talent has been a pleasure. And I never realized how universal talent was. And if you can find ways to empower them through capital, through a great business model, you can build something magnificent any place you go.
All right. That was fantastic.
Thank
Sujay,
you.
thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause.
Yeah. Thanks, Larry. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sujay and Larry. Now we're all one step closer to becoming super successful CEOs. Right.
Indeed.
But as we all know, everything in life and business doesn't always go as planned. Our next speaker, Peter Reinhardt, is a great example of first failing and then making it big time. Before his company, Segment, his first idea was to develop a classroom analytics tool to show professors if the students actually understand what they're lecturing about. They raised about $600,000 funding for this. But after a while, they realized that there wasn't any market fit. Neither did their next idea about a powerful data analytics tool. After this, they decided to sit down and visit some old ideas. They found a small piece of code that ultimately became Segment. Segment is a customer data infrastructure company that is helping businesses to put their customers first. Segment is used by huge customers as Atlassian, Instacart, Levi's, and Intuit.
Now, Peter, who actually at one point studied at the MIT to become an aerospace engineer, will get on stage to share what he has learned from his bumpy road to success, so you and me and everybody here could avoid some of the pitfalls he experienced before founding Segment. So, please welcome on stage Peter Reinhardt.
Thank you for having me. In 2011, I founded Segment with a couple of my friends and roommates from MIT. And to give you a quick intro, Segment provides customer data infrastructure to businesses that put their customers first. So we help them collect data from all of their different customer touchpoints, unify that data, and send it downstream to all of their MarTech tools. So since starting the company, we've raised a little less than $300 million in venture capital, and we've grown to serve more than 20,000 customers all over the globe. And one of our toughest lessons learned to date is how to find product market fit. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. How many of you are searching for product market fit right now? Quick show of hands. All right, many of you. So statistically speaking, 80% of you are going to fail. And 80% of all startups fail to find product market fit. And that means that 4 out of every 5 founders that just raised their hands is not going to succeed at finding it. And the 1 out of those 5 that does is most likely going to struggle through it. But that's just the stats. The reality is that failing to find product market fit is a bottomless emotional free fall. And when you're failing to find it, it becomes this obsession. You see mirages of it, and it literally makes you sick with worry. In 2012, at the height of our search for product market fit, I went to the hospital twice for panic attacks and lost 10 pounds in 3 weeks. And I haven't had a panic attack before or after. And so failing to find product market fit really feels like the depths of despair. And I'm certainly not the only one. Sam Altman, who was the president and head of Y Combinator for many years, was previously a startup founder. And during his search for product market fit, he actually got scurvy because he wasn't eating properly. So the search for product market fit is not a healthy activity. But it is an important one. And so we saw mirages of product market fit and lied to ourselves about it for sure. And we always convinced ourselves that we were one small feature or one small tweak away from getting product market fit. So this is a picture of myself with my co-founders, Calvin, Ilya, and Ian, in the midst of our false hopes in 2012. But back then, we were just 4 guys in an apartment, failing to find a product market fit, but convincing ourselves that we were right on the cusp. We were writing a lot of code, but we had no customers. We did have one thing going for us, though, and that was that we were a bunch of cockroaches. And in the search for product market fit, it's very important to be a cockroach, to stretch your startup's runway as long as you possibly can so that you can test more than one idea, so you can test 2, maybe 3 ideas and get more shots on goal. And so to make this process explicit, step 1 is that you build, launch, and test several product ideas to attempt to find product market fit. And to improve the odds as much as possible, you stretch your runway as far as you possibly can. Step 2, something magical suddenly happens. And this is product market fit. And it really does feel magical. And we'll talk more about that in a minute. And then third, product market fit suddenly turns you into a uniroach, if you will. And rather than just surviving, your product market fit actually makes everything slightly easier. Investors are suddenly interested. People suddenly want to work for your company. People actually care. Customers want to help you improve your product. And at this moment, your focus as founder CEO really shifts from product market fit to go-to-market growth. So today we're going to dive into those 3 stages in more detail with some stories from our early days. And first, we'll deconstruct what it takes to build a category-leading company. We'll shine a light on what bad product market fit feels like. And then we'll talk a little bit about what good product market fit feels like. And I think that third piece will hopefully be most useful for all of you. So why talk about category leaders? Well, why do we care about them at all? Well, the reality is that they can be 10 or 100 times larger than the next closest company. So if you look at Salesforce as a great example of this, they're 10 or 100 times larger than the next closest real CRM company in Sugar CRM. And so that's why we're here to discuss how to build them. We want to build really big companies. But how do you actually do that? What is it that makes a category leader? What allows someone to dominate a category like that? Well, almost by definition, being category leader gives you access to the largest set of customers and the most profitable set of customers. And what that means is that you you can build a platform on top of that. And that platform allows you to create a moat where other people are building products and marketing and selling to your customers. So what's required to build a platform if that's the key to category dominance? Well, generally, to build a sustainable and compelling platform, you need to have a SaaS business with at least 100 million in revenue with line of sight to $1 billion. And what that means is that there's enough meat there for other people to build their business on top of your customer base. So in order to build a category-leading business, you need a platform. In order to need a platform, you need 100 million in revenue. But what is the path to 100 million in revenue? That's a big number. Well, Jason Lemkin, who started SaaStr, puts it like this. He says, from 0 to 1 million in revenue is impossible. From 1 to 10 million is improbable. And from 10 to 100 million is inevitable. And the reason that 10 to 100 million is inevitable is because by the time you get to 10, you have so much momentum behind you that you're going to make it eventually. 1 to 10 million is this brutal grind for the founders. And that's because, as SaaStr says, you have a real business, you have real customers, but you can't yet hire a world-class executive team. And 0 to 1 million is impossible because that's this product market fit stage. That's where 80% or more of companies fail. So today we're going to focus on that 0 to 1 million, that impossible stretch. And that's crazy, right? That 4 out of 5 companies fail at that stage. But it's actually even worse than that. So investors and founders often talk about the value of failure, that we'll learn something from having failed. But it turns out that the research doesn't actually back that up. The odds of improving in your search for product market fit don't actually increase if you fail to find it the first time. However, if you have found product market fit once, the odds of you finding product market fit the second time go from 22% to 34%, a 50% improvement. Still not a great overall success rate, but a significant improvement. And my interpretation of that is that there is no learning encoded in failure, but there is learning encoded in success of knowing what it does feel like to find product market fit. So when we were struggling to find product market fit in 2011 and 2012, I felt this very acutely. I had never seen what finding product market fit actually felt like. I didn't know what good felt like, and so I didn't know how to throw out the failures fast enough. I only had failures on one side of the machine learning training model. I didn't have an example on the positive side. And so I hope to give you that example today. So let's go back 5 years ago and walk through our story of finding product market fit. Segment is customer data infrastructure today, but back in 2011, we started as a classroom lecture tool. So the idea was to give students a button to push to say, I'm confused. And the professor would get this graph over time of how confused the students were. We were super excited about this. We were in college at the time. We got a bunch of professors excited about using this tool, or at least we thought excited. We got into Y Combinator with this idea. We raised $600K coming out of demo day. We were super fired up. We'd invested lots of time and hundreds of thousands of lines of code to make this product successful. And then as the fall semester started, we deployed this into the classroom. And this is a picture from Berkeley where we were deploying it in the classroom. And a few professors were sort of obligingly willing to try this out in their classroom, I would say. And we took that as a sign of product market fit. They're excited to use our product. The reality was a little different than that. We actually went and stood in the back of one of these classrooms and looked at what students were doing. And this is what they were doing. It was a disaster. It was absolutely awful. They were all on Facebook and Solitaire and doing anything except actually paying attention to the lecture. It's a total disaster. We had literally just received investment from all of our investors. They had just wired us the money, and we didn't know what to do. So we called back it was horrifically embarrassing. We called back all the investors and asked them, what should we do with the money? It turns out that we don't have product market fit at all. And our investors said, well, we invested for the team, so go find something else. I said, OK. So we spent about a year trying to build an analytics tool. The idea here was that we should have been able to see what was happening with those students in the classroom by looking in a web analytics tool. We should have seen that they were disengaged and not actually using the tool, and we hadn't been able to see that. So we would go out like a good lean startup company and talk to occasional customers out there and ask, like, oh, do you have problems with analytics? And they would feed us an occasional problem with, oh, I don't quite have this report right, and I wish I could get this other dashboard. And we took that as a sign that they were really interested. They would ask, hey, can you keep me posted on your product updates? Said, OK, great, that must be product market fit. We must be getting close. They're really interested in learning more about our product. So we returned to our office and we started coding again. 6 months later, now in San Francisco, we had done almost nothing but code. I had taken one sales trip and had met a few customers who had a few complaints around the edges with their current analytics tools. And we thought that we could build the features to solve that. And so we thought, OK, we're almost there. A few more tweaks, and we'll get to product market fit. And we really tricked ourselves here, right? We really were like misleading ourselves with the level of feedback that we were getting from these potential customers. We used other little positive interactions with prospects to sort of buoy our hopes for what might happen. And every once in a while, a stray person would come by our website. This is a live chat conversation that we had with a customer. The 3 is 3 a.m. This was the middle of the night. And we thought, oh, this is really exciting. This person has questions about what it is that we're doing and who we are. But the reality is, if you look at this more closely, this is a 6-minute conversation. They left after I asked a question without even saying goodbye. And that is not what product market fit looks like. And this is when no one cares, this is what it looks like. So by this time, we realized that this analytics product was not going to work. It was December 2012. We'd been working on 2 broken ideas for well over a year and a half. We had $100K left in the bank, so we'd burned $500,000. We decided to go back to Y Combinator. This is just outside their office. And we went for a walk with Paul Graham around the little cul-de-sac there. Paul Graham leads Y Combinator, or led Y Combinator at the time. And as we finished delivering our story and our update, he said, so just to be clear, you've spent $500,000 and you have nothing to show for it. I thought that was a rather brutal way of putting it, but extremely true. So pause there and let's rewind all the way back to that first week of Y Combinator. And in that first week, we'd been like, well, we should have analytics on our classroom lecture tool. We should figure out what people are doing on this thing. And so we looked around and we found Google Analytics, Kissmetrics, and Mixpanel. But we couldn't figure out which one was going to be better. And so we decided to build this little piece of code that could take the data from our website and send it to all 3 of those analytics tools. We built this. We used it as 50 lines of code. 6 months later, we improved it a little bit more. 6 months later, we improved it a little bit more. Eventually, we open sourced it. People started starring it on GitHub, occasionally submitting pull requests. And so by the time we got to this decision point in December 2012, we were looking at this, and we had this tiny little JavaScript library with these 25 stars on GitHub and a few pull requests, or what other idea? And so my co-founder, Ian, was like, you know what? I think that this could be a big business. I think Analytics.js could be a big company. And I thought, that is literally the worst idea I have ever heard. It's 500 lines of code. It's already open source. I do not understand in the slightest how that could conceivably be a large business. So we fought about it all day long. And I went home, and I was racking my brains trying to figure out how to kill this idea. And finally figured it out, came in the next day, and was like, all right, guys, here's what we're going to do. We're going to build a beautiful landing page, and it's really going to pitch the value of this open source library, a hosted version of it. And at the bottom, we're going to have an email sign-up form. And we'll post this on Hacker News, and we'll see how people respond to it. So we agreed to do that. We built this beautiful landing page. We posted it up to Hacker News. I started paying attention to other things. And much to my surprise, it went straight to the top of Hacker News. Got hundreds of upvotes. We got thousands of stars on GitHub. We even had people reaching out to us on LinkedIn demanding access to this beta. This is a guy who's now an MIT professor. He says, I'll give you feedback and tolerate bugs like you wouldn't believe. So full stop, this is what product market fit looks like. Every single thing in your business goes crazy. It's not metrics slowly moving up over time. It is literally everything going crazy simultaneously. So with our lecture tool, we'd been searching in the dark for the next feature, the next thing that would make it have product market fit. But now we had people cursing us out because we only had 7 integrations and they wanted this other integration. And people were actually just building them themselves and pull requesting it into our GitHub repo. And with our analytics tool, we had those sad unanswered questions in live chat. But now we had people reaching out on any available channel demanding access to this beta. So don't let yourself be misled. These sort of early indicators are not what product market fit looks like. This sort of explosion of interest that happens, this is what product market fit looks like. So let's be incredibly clear that product market fit does not feel like idle interest. It doesn't feel like a glimmer of hope from a random conversation with a prospect. It feels like everything in your business is suddenly going haywire. It feels like a proud rush of adrenaline that people actually care. it feels like actually a little bit of a loss of control because customers are telling you what they want, and it's no longer necessarily as much about your vision. You simply cannot mistake product market fit for not product market fit. And if you have the question, do I really have product market fit? I think the answer is no. But the hard part is being honest with yourself about it. And of course, that didn't stop us from making this mistake. I thought Classmetric for sure had product market fit. It didn't. I thought for sure Segment.io, our analytics product, had product market fit. It didn't. And even on our third attempt, when we finally did find product market fit very suddenly and explosively, I thought for sure it was a terrible idea. So it just goes to show you how difficult it is to find product market fit, or maybe how stubborn I am. So if you take one thing away from today's talk, I hope it's that you have to be very lucky to become one of the 5 that makes it through this gauntlet of finding product market fit. You need to be brutally honest with yourself about what the world really wants and not what you think it wants. So thank you.
Thank you, Peter. By now, you have probably and hopefully gotten something to eat. But in case you haven't, the food market and lower gallery host a lot of different cuisines with plenty of vegetarian options too. And if you haven't made up your mind regarding what to eat, check out what restaurants have to offer from our app, which can be found at app.slush.org. And remember, as we do our best to be a sustainable event, all our catering items are biodegradable.
Thank you for reminding about that. Our next guest has found her technology passion in a slightly weird way. She was collecting baseball cards and ordering them with Microsoft software. April Underwood has gathered a vast experience in technology product building in companies like Twitter, Slack, and Google, to name a few. This gave her the spark to start a side hustle as an investor, which actually led to becoming her full-time job. April is one of the founding members of #Angels, an investment collective with a mission to have more women on the cap tables. The idea behind the group is to offer more diverse and broader platform for startup funding and networking. And this happens by understanding the female consumers who are often the main users of new products.
Today, April will be telling more about the gender gap in equity compensations and some views on how to improve them. Please welcome on stage April Underwood.
Good morning, or good afternoon. I have no idea what time zone I'm in, but I'm so delighted to be here today and to talk about the gap table. So, as you learned in my intro, I've had the opportunity to be an operator at a wide variety of companies in a number of different growth stages. I have also had the opportunity to use a clicker at many times in my career, as I'm demonstrating now. But maybe the folks in the back will help me just move to the next slide, since this clicker is not working with me. So I've had the opportunity to work at these amazing companies. I feel very, very lucky. If you look at my career, you see a very traditional path. I started as an engineer. I became a product manager. And then I moved on up through the ladder in product management. And that's given me the opportunity to hire hundreds of, not thousands of folks, to have oversight over the offer letters that goes out to these people. But there's another aspect about my career that's also given me a broader perspective and has given me a real personal passion about helping people understand compensation. And I'll talk a little bit more about why later on. So on the next slide, you'll see I actually started in support. I did tech support for internet service providers, and I answered people's phone calls when they couldn't connect to the internet at a time when it required you to typically reinstall your modem drivers to be able to fix your problem. So it was 1998, the world was dial-up, it was a rough time. And doing tech support in that era with unsophisticated customers who were trying to just connect with their family across the country gave me a lot of empathy for employees. And it also gave me a lot of empathy for end users that has really come throughout my career as a product leader. I also, along the way, have run into some hurdles. I don't have a CS degree. So because I don't have a CS degree, there were times in my career, like when I joined Google, where I actually didn't have the qualifications necessary to be a product manager, even though I'd been a product manager and an engineer before. I've also taken the opportunity to do things like leading business development teams and some other things you don't see here. So I give you this background to understand that I come from a perspective of a very broad, functional background, from having seen the ways that different people get compensated across lots of different teams. So these days now, I am part of #Angels. We're a group of 6 women, and the thing we had in common is that we were all the most senior woman in the organization, in the part of the organization we worked in at Twitter. We were there through hypergrowth from 2010 to 2015. We were there through the IPO, and as we came out of that IPO, we realized that we had the liquidity to be able to start engaging as many of our male peers had as angel investors. So in 2015, we put out a Medium post and said we were angel investors, and our test worked because we became angel investors. It was just that simple. So since that time, we've actually backed over 80 companies across a wide variety of sectors. And there's one thing that we knew in our guts, but that became much more clear to us as we started to participate in the industry in this way. And that is that the roadmap to power in Silicon Valley goes through the cap table. So to be more clear, what is a cap table? Probably many of you know, but it's simply a list of who owns what within a company in terms of equity. This equity ownership is critically important because in success scenarios, and I have to be clear, we're talking about the most successful companies that come out of the entire tech industry, it can be incredibly valuable. It's not just about money in people's pockets. Equity actually gives people the freedom to take on greater risks, to start companies, to join the next company a bit earlier. Gives them the opportunity to participate as investors and have an additional way to have a stake in the greatest companies that may emerge with each subsequent sort of wave of tech innovation. And finally, it actually affords people the opportunity to shape society. In San Francisco, those of you that spend time there know we have Salesforce Park. We have hospitals named after the CEO and founders of Facebook and Salesforce. These founders all have one thing in common, they're all men, but in addition, they have actually built their wealth through the cap table. And so it's critically important to talk about this, not just because we want to talk about who gets the money, but because that money actually backs the next wave of companies, determines which ideas get funding, and even has an impact on the politics and the philanthropy that actually impacts society. So this is why we've been drawn to talk about the equity gap. So we know in the US, and many of these numbers will be US-centric, I'll be honest, we know that the salary gap is 84 cents on the dollar, and that means women earn 84 cents for every dollar that men earn in the US. So the question we asked is, what is the equity gap? We had this sense that it was actually far worse than the representation that we see in our industry. And so we wrote a blog post. Again, we have found that if you simply pose questions and sort of throw yourself out into the universe by way of blog post, that sometimes amazing change and conversation can happen. So we posted the gap table, and we asserted our belief that the representation of women in the industry actually far overestimated women's ownership in the industry, and that we were sort of missing the forest for the trees. So we looked to Tracy Chu, who had previously worked at Pinterest, for inspiration. She had posed the question, where are the numbers about representation in the industry just a few years prior, 2 years prior. So she had asked she'd really put a call out to companies to start to report on their diversity data and simply state the facts. How many women, and how many women in particular in roles like engineering, were represented within companies. It had a profound impact and has now become an industry norm. So the industry, we now know by representation, is about 33% women. Engineers just shy of 20%, and founders at 13%. So now we have a baseline. We know where we're starting from. So as we dug into the equity gap, I want to first start by just pointing out that there's so much more to do here. We were, as you'll find in a moment, able to partner with Carta, who has been an amazing force for transparency around equity, and we were able to actually get to some answers that I'll share with you here today. But it's just the beginning of what we hope will be a much more in-depth look at equity compensation because of its criticality that hopefully I've already convinced you of previously. So ethnicity, a variety of other dimensions, the data just isn't available right now, so we're starting with gender. So we posted this, and Henry Ward, the CEO and founder of Carta, replied to us almost right away, and he said, basically, I've got your data. In fact, I've got the cap tables for 6,000 companies across the tech industry, and I believe it's possible for us to answer your question as to what is the equity gap. So here's the answer. So women own 11% of the equity, and this is in actual dollar terms. So women own only 11% of the value of the companies in which we work, that some women found as well, even though 33% of that workforce is women. So equity ownership by employees. So the employee equity holders are about 34%, so that tracks pretty closely to the 33% across the industry, and the value of the employee equity is only 20%. For founders, it's actually worse. So whereas 13% of the founders are women, they hold only 7% of the equity. And I'll just say, the founders, there's so much more of a deep dive to do there, because founders, men and women, are starting at the exact same point. So it would suggest that women's ideas or women founders are truly being valued less than their male peers. They're giving up more of their company, getting lower valuations that's resulting in this. But I'm not going to go deeper into that today, but I hope that we'll find some partners along the way that can help us do so. So finally, the salary gap is 84 cents on the dollar. So for employees, women own 49 cents on the dollar of equity as compared to their male peers, and for founders, it's slightly worse at 48 cents. So what are the causes? So the truth is we don't know, but we've got some hunches. So it could be overt bias, which results in lower offers. We could see men and women who are equally qualified taking similar roles getting lower offers. I'm happy to say that through the partnership with Carta and their recent update to the data, which they called table stakes, they actually found that typically people with similar backgrounds and similar roles are getting similar offers in terms of equity. Of course, those are people that are joining at the exact same moment in time, because as I know, and as many of you all know, even 6 to 12 months in terms of difference in start date can have a profound impact on the equity ownership. And I've seen that play out firsthand in my experience at growth companies. It could also be the old trope that women don't negotiate, but there's a lot of academic research that suggests that not only do women negotiate, but they actually get punished disproportionately when they do. So let's just assume that that's not the major factor here. What we believe is the factor is actually still back to representation. Because there are 4 groups, and I hope you all realize that even those of you who are not looking at this through a gender lens may take this away, which is that on any cap table, there are only 4 groups that really have a meaningful ownership within a company. They're the founders themselves, they're early employees, which oftentimes, of course, skew towards engineering and other technical roles, they're senior executives, and finally, they're investors. And one thing these 4 groups have in common is that women are heavily underrepresented in all 4 groups. So it's not a huge surprise that we end up here. And it all sounds like doom and gloom, but I will say that I actually believe that transparency and starting to report on this data is a critical first step. Just as it has already had an impact within organizations around their hiring practices, I believe that starting to look at this is the best way for us to understand it. And I'll share a little bit of good news to end on a positive note at the end of the deck. So here are some recommendations in terms of next steps. And for startup founders, the most important thing to understand is that you own your cap table. You have the opportunity to have your cap table reflect your customers, your employee base. You have the opportunity to decide what voices you want to see on your cap table and also who you want to ride along with you on the upside when your company becomes incredibly successful and that equity becomes worth something very meaningful. Growth stage company execs can start looking at this, even though it may be quite late and it may be hard to rectify some of the differences that existed early on in your company's history. You can start measuring now, and you can use this as T0 and start trying to make sure that going forward you seek ways to bring adjustments to that balance. And Henry Ward at Carta actually set aside a significant portion of equity to address the gap he found in his own cap table, which we were incredibly excited and inspired to see. VCs and angels can look to bring a more diverse set of investors along with them. They can identify strategic angels or other firms that may bring more diversity to cap tables, and they can carve out space for them in these rounds. It's a highly competitive space, but we strongly believe there are long-term benefits to these companies in doing so. And so finally, I'll say, here's the good news. Before we did the gap table post in 2018, we had never heard a single founder come to us and say, I'd like to have more diversity on my cap table. And since that time, these are just a few examples, anonymized, but what you actually see is we have a number of founders as well as investors that are starting to think about this. It's top of mind for people, and so I would encourage you all as a meta takeaway to challenge the norms that you see and to ask questions. And when you do so publicly, it can create a conversation that starts to result in real change. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you, April Underwood. Happy to see the world go forward in these inclusion questions since they're super important.
Definitely.
Rico, what was your first job?
I think I was working on a lumber yard when I was 15.
I myself used to work at Hesburger, which is this hamburger chain from my hometown Turku here in Finland. And in that way, I am just like the Clarna co-founder Sebastian Siemitkowski, since he used to work behind the broiler station at Burger King. But that is actually where the similarities end, since while he was working there, flipping burgers, he met Niklas Adalbert, who he ended up founding a business with. And I myself started working at a cruise ship. Anyway, these days Clarna is one of the most successful online payment services. With Clarna, people can choose when and in how many installments they want to pay their online purchases with no additional fees. They even think that Clarna is so smooth that they got Snoop Dogg, one of the smoothest people alive, to be the face of their recent campaign.
Sebastian will be sharing what he knows about building and maintaining a smooth customer experience. Discussing Clarna's success story with Sebastian is Greg Williams, editor of Wired UK, a journalist who has also been named the Editor of the Year in Technology in 2017. Welcome on stage, Sebastian and Greg.
Hello, Slush. How's everyone?
Hey!
Thank you. How's everyone? Okay. Everyone's still awake, hopefully. So, absolutely thrilled today to be joined by Sebastian, who's really, I think, one of the absolute amazing founders that we've produced in Europe over the last sort of 10 or, in your case, 15 years since Clarna first started. The first time we met was, I think, just over 5 years ago, around 5.5 years ago. Do you maybe want to just give the audience a sense of what's been happening at Clarna in that period?
Oh my God, it feels like a lifespan.
How long have we got?
Exactly. No, but very quickly, I think we've really transformed ourselves from a payments solution into a full retail bank offering. We have a card live now. We have a full app with a lot of features. And at the same point of time, we've become a truly global company.
Yeah.
So we are now growing super fast in the UK and the US and really established ourselves in Europe. So yeah, a lot of great things and really,
And you've grown to 3,000 people.
3,000 people. We do 1 million transactions a day.
Yeah.
And we have 70 million users worldwide.
Okay, so quite a lot has happened in the last 5 years. One thing that probably hasn't changed has been your focus on the user experience. Like, give us a sense of why that is so important to you and for Clarna as a brand.
Well, I think that the user experience represents the whole, the whole business in a way, right? I mean, in essence, what I often find is kind of interesting since we work a lot with e-commerce, and I sometimes meet the CEOs of large retail companies, and even today, even in almost 2020 soon, right? I can talk to the CEOs, and to them, it would be totally natural that they couldn't do their job without going into a physical store, going around, getting the sense for, is the product well placed, how does it look, what's the experience like? And they have barely visited their own website, right? So like, the whole user experience, that is the experience, right? That's the creation of what you're trying, what you're trying to create. So that is what is so crucial about it.
Yeah, I guess we're living in a world now where consumers are more likely to buy a pair of sneakers from the back of an Uber than maybe going in store, right? So the interface they're experiencing is really, I guess, the key experience that they're going to encounter.
Yes, and at the same point of time, I do feel that, unfortunately, this kind of over-focus on data is to some degree stifling innovation and creativity. Okay. So, because what's happening is, like, if Facebook puts this button in this place, then that teaches customers to do it that way. And then if you then put your button in the same place and the icon looks the same, your data is going to tell you this is what customers want.
Right.
So unfortunately, a little bit what we've seen in the last couple of years is a lot of everything looking the same and not really being different as well. And I think that that's one company that I feel isn't doing that is Snapchat, which is really trying to create a different own user experience. Right. And I think that's what we're trying to do at Clarna as well. It's like, yes, in some cases, obviously, you want to be guided by what your customers are used to and what makes sense, what's easy. Yeah. Easy simplicity is very core. Yeah. But it's also about giving that extra touch. Sure. Creating an emotional experience, something that's different. One of the things we've designed at Clarna is this dog that's chasing its own tail, which is small animation. And when people are waiting for something, unfortunately, sometimes they do have to wait for a process. Instead of having a very boring iconography, you have something fun there and interesting. Sure. And that creates an emotional connection, something different, right? Sure. So I think user experience is both about the simplicity, ease of use, but it's also so much about creating surprise and delight, create something different, something that people resonate with.
Yeah, those small moments of delight are really important. So would you say that it's the case that you're data-led but not data-driven, or is that a tough thing to pass?
I think you need to look at the data, you need to learn, and you need to obviously find the balance between those two things. But I think in general, some of the over-data focus has led people to create very similar solutions, and nothing sticks out.
So give me a sense of how that impacts your day-to-day work at Clarna. So is everything put through that kind of mindset?
Well, I think we try to. Now, obviously, we're 3,000 employees. So unfortunately, even if I would love to review every screenshot, every mock-up, it's hard for me to do that. So what we're trying, obviously, to teach and challenge people is to really care about these things, to really have that as part of how they're thinking of when they're developing products and testing them, obviously bringing them to customers, focus groups, like anything that helps you understand. Sure. And in some degree, I also find that very well, because if I come and say to some people internally, I'm like, this user experience isn't good enough, people don't really listen that much. It's a little bit like, oh my God, the mom is complaining on me again. They don't care. But if a customer is sitting next to them and saying, I don't understand what I'm supposed to do there, it really comes to heart. Sure. It makes them feel like, wow, we need to do some changes here. So I think
give us an example of maybe a change you've made where you've seen users behave in a certain way and you thought, actually, we can optimize this in a way that really is going to be a better experience for them. Is there something you can reveal?
No, I think it's. I think we try to do that all the time, really.
Right. So it's a constant process.
Yeah, for
sure. So you said that you sometimes when you're going to some of the product people, the designers, they kind of are more interested in the customer point of view than your point of view. So give us your point of view on what is a great user experience. If you were designing a product from the outset, maybe, what's it going to feel like? What's it going to be like?
I think it's
using it.
I think it's one that's not in your face, so you shouldn't really think about it. It should just be smooth. I mean, at Clarna we're very obsessed about the concept of smooth.
Yeah.
It's the word that we kind of breathe and think about. It's in how we communicate. We even got Snoop Dogg to change names into Smooth Dog to help us promote this concept. He actually became an investor in the company. He got so inspired by what we're doing from a smooth perspective. So I think it's very centric around that. But it is, again, coming back to, and to be honest, like sometimes I'm almost like, I'm confused when companies ignore this. I can't understand. Like, I'll take a very concrete example. There's been a new regulation now. PSD2 has put challenges on how to keep credit card numbers and stuff like that. So I have two taxi apps in Stockholm. I have Uber and I have the local Taxi Stockholm company. Taxi Stockholm has concluded that I need to enter my credit card number every time because of new regulations. With Uber, I can just click and pay as before. How can it be? Yeah. And how can one company not recognize how important this is?
Sure.
And I don't want to use that app. I just want to use this one. It's so much easier.
Yeah, of course.
Like, these things are so fundamental to the success.
Sure.
So I'm almost sometimes like surprised. I don't like, how can people not care more about this?
So how is Clarna different then? If you're thinking about that sort of like that ease of use, how do you think Klarna is different from other payment providers, other challenger banks?
I think what Clarna, in my opinion, and I'm going to be a little bit cocky here, I think we have been fairly early to recognize and see the opportunities and the value that we can bring to customers.
Yeah.
I've seen so many of the more prominent big guys copy a lot of our ideas and concepts. And that's always been a frustration to me because we haven't been in the US market. So nobody knows that we did this first or did it better because it's everything so US-centric. What I'm really happy about now is we're in the US competing with those guys, so we can lead and show and innovate first.
But presumably you've got quite an advantage because having lived in the US for some time, US banks are hardly the most kind of advanced when it comes to user experience and actually kind of customer experience. Presumably, if you're coming from a European background, you've already got a head start in that market. I would argue.
I would say so. I think it comes back to internet and payments in the first 2010 was all about safety. It was about creating safe solutions. In 2010 to 2020, it's been about simplicity, the one click. Yes. Everyone's been one click. And now, it's still not actually entirely solved. I still have a lot of experiences where nothing is one click. It's like, feels like takes me 50 minutes to do anything. But the question is, what's 2020 to 2030? And what we're trying to do is like, yes, solve one click, but then think beyond that. What's the next thing that's going to drive innovation? And to us, it's really about all the friction points associated with e-commerce, with shopping, with online, returns, seeing what you see. And then in general, that's the direction of retail banking, right? Yeah. So when I think about where is retail banking heading in the future, I see a future where I wake up in the morning and my computer tells me, hey, I looked at your mortgage this night and I realized you could save $10 a month by switching. Do you want me to do the switching for you? Yeah. And the answer will be obviously yes. Yeah. And in that market, where's the profit? Where are the banks making money? Nobody's making money anymore, right? So the point is, but the purpose, like where you're going is basically, it's a personal assistant. Yeah. It is about building, the next future of fintech is about building a company, an assistant that takes your data and not for the benefit of yourself, but for the benefit of your customer, uses that data to create value for you, to save time, to save money, to make you more understand your own economy, to feel less worried about it. These are the things, and that's the next generation that we're pushing now already to go into that, because we know the next decade is going to be about that.
Yeah, that's super interesting. So maybe a way of kind of like looking at that is that it's banking that goes beyond the transaction, right?
For sure.
There's value within the entire chain, and you're able then to ensure that your customers are supported or have other products and services available to them through that relationship you're having with them, built on the design, built on the user experience.
Very much so.
So that, I guess, leads to my next question, which was like, just generally, not just talking about fintech, but just generally, we've got a lot of entrepreneurs, people building products here. How do you think what's the value of UX? Fundamentally, are we now living in a world where all digital products, all digital services are almost kind of design-led? That's where the real value is.
Yep.
And in the sticky parts of the real world.
Yes. No, I couldn't more agree.
Yeah. So on that point then, like how much is that where the real advantage is going to be for people moving forward? Like the differentiator is going to be UX as much as the actual service or the product?
I think UX will definitely matter. I think there are two other things that I'm also seeing coming, right?
Yep.
So people talk a lot about AI. It's a little bit like self-driving cars. 3 years ago, they were supposed to be in the streets by now and driving us all the way, and they aren't. And AI, a lot of times, is just a pretty good algorithm. However, with that said, the ability to take the data and create value out of it is essential. And one of the things that we realized at Clarna, why we said, why are we going to win in this space? Because there's going to be a lot of other people that see this, is that on every transaction that Clarna processes, we have SKU level data. Not only do we know that you bought for 500 or 50 euros, we know what items did you buy.
Yes.
So when you open our purchase history, you see images of the items that you bought. That creates a very different experience. That allows us to use that data to create a better experience for you. So I think that like using the data in a good way for the customer, for the benefit of the customer, is going to be what comes after it. I mean, obviously, then you need to put that in a great UX, present it in a good way,
sure.
You know, make it available for the customer. So that's one thing. And then there's actually another thing, which is slightly more boring, but quite interesting as well. It's just that, like in retail banking, if you look at the big banks today, a massive amount of their cost is IT systems, where the same systems today can be built at a fraction of that cost.
Sure.
So there's also going to be part of the disruption we're going to see is going to be basically cost-based, where simply the newer players into the market, the fintechs coming in and in other markets as well, are simply have a cost advantage.
Sure. And also, I guess one of the advantages that startups have is speed. Able to iterate very quickly.
For sure.
How do you balance that out, the desire to iterate the product and ensure it's as you know, that it's first to market, but also ensuring that the UX is as you would like it? It's a tough thing to decide, right?
It is. I feel sometimes we're still missing on that one. I think it is a balance between the quality of the product you bring to market and your ability to kind of iterate and try.
Yeah.
So it is a hard balance, but to be honest, to some degree also, it comes back to the quality and passion with the people you have in the company.
Sure.
So if you're really, really good at something, you'll be able to do it with high quality and fast.
Yeah.
If you're okay good, you'll be able to either do quality or fast. And if you're not good at all, you're not going to do either. So, so to some degree, I think it's the ability to attract, but also give people who are passionate like that the right environment and space to allow them to be creative, to give them the prerequisites. Like, I'm so much of my focus today is like, how do I make sure that every person working at Clarna has, you know, we're setting them up, we're creating the environment for them to be able to be creative and passionate and drive the things forward and really own their own results.
Sure.
The more we do that and the more such people we can find and attract, the more likely we are to be able to balance between those things.
Sure. And you've expanded enormously internationally in the period we're discussing, that 5-year period. What have you learned about UX in different marketplaces as you've gone to other, markets that maybe, have different tastes, have different consumer needs? What have you learned about how scalable UX is?
Well, I think the one interesting thing that I've seen is that, like, actually, I've been surprised with how slow it goes, to be honest. And for whatever reason, I don't know, like in Europe, and specifically here in the Nordics, Clarna has had this product in the market called Clarna Checkout that makes it basically a one-click experience, super easy to buy. And it's been live and used, like everyone in these countries recognize and use these products. And then I go to the US, and I'm still sitting down with a massive retailer today, even though Amazon's been around for 20 years doing one click.
Yeah.
And I go to a checkout, and it's 20 steps, and all these unnecessary fields. I'm like, how can this be? I don't get it. Like, but I think again, it's it's the older generation that was retailers, and they were thinking about the stores more than anything else. And if I would come to them and suggest that in a store, every time you go and buy something, you have to enter this log questionnaire and go through a 20-minute process, they would say I'm nuts, right? But in online, they don't test it, they don't use it, they don't see it, they don't think about it. And like, to me, it's just like, like people are talking about digitalization. It's just a new channel. But customers want to have a great user experience, you know, smooth, you know, be able to do what's valuable for them and then move on, right?
And it has, if you're thinking about kind of maybe generational shifts, has that been something that's been important for your business?
So I do think definitely you see that, and it's kind of funny in a way, right? But the younger people are, in my opinion, the less patience they have. So, like, even a fraction of a weight, you know, this takes too long, too many steps.
This dog's been chasing its tail for too long.
I think there is some correlation. Like, and I see it in myself as well. We get used to these services, right? So like with all the services we have today, whether it's an Uber or, you know, Google Maps to transport yourself or, you know, e-scooters or whatever it is, like these things, all of us are growing more and more impatient with any friction, like anything that disturbs us, right? We just want to be able to do whatever we want to spend our time on, and we wouldn't expect it. Like I remember, look, my parents came from communist Poland. They used to queue for 2 hours to buy food, right? Very different experience. Not a lot of us can imagine doing that today.
Well, I'm going to have to get used to that after Brexit.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
We'll see.
We still want you guys to stay, so we really hope that you change your minds.
Well, my mind has been made up on that issue for quite some time, but sadly, we'll have to see how it goes. So we couldn't have you here today, really, without sort of like talking a little bit about the changes you've seen over the last few years within the European ecosystem. It's been quite a journey over the last decade. You know, here we've just had the State of European Tech report that Ben presented earlier with Atomico and Slush. Like, give us a sense of how you see things today. Where are we at with the European ecosystem compared to maybe where we were 2005, and also compared to maybe other marketplaces like the US, like Asia?
Look, I think it's a dramatic difference. When we started Clarna, and I was 23 years old back then, so I'm still not that old, but it's 15 years, obviously. I think the only European company at that point of time that had really made it in this tech was Skype and Niklas Stenström and the team behind it. There was nothing else. And that was a massive inspiration for us. They exited to eBay just a year after we started or something, and was a massive inspiration. Look, you can actually build these kind of companies from Europe. In my school where I was studying, at that point of time, 7% wanted to start a company. Today it is 70% that wants to start a company. And there's a massive ecosystem here in Finland, in Stockholm. Obviously Stockholm has major success around this. There's money there, people have exited, there's angel money, startups can get funding. You used to talk about the issue of funding. I don't think it's an issue anymore.
At every stage. I mean, seed and Series A seems pretty, liquid at the moment. Do you think we've got the ability at later stages to...
Yeah, I think all of these things have become massively better than they ever were. And also, very importantly, access to people who have grown fast before, that understand how do you build an organization, how do you scale it fast, how do you make it work. All of these things were very novel territory for us, for Spotify, for these companies when we were growing, and very little local support existed to basically guide you through these things. Today, a lot of people have access to such things. The thing that's really is a problem, I think, the biggest problem in Stockholm as an example is in Sweden. I've heard a number, I'm hoping I'm not misquoting it now, but somebody told me that there are 4,000 engineers being examined every year in Sweden. Clarna hires 400.
Wow.
That is 10%. And I don't know how many Spotify hires and the other ones. And my wife is running a startup, an amazing startup called Milky Wire, by the way. So I'm doing some promotion here to help impactors in the world to fund their causes and help animals and other things. And the thing is that she has a massive challenge hiring engineers. Right. So the problem we have right now is talent. More than 50% of our engineers are coming from other countries. And at the same point of time, due to the unfortunate development of a very protectionistic, nationalistic, tide that we're having from a politic perspective, people are pushing against. And the challenge for that is it's forcing these companies to not be able to take and create these jobs in these countries. So that's the biggest problem, to be honest, currently. I don't think funding, access to access to advice and all these things are really readily available. And that was very different 10 years ago.
Do you think, though, that you mentioned 17% of people now in Stockholm want to be entrepreneurs, want to start some kind of venture, be founders. Do you think that maybe the generation that are coming up, you will see more tech talent, people who are actually, able to have engineering skills, and that we're just kind of waiting for those people to come through? Or do you think that the pipeline is always going to remain roughly the same and we have to look for other solutions?
In what sense you mean? Like more people will start companies, or?
No, sorry, I just meant that as people sort of think that they maybe want to be entrepreneurs, that they think, okay, when I'm at university or when I'm at school, I'm going to learn the skills that are necessary so that the pipeline of talent will become a bit broader.
Yeah.
I
think also that, to some aspect, that's why I kind of laugh when I watch Silicon Valley, right? Is that to some aspects, some of it is a little bit of a hype. There's a little bit of it's the cool thing to do.
Yeah.
And then now I almost feel like it's not so cool anymore, because now you're not supposed to start a company to make a profit anymore. Now you're supposed to start a company to make an impact and improve the world. And now that's the cool thing to do, and you're kind of odd if you're just thinking about making a profitable service. So these trends kind of shift. But in general, it's a good thing, I think. And you learn so much. Even if a startup isn't successful, what I think people forget about is the learning experience. It's all, to me, I am still driven so much by just the curiosity and the learning, the amazing things you can learn by starting companies. And I think it's a very good thing. If you 20 years ago would go work at a big bank, or you worked at a big company only, in normal big companies, the way they operate, it's very hard to understand what is it that really makes a difference. How do you really create a business that succeeds? How do you really create something that's valuable for your customers? These things are very, very abstract. In a small company, it makes very much sense. That's why Clarna is also now operating as 250 small companies, because we really wanted to recreate that feeling and way of working that really helps people keeping at close with who is my customer, what am I doing for my customers, and that's also what's creating the sense of purpose. Right? The sense of purpose comes from, it matters that I come to work every day, right? And then that becomes so concrete when you're helping your customers in whatever way you're helping them. Right?
I was going to ask you exactly that question, which is, the company's grown to 3,000 people now. Obviously, culture is so important. As the person, the CEO, co-founder, how do you protect that? How do you ensure that everyone joining, you're onboarding people to just maybe, some of the people who've been there for a long time. How do you ensure that those values are the same, and you ensure that everyone is, got the mission very clear in their minds?
It's super hard. I don't feel that I don't think we ever. I think first of all you got to recognize it's an utopian thing you're striving for. Achieving that to full, you will never, because a company is an organic thing, and you need to continuously put energy into it. But I do feel we're in a much better place we've ever been before. And I think it really comes down to, I think most companies are built in a way that makes sense for senior management. So senior management, or the top management, because they are the decision makers, they design the company in a way that makes sense for them. Okay, now I control, I understand what's going on. And the problem with that is that the people actually doing the work, people who are coming in, coding, marketeers, whatever they are doing, to them, it's very abstract. What am I here for? What are we doing? Why are we doing it? Where are we going? I have no clue. So you really got to flip that around and say, I have to make sure the most important thing is that for the people doing the work, it's crystal clear what we are doing, why we are doing it, how we're getting there, and also that they own it. It's not something I enforce on them. It's something they are part in formulating and putting out for themselves and setting out, right? That is the key, and that's the only way in a large company to create that level of responsibility, accountability, passion, fun, creativity, whatever it is, all these things. So that's so critical. It's very hard to do. I think we have come fairly far at it. But at the same point of time, another thing that we're also saying, which is very un-Swedish, for example, is that Clarna is not a company for everyone. It's not everyone will enjoy that. we are trying to create a very challenging, interesting experience that requires a lot.
Sure.
And you should go there if you want to feel confused. Sometimes you're going to be like, oh my God, I don't understand how I'm supposed to do all of this. Like, that's a good thing. That's called learning, right? That you are like being challenged, and that's part of the experience that we're trying to create. We want you to learn a lot, and you have to have that ambition and interest, right? And not everyone sees their work in that sense.
Sure.
To some people, work is where I go to pay my salary, to pay my bills.
Sure.
And that's okay. I'm not passing judgment on it, just saying it's different.
Yeah.
So we really want to attract people that want to learn a lot, want to be, and want to have impact. Because the learning you can get in a startup, the only advantage to coming to Clarna over a startup is the impact.
Right.
That is what we can offer, which is that if you do something here, if you create value, if you care about the customers, it's going to have an impact on 70 million people's lives.
Sure.
And that's how we can attract somebody and say, it's a little bit more fun here than in a startup. That's our only way.
Sure.
But the learning experience and the ability to control and be part of the destiny must be the same as it would be in a startup or a small company.
Very cool. Very, very quickly, because we're out of time, you've had an incredible ride the last 15 years. What's next?
What's next is like, look, I'm super hyped. I even though I've been doing this for 15 years, this is my best year, and I think 2020 is going to be even better because I feel we have the right people, the right culture, and there's massive opportunity, and it's really time that we kill these old banks and their profits away and give it back to the customers. Now's the time to do it. So I couldn't be more excited.
Sebastian, thank you for being such an inspiration to the room. Thank you for spending time with us today. And say hello to everyone from Slush, to Snoop Dogg.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Sebastian and Greg. Anni, do you have any idea where all of these great startup founders are coming from?
Pretty much all over the world. Why are you asking?
I mean, how did they end up being entrepreneurs in the first place?
I think that everybody has their own motivations, so you can't really say just one thing.
Well, if you want to be an entrepreneur, how can you become one? Is it something you just learn naturally, or something you can study, for example?
I don't think I'm the right person to answer your question, but luckily our three next speakers just might be. Josefina Kotilainen is a true Nordic tech community ambassador and a familiar name here at Slush, since she used to run the financial business behind the scenes here as CFO. And now she's senior financial associate at early stage VC fund Maki VC.
Josefina will be joined on the stage by Johan Brandt, a founder of Kahoot, a game-based learning platform for schools. He's also founded Entrepreneurship 1, which is aiming to create a fleet of ships that will educate people on how our oceans should be treated.
Our third speaker is Dr. Ling Ge, Chief European Representative at Tencent. She received her doctorate in quantum computing at Oxford University, and at Tencent, she is focusing on strategic investment and partnerships with technology startups, universities, government, and industry around Europe. Together, they will dig deep into the education landscape and its development.
First, Josefina will reveal a new collaborative project aiming to provide a solution for entrepreneurship knowledge. After this, Ling and Johan will join to discuss about entrepreneurship education. Welcome on stage.
Hello, everyone. For the past decade, the startup community has focused on inspiring the next generation of founders. But I think I speak on behalf of everyone when I say that we're inspired enough. Luckily, the next decade is coming, And in 2020, we hope to build on this foundation. We want to make sure that anyone who is interested in discussing a new venture, introducing a new product or service inside their company, or starting a startup of their own is not only inspired, but also equipped with the tools to get started. But we fear that a lot of the basic information on modern entrepreneurship is difficult to find. Sure, there are volumes written on startups, and all of us here are always very eager to share our own stories. But much of the practical, basic information is scattered online or shared within startup and tech circles, passed on from mentor to mentee, or discussed between like-minded entrepreneurs at tech conferences and gatherings much like this one. Or in the worst case, not even shared at all, because we assume that we know everything already. We believe that in the 2020s, launching a startup successfully should not be dependent on who you know. That's why we created Starting Up, a free online course that's open for all, teaching the fundamentals of startup entrepreneurship. The course provides practical tools and basic knowledge for anyone who wants to build a startup around a problem that they'd like to solve. And let's face it, people are different. And we want to equip as diverse a group as possible with the basic tools. The course is offered worldwide by Aalto University. But what makes us special is that the idea came from students who wanted to see the startup bubble get a bit of fresh air. Not long after, we had a world-class team working together, and some of the most renowned Nordic entrepreneurs collaborating on the course material, and supporters sharing our vision. The result is 9 chapters of knowledge from basic terminology to more in-depth topics like validating your idea or go-to-market strategy, spiced up with real-life stories from entrepreneurs that we interviewed. For those already interested, we hope to offer practical tools to get started. And for those who don't yet know that the startup life could be for them, we hope to iron out some of the most common misconceptions. Above all, we want to make sure that no great idea goes unpursued because of lack of access to basic knowledge. We want to break the bubble and let in a little bit of air. Because when we invite people outside our bubble in, things tend to spill over in slightly messy but oddly satisfying ways. That's why we're giving the course away for free, no strings attached. It is live now online if you go to the website, and you can start learning. Our only hope is that you share it with someone unexpected, someone outside of Slush, someone who's not here, someone outside your circle. Because who knows, you might see something start to bubble over. Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Linge and Johan Brandt on stage with me to discuss the future of education. Hello, thank you for joining me here. Ling, you have a really impressive background, both in the sort of education side. You've also been teaching entrepreneurship. You have a doctorate in quantum computing, but you're also currently the European chief European representative at Tencent, and you're focusing on a lot of strategic investments, and you're also collaborating with universities. Would you like to give a short introduction on Tencent?
Sure. So Tencent is a bit similar to Google. We're a technology firm, and our mission is value for users, tech for good. Tencent is best known for two of our messaging apps, QQ and WeChat. Each has about 1 billion users. And we build the entire internet ecosystem on our user base and leveraging AI and big data to learn and enhance our offerings. And we have significant market share in China on every aspect of people's lives: paying, eating, games, music, and even simply chatting, and some of the Hollywood blockbusters. For example, WeChat Pay manages 1 billion transactions every day. We are also an investor in some of the leading tech firms, such as Spotify, Tesla, Reddit, Snapchat, and here in Finland, Supercell.
Thank you. Yeah, that's really impressive. Thank you for joining. And Johan, you also have a very impressive background and very focused on education. And Kahoot is one of the world's fastest growing learning brands, which is really amazing. Would you like to say a few words about Kahoot?
Yeah, definitely. We don't have 1 billion users, but we do have about 1 billion players every year. But yeah, the purpose for Kahoot was really to make learning something people fall in love with again, to make it awesome. And having a very strong focus on engagement, understanding that learning starts with actually leaning forward and engaging. And we then realized, which is funny, you guys having a chat app, for us it's actually about maximizing the classroom. So Kahoot's journey is really about making the most of the classroom with your co-students. That's what it means to do something together in an naughty way. And then you use technology to maximize that opportunity, using network technology, gaming structure, and so on. But at the end of the day, really, Kahoot's journey has been about focusing on that journey of maximizing the time together.
Yeah. Ling, I know that education has been one of the verticals for Tencent that has been of interest. Would you like to tell more about that, or perhaps mention a few companies in the education field that you've invested in?
Sure. So traditionally, Tencent has been, our DNA has been in the consumer internet space. And last September, we had a strategic upgrade and a restructuring in the company. So we merged all the enterprise-facing teams across all 6 business groups into one new business group called the Cloud and the Smart Industries Group. So we are serving enterprise clients in different verticals such as government tech, fintech, healthcare, automotive, construction, and also education. And in the education space, we have our own product offerings, ranging from teaching children from 2 years old studying English to K-12, so that's primary, secondary schools, to university, and also to lifelong adult learning, such as coding platforms, teaching people how to code or even how to get a certificate if you want to be a Chinese government official. So we have reached, so our consumer base, that's 70,000 educational institutes, 15,000 schools in China, reaching 300 million users. So that's our own product offering. And obviously, Tencent can't do everything ourselves. So we are also investing in education. For example, VIP Kid, it's leading online English tutoring platform. So it connects teachers from North America, like US, Canada, to children in China who want to learn English, and they can have live video lessons. And it's also offering supplemental income for about 100,000 US teachers, more than half are female, to about 1 million kids in China. And sometimes the Chinese families take all these US teachers as part of their family, and it encourages cultural change. So it's a win-win situation. And some of the other investments in the space, we have Peilian. In Chinese, it means accompanied play or practice. So that's an online music education platform. And then we can help children or young adult or teenagers between 5 years old and 16 years old to learn musical instruments. For example, how to play the piano better, violin, accordion, and even Chinese traditional instrument, guzheng. It has about 500,000 users in 33 countries, and the financial performance is actually quite impressive, over $12 million per month in revenue.
Johan, you built an impressive company with Kahoot, and as the theme is education, what have been your key learnings in building it?
It's funny to build a learning platform and then you're doing your first proper business at the same time, so you're kind of practicing your own product. But I think one of the key learnings that I find fascinating, and we're talking about like the future learning, is what we're seeing is this is the time when you really have to take control of your own education. The time when you could follow the institutional path and you'll be fine, you'll find something at the other end. It doesn't exist anymore. So the reason why we're so focused on Kahoot was giving people the ability to kind of master their own journey and understanding why you need to take control of your own journey. And what's interesting with Kahoot's beginning was that we're empowering the teacher and the student to be heroes in their own situation. Yeah. But as Kahoot has become bigger, it has then acquired companies who are actually helping people like Dragonbox and Poyo to self-study. And there's this balance, so this key takeaway for us is definitely that as we're going forward, it's a balancing between institutional education, but also giving tools for self-study, and that they can actually cross over. In the beginning, teachers didn't want tools in the classroom that replaced them. Everyone has job insecurity, but there is this balance between how can you teach a lot of people if they can't self-study. So a key takeaway there is really the same we had to practice in Kahoot, which is allowing each employee to make the best decision and charter their own route within the company or within your education.
That's really inspiring. So building your own journey. I think in terms of, we launched this course to bring easier access to basic information, but how do you feel about if everything can be learned from the internet? How will the role of universities change? Is there more collaborative learning? Should universities start working with companies such as yours in the future, or what do you see will happen? Ling, do you want to give your thoughts on that?
I think it's online learning and university education, they are complementary to each other. For example, when Johan was mentioning, now we can use online learning to bring education to a massive scale and to help empower teachers, to help monitor students' performance, basically to make everything smooth. But I feel traditional education has their unique space, especially in the field of cutting-edge research. For example, when I did my quantum computing research at Oxford, we had a team of 60 researchers or scientists across all different departments, ranging from material science, physics, chemistry, mathematics. And every day we discuss what's the simulation result is like, what's your new fabrication progress, what's the measurements like, how are we going to design and tune the next design of the quantum computer. And I feel that kind of collaborative environment is not easily replaceable by online learning.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I mean, some of the pain factors we've seen with the corporations is that people come out of school trained to look after themselves. It's counter to what I said earlier, but it's this thing, you're coming in, it's really about your grades, you succeeding, and then you're going into business where, of course, you succeeding relies on you working real well with others. And then we do have colloquial groups and so on, but actually this idea of structuring education around actually what's really needed out there, which is collaboration. Mm-hmm. And it could be across teams, it could actually be even competitors. Yeah. So one of the big learnings we have seen from all the online learning platforms is actually changed how teaching happens in the classroom. So we know this from Stanford and other places where people have been conducting more and more of these online courses themselves. Actually, what they're saying, a lot of the benefit has been actually they've changed how they structure the learning together to maximize the time together and then passing off the stuff that can be done by itself. And that's actually interesting because that's kind of how modern companies want to work as well.
Yeah.
They want to maximize the time together and then allowing people to kind of top up in other ways.
Yeah. Ling, I know that Tencent has backed several companies in the education field, and you mentioned a few of them already. Where do you feel that the future is headed in the education sector?
I think coming back to the point I mentioned just now, also looking back in history, in BC 221, when the first Chinese emperor Qin Shi Huang first united China, and he burned all the books because information, he wanted information to be scarce, so he could be one of the few well-educated ones and can rule China. And fast forward to today, I feel information is no longer scarce. It's quite the contrary. We are flooded with enormous amount of information, and we don't know what's actually important sometimes. Or with all the recent deep fake news, we don't even know what's true or what's false. So I feel, in a way, perhaps if we imagine the world of 2050, it's not so much about to teach the essential information, but more about general purpose life skills. So I was thinking this 5 C's, the critical thinking, collaboration, communication, creativity, and most importantly, how we manage change. So it's not just how we would reinvent a new product, a new idea, but with all the genetics engineering, it's how we reinvent ourselves again and again in this fast evolving world.
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
Yeah,
what's your prediction for the future?
It's super fascinating because this is one of the things that we see as well, what we're obsessed about with Coot in terms of people actually seeing each other, and actually as they're getting the data and answers also that they're actually having emotional connection. Because at the end of the day, when you don't know, to be honest, we live in a time where actually what we take as a fact doesn't change because it's fake, it's because we learn something new. So we're also learning ourselves that we always have to question facts, knowing that we will challenging it. At the other time, we have to change your opinion because we know something new. So this idea of actually learning life skills and creativity is super important. And actually that we're obsessed about people actually making their own educational material. Because actually by creating material, by creating stuff, you are learning those other skills and the trust and collaboration. And it's very uncomfortable to be in a world that's floating, that's constantly uncertain. But actually, I think it's a Chinese proverb that says something about being certain is foolish, but it's uncomfortable to be uncertain. But those things are, I think that's what we need to learn. We actually need to master uncertainty.
And change. Yeah.
And change, because actually facts is either presented wrongly to you or they just change because we learn so fast.
All right. Ling, you also have a very impressive university background with your doctorate in quantum computing, and you've also taught entrepreneurship. You worked with venture capitals, you worked with technology firms. So how do you feel about teaching entrepreneurship?
So I have participated and also taught entrepreneurship in some of the leading business schools. But I feel, also I was discussing with Johan earlier, the best way to learn entrepreneurship is to actually start a company on your own. So I feel actually the startup initiative that Josefina, you presented earlier is a fantastic initiative because on one hand, it offers all the practical information on how we start a business or in one easy-to-find place. For example, product market fit, how we actually go about raising a financing round. But also, I think more importantly, it's a close collaboration between universities, leading tech VCs, and the startup ecosystem. So you actually make your teaching really relevant to the real world experience.
Any thoughts on teaching entrepreneurship?
Yeah, I left business school because I felt like I had to start a business.
Yes.
And then I actually then studied arts. Because in arts, you're doing what you guys are planning. You are creating your art, and at the same time, you're learning what's necessary to create your art.
Yeah.
What I think is brilliant and why you can't teach entrepreneurship is you can't teach it without doing it. So it's just like arts. You have to kind of create a company, and then you have to actually top up with the skills you need as you go along. And that's why I think these type of initiatives is super important. And it's many ways of doing it, but one thing that I think we all agree on is you actually have to work on the business. Just like the art students work on their art project. And that's probably the biggest problem with institutional learning, is it's theory.
Yeah.
And there's a very few times you actually learn something is when you can practice it in the classroom.
Yeah.
Which is why you're lucky going to Oxford and Harvard, where they actually have case studies and they're a bit more. But a lot of schools are theory, and reality is far away. And that's very hard.
Okay. Can I just add? Because when we look at startups to invest in for the founders, because number one, most important thing is we look at the people, not just the business. And for the founders, it's what businesses have you created or have you exited, not what kind of business school qualifications have you got. And obviously, we evaluate all the other creativity and ideas and the products and financials.
Yeah. You, Ling, work closely with entrepreneurs, and you've been an entrepreneur yourself, still are. How do you help someone become a better entrepreneur? Either of you can start.
So we're running a Chinese proverb theme today. So Johan had one, I have one too. So there is an ancient Chinese saying called 三人行必有我师. It means if there are a group of 3 people, there must be someone I can learn from. So it's not so much about how I mentor the entrepreneurs. I also learn a lot from them. And also from the proverb, we can see the importance of network. And sometimes it's not just teaching one way, but also connect them with the other fellow entrepreneurs, the investors, the tech community, and even their potential customers or potential hires. So I think there are lots of leading European VCs like Atomico, Markey, and even Founders Forum. They all create a great place for this kind of connections.
Yeah, it's this should be the stage for proverbs. I'll give you another one. Because so while I was doing Kahoot, I started something else, and now that's what I do most of my time, called Entrepreneurship. And Entrepreneurship 1, our idea is actually, we're doing a blue field. We're literally looking at the ocean and ocean technology and how for the betterment of the world, and we realize we need to build a community. So we have this proverb, which is from Africa, but it's, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And this is idea is you will constantly need different experiences. You will constantly have to pass on the baton. You have to evolve. So we're seeing this idea of building a fleet is the same way of building a network. We are in the age of network technology, in network economy, and teaching and learning the power of network, even if it's interhuman or if it's internet, it is so important. And that's one of the things I think I spend the most time with startups, is for them to understand and see the potential in, for example, network economy. And to really kind of unpack what those models are. Why are Tencent so big? I mean, it's built its stuff on the network technology and network economy. So that's what I spend a lot of time on. And sometimes, it's interhuman.
Yeah. When you were building Kahoot, I'm sure you had some ideas about learning. Did you have some assumptions that you found that were wrong along the way, or has something changed in the way that you view learning in general?
Yeah, we had an assumption that was inherited from everyone else, and that was teachers and classrooms, they don't want technology. So we also had the assumption that we're going to have to break a barrier of having technology. So we started kind of wrong in that one, because it wasn't actually they were against technology. They were against what they don't know. So our assumption was technology, but actually it was about change. It was about uncertainty. So when we were able to change that, all of a sudden, we built the product very differently. We took away the uncertainty and realized technology in itself, people are agnostic to it as long as the uncertainty is taken away.
We're running out of time soon, but are there any last takeaways that you two would like to leave the audience with?
Well, I can say one thing, preaching to the choir here, but I really believe with
well, with Slush and where we are, like we need, it seems like we have too many entrepreneurs, but we need more. Because also being an entrepreneur is not necessarily being the first person starting the business. An entrepreneur is also someone who sees the potential in someone else's idea. And actually being employee 3, 4, 5, or being the co-founder who joins after 3 years, like in Kahoot, Osman, the current CEO, he joined while we already had product in the market. But that's also entrepreneurial, to see the potential in something that yet hasn't blossomed. So for me, if there's something to see in education, or if everyone here is actually being quite proud of this idea of spotting potential and doing it, because then you can end up being a VC at some stage as well.
How about you, Ling?
Yeah, I think one takeaway is for entrepreneurs, it's not so much about the success you currently have, but the challenges you face and how you overcome those challenges. So for example, the great success story, Supercell in Finland, has had its ups and downs, and it has come a long way. And also even for Tencent ourselves. So I feel resilience is the key and the future.
Okay. Thank you so much for the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josefina, Johan, and Ling, for a very interesting discussion. Sometimes our need for speed and for fast growth might mean trouble, since when you only think about what is going to happen next, you might not be able to think what is going to happen after that. And this might give your company a quick boost towards success, but it doesn't always pay off in the long run. In fact, it might lead into bad, short-lived decisions.
Instead, seeing the big picture when growing your business is the key to success. At least this is the case with our next speakers, Patrick Pichette and Dax da Silva. 4 years ago, Patrick left his powerful job as a CFO at Google to enjoy his life and, as he said, enjoy a perfectly fine midlife crisis full of bliss and beauty. Instead, it didn't last that long. He became a VC at Innovia Capital. Patrick wants to help Europe to fund the next Facebook and Google. Before the most promising startups in Europe will be bought and acquired by US tech giants.
Dax da Silva founded Lightspeed on the premise of inclusiveness and diversity, which still remain core to the ethos of the brand today. He explained how differences are celebrated in his company and how those with varying backgrounds have helped shape the diversity and inclusivity in the company. This year, Dax has been named Innovator of the Year by the Globe and Mail's report on business as part of its annual CEO of the Year award feature. Together on stage, Dax and Patrick will discuss building truly important, long-lasting companies instead of aiming for short-term growth. So without further ado, please welcome on stage Dax da Silva and Patrick Pichette.
Well, here we are. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello, Slush.
Hi, Slush.
How's everyone? Yeah?
There you go.
Good,
Everybody's doing their texts. So, welcome, everyone, especially all of the entrepreneurs in the room. My name is Patrick Pichette. I was supposed to be famous for how I joined Google, but actually I turned out really famous for how I left Google. So a couple of years ago, my wife and I basically decided to go for a life of adventures. What you have here is a picture of my road warrior bike with whom I've crossed the entire continental divide of the United States. So what is that, 3,500 kilometers of mountain biking, and so many more adventures. In my new role, so when I finished all these travels, I actually decided, as you've heard in the intro, to come back to the business world, work with amazing founders, people that basically have these incredible global aspirations, people like Dax, the founder of Lightspeed. So I will talk to you in 2 seconds about Dax. Lightspeed is a SaaS platform for small and medium businesses, and we'll hear the whole story from Dax in a second. I was absolutely fortunate to invest in Lightspeed, but more importantly, become chair of the board. and through our stewardship, basically help management to make the incredible successful IPO earlier this year. You know, it's been kind of like one of the 2 top IPOs of the last decades in Canada. It's a super successful company. It's a company that is genuinely global in mindset. It has a huge presence in Europe.
Yep.
And they're also hiring. So if you're looking for something,
come join the team.
So yeah, come join the team. So Dax, welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick.
We're going to have a
you.
conversation today, you and I, about mission-driven founders. So you'll hear in a minute why we're taking that topic, but also talk about corporate structure, which is not a really sexy topic, but they're really interlinked. And the reason why I want to talk to you about them is because, well, let's start. How many of you in the room are entrepreneur or expected, like, wish to start their own business? Raise your hand. So there you go.
There you
so
go.
many of you. And here's the issue that you actually never think about. You're really focused as an entrepreneur about, okay, I got my mousetrap I'm building, got my lines of code, I'm trying my value proposition, I figured out my TAM, and I'm pushing so hard to get my VC funding. And then you get your VC funding. But the one thing that most of us will not have thought about is our corporate structure and how to think about the kind of company we want to build. And this is why I wanted to bring Dax on stage with you today. Look, you've taken other people's monies and now you have a responsibility toward them. But if you have big social aspirations as well, how do you marry that with your kind of fiduciary obligation to your shareholders now? And it's actually at the very beginning of your company that you have a lot of degrees of freedom to set the right tone. And Dax and I are going to talk to you about that conundrum. This conundrum because you really want a great global company, but you also care about certain ethical issues, whether it's about people or the planet or otherwise. And how do you create that balance in pushing super hard, but not forgetting that mission that's in you? And so that's the conversation we're going to have, and there's no better way to start but in actually listening to Dax's story. So Dax.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick.
I'd love to start with, what was the inspiration behind starting Lightspeed, and what is your world-changing vision?
Yeah, so Lightspeed started in 2005, and I built a lot of software. I started programming when I was 13 on the Mac, and I'd done a lot of software for independent retailers, and I just really wanted to, give power back to these independent business owners. I noticed the impact that independent business has in the community, and so instead of having more custom systems that I was building, I wanted to do one platform that could help holistically a business. And that was the first incarnation of Lightspeed, and I wanted to make sure that the platform was versatile enough that it could work for a bike store or a computer dealership or a furniture store. So we worked with the more complex small and medium-sized businesses, and the idea was really to put them back in the driver's seat, give them the empowerment to feel control over their data, over their decisions. And what's happened in the 14 years since is that the way that people shop and the way that people dine has completely been transformed by the internet and by mobile. And so we've actually, in lockstep with our customers, evolved with this changing consumer experience. Small businesses have to keep up with having the right product for the right customer at the right moment, at the right location. It's a lot for a small business to tackle. And so we've been able to build this global company that tackles this problem and makes sure that companies, these little small and medium-sized businesses have the technology to compete with the big box chains, compete with the big e-com brands like Amazon, and make sure that our cities and communities, our city streets are vital with local flavor, local texture, that they can run circles around some of these big players because they're engaged with the community and they're engaged with their own customers. And that's sort of that's the mission that gets us up in the morning. And we can go down the streets and we can see how these small businesses are changing their neighborhoods and thriving when they're using systems and when they're leveraging technology.
So you're empowering David to fight Goliath
Absolutely.
with the same tools.
And it's very satisfying to watch, right?
Yeah.
And it's very material for our employees. We can see them bridging, we can see these businesses that are physical businesses, so they're typically a physical location, but they're also making that transformation into selling digitally. If they're a restaurant, doing reservations and delivery, the models for these companies are blending.
Well, let's talk about that, because everybody, the last decade has been a hell of a roller coaster for you, and you've had to probably change. How many times did you reinvent yourself as a company to actually make sure that they stay ahead? Because Amazon is not stopping, and the big box are not stopping, and nobody's stopping. So how did you actually make sure that they stay ahead of the curve?
So reinvention is the name of the game, and you've got to be willing to you got to be willing to throw out what you're doing and actually listen to the market, listen to customers, and understand what they're experiencing as merchants, and anticipate the software that you're going to need to build. So I built the original software. It was on the Mac, but it wasn't in the cloud. And the first 7 years we bootstrapped the company. So this is for all you founders out there. Bootstrapped the company, built a lot of...
This is the basement phase of your...
we built a lot of identity and DNA, and we had a really global company because we had hundreds of resellers that were selling our software around the world. Then we took VC investment, and in that first year of taking that first 30 million, and later over time, over the next 7 years, 300 million, we realized that because the consumer experience was transforming, that we had to bring these businesses into the cloud. And then that meant another reinvention. We had to get them onto mobile. We had to get them onto e-commerce. We had to get them onto loyalty programs, analytics, really look at their businesses in a real-time way. And we wanted to do that, not just for people in North America or Canada or a backyard. We saw this as a global transformation.
So we're talking about, I know, because I've seen, even now, we've seen this massive transformation, which is the next generation of going from cloud and then adding payments and even more complexity so that you can stay competitive and at the leading edge. Having said that, I'm going to go back to 2015. Lightspeed outgrew its offices.
Yeah.
And you decided actually to open a cultural center called Never Apart.
Yeah.
Never Apart is fully funded by yourself. And you've chosen to be the sole funding source of the organization. And so I'm curious, how does your work with the organization feed your need for crafting this better world? Tell us about Never Apart, and it is such an intertwined story with Lightspeed as well. Give us more details.
So Never Apart, so this is what you're looking at is the sunroom at Never Apart. We have a moon room and a sunroom. What it is it's this 12,000 square foot cultural space. Where people's imaginations, artists' imaginations, just kind of run wild. And it's this warehouse with an outdoor pool. It was a former Lightspeed office, very cool space. But when we moved into our new offices, which is actually a chateau, a castle, we were actually able to outdo the pool. I was like, these are they're just gonna turn this into more condos. So why don't we create a cultural space? I think that there's this theme of community that's kind of run through all of these projects, and commerce is one way to build community. You've got your local restaurants and your local stores, but culture, art, music, dance, all of these elements, that's part of community too. Yeah. And so at the 10-year mark, I was actually really burnt out at Lightspeed from all of the Lightspeed. All of the evolutions and the reinventions and the funding, it takes a toll. But then you wouldn't really think creating a new project would actually give you another burst of energy, but it's exactly what happened. This was another part of me, a part of my authentic sort of self that I thought, let's start this cultural center. It's now or never. I have artists in my family, and I've really had the heart of a designer. And so creating this center where it's culture as a change agent. We really thought by having artists from different cultural backgrounds and different experiences and different perspectives all exhibit in the same space in this nonprofit was a way to actually discover how we could build bridges and create change.
And again, strengthen our communities.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump, because a few months ago you launched this book called Age of Union, Igniting the Changemakers.
Yeah.
And in it, you pose the idea of 4 pillars of creating a connected world: leadership, culture, spirituality, and environment. How is this all connected to your Lightspeed experience and your Never Apart?
So Age of Union is I realized that one of the commonalities, other than community, between Never Apart and Lightspeed was, at Lightspeed we were enabling the local change makers to run these businesses and to thrive. And at Never Apart, we were giving artists a voice. We were standing them up as leaders in a way that they didn't necessarily see themselves as leaders, but they are change makers. They're making statements about society, and so. Age of Union, igniting the change maker. It's my personal philosophy and what I've learned from Never Apart and Lightspeed on what are the holistic ways that we can approach change. And like you said, I think it's leadership. I think it's the diversity of leaders. It's culture, all our behaviors. That's how change is going to turn into action. Spirituality, all the different paths towards thinking about the greater good, and then finally nature. We've got to band together and start to really act for nature.
So you've had all these successes, and the message I get is, you didn't wait. You didn't wait to kind of get this big IPO and then say, okay, how am I going to give back to this community? You actually acted the entire way across, haven't you?
I think we all are starting to feel like there's no time to waste. We want to start giving back as part of the things that we do. It's an opportunity, especially when you are building a company and you're building a project. You have all these opportunities. You have all this influence to start to create change. Maybe it's a part of your business. It's woven into the fabric of what you do. So there's those things, but then there's all these other opportunities that you can take, whether it's writing a book or starting a center to ignite change. And I know you have a nonprofit as well called Canuck that's near Montreal. Why don't you tell us about Canuck?
I haven't had to be. The reason why I invited Dax is because he's smarter than I am, and he didn't wait. And I need to tell you. So in my story is the following: what you see here in the pictures is an incredible historical accident. So as I left Google, as I was leaving Google, I tripped into this opportunity. So listen to this. Louis XIV, the Roi Soleil, the King of France, in 1674, gave a massive piece of land to the first Archbishop of New France, Monseigneur Laval. And that piece of land, for some weird reason, basically got buried and lay dormant for nearly 400 years. And in 2013, it got resurfaced, and it was buried in the books of the Canadian Pacific Railway, and some genius said, non-performing asset, let's put this thing up for sale. 65,000 acres, 265 square kilometers with 30 lakes, untouched nature. So what I got approached by my community is to say, Patrick, they're going to put 1,000 condos on this puppy. We need people to come and actually rescue it.
Yeah.
And so our community, 4 families plus Nature Conservancy, made a Hail Mary pass, and we got it. And so now, that's one of our family projects.
And so I hear you have a 300-year business plan for Canuck. What is that, and how are you building towards that aim?
Yeah, that's the other thing that for me was, again, a huge connection between Dax and us. When people tell me, Patrick, I have a long-term plan, I need to put this into context, and what you see here on this chart is the following. You see the states of the United States, Vermont and New York and New Hampshire, and you see the city of Ottawa and you see the city of Montreal, and right in between is where Canuck, this big piece of land is. And it happens that because of global warming, everything that is in the United States is moving gently at about, 30 to 50 centimeter a year north. And unless there's corridors for all of nature to move, all of these species will die. And with urban development, there's like all these infringements. We know all the encroachments we do. So it happens that the Canuck piece of property is one massive linchpin, and now we're building all the rest of the pieces of the puzzle with the community. But it's actually, we'll know if it works in a quarter millennia.
Yeah.
It will take 250 years. But today we're acting. And so when I talk about my business plan, it's a 250 to 300 year business plan.
So you're doing things now that you know are going to impact the migration of these species in 100 years or 150 years as...
Yeah, because humans, like, we think, okay, well, let's take the deer and move them up by helicopter.
Right.
But unless the bugs and the fauna and the flora and everything moves, there's no chance. And so we are today doing this work so that over the coming centuries...
That's incredible.
We'll have a real shot at it.
So tell me, how do you go from leading McKinsey to Bell Canada to the CFO of Google to now being an environmental warrior?
So here's the real issue, though. I think that, and I'm going to come back to your story, there's a misnomer. People think that, you're an executive and then you're a philanthropist, or you're an executive and then
it's not binary.
It's not binary.
No.
I've been basically working with environmental issues all my life. I never had the power to do it, but I was telling, Dax and I were talking beforehand, I remember when I finished school, the very first paycheck I got, I started giving back immediately. And I still had my school debts. And this is like years ago. I just remember that you have to do your steps every step of the way. And so for me, people say, okay, now you can afford it, Patrick. But that's not true. We have a fiduciary obligations to our community, especially as leaders, every step of the way.
People watch the things that leaders, whether they're in tech or other areas of industry, they watch and they emulate and are inspired, right?
That is the key message of today for all of you. The key message we have for all of you today is, whether you like it or not, as a founder of your company, as a leader in your community, you're a megaphone. Right? You're think of every step you take, Dax. Everybody listens to it, multiplies it by 10, and we have a super opportunity, right? So I guess for you, Dax, what is it in your mind that founders have and pursue that 300-year vision? How is it important to you?
So I think it's about infusing purpose, meaning and purpose into the planning of your business and into the things that you do. And I think that it's how you lead. Of course, I'm never going to know what commerce is going to look like in 300 years, but I can infuse Lightspeed with the culture that observes, that tries to create sustainability in the things that we do, that tries to create empowerment for those merchants.
Let me stop you right there, because I remember we had a conversation again a couple of months ago, and you need to tell the crowd here in Europe, because we're both environmentalists, you've figured that by now, you had a scheme that supported tree planting. And you didn't have to do this. Tell us more about that opportunity.
So I think what's really interesting, of course, Lightspeed and other companies can donate to charities, and they should, and support causes. But what about when companies actually build that into how they do business? And so we're doing a pilot with a nonprofit called Carbon Free Dining it's 50 restaurants right now in the UK, and we'd like to bring this across our 57,000 and growing merchants. But 50 restaurants are adding 99 pence on receipts. And so far, they've planted about 400,000 trees in the span of...
So I get my bill, and I'm told, do you want to give 99p?
Yeah, exactly.
And with that 99p, they plant a bunch of trees.
They plant trees in Zimbabwe, and they're looking at different sites. And so it's being a part of the doing of business. And small business owners they've got a lot on their plate. They're trying to be amazing in their establishments. They're trying to be great online, great in social media, but they also want to do social good. So we got to make it easy for them. We've got to interweave it into the software in new and innovative ways. We've got to enable them to have sustainable supplies, for takeout and delivery containers. Those are the things that we can do as a technology provider. So we got to always be thinking about and have that instinct, and that's how that 300-year business plan comes about, is because people start to think about how we can do better for the greater, not just for the company, not just as this profit-making machine, but how does it have a higher purpose? And I think that the employees respond to that. Everybody wants to be plugged into a company that has that greater calling. That's what gets people up in the morning, as much as the satisfaction of walking up and down the street and see all these businesses lit up by Lightspeed.
So in the last piece, I would say is, the message I have for the audience, and we have for the audience, is when we started all these businesses in our case, there weren't things like B corporations. There weren't
Right.
all these tools that are available with transparency and auditing and bringing, all these things are now available to founders.
Yeah.
And so, to me, I'd love to wrap up. It's not only about setting up OKRs. It's not only about setting up, yes, the beauty of the capitalist system is that it gives you signal that are you creating value?
Right.
There's no doubt about that, right?
You can validate that very easily.
You can validate it. But creating an encompassing culture is such a higher noble purpose.
The noble
isn't it?
cause, yeah. And I think that you have here we have us at Pride. The original team at Lightspeed was all from the LGBTQ community, so we value diversity and inclusion as well. Like you can have. What is your company about? What values does it stand for? What are you infusing for the long term? And how does this company survive beyond just you as a founder? A true leader creates leaders. I know we're in the age of the follower. Everybody wants more followers, but real leaders create leaders that will take your
What's the followers?
Followers on Instagram or on Twitter. Everybody wants more followers, but true leaders create leaders. It's people that will carry on the spirit of what you're doing, and in 200 years, be taking care of Canuck, be taking care of the mission of Lightspeed, of that community enablement through small business. That has to survive you or I. Right?
So,
although we're going to live forever, we're going to figure that one out, right, Patrick?
Yeah, we won't live forever, but they will. So we're leaving you today with this message of, we're putting a lot more on your shoulders, but it's the right thing to do, and I can tell you, it is the exciting thing to do. So you have the opportunity to set up from a corporate governance perspective, from a values perspective, and you have here a live example. That's why I was so happy to invite you, Dax, to share your story. Even when we didn't have all these tools, you had this amazing leadership of building this global company, values-based, yes, with the profit motive, but deeply ingrained in your community. So for me, it's a huge thanks to your leadership. I want to let everybody know that Dax will be here tonight at 5 p.m. at the Swiss Pavilion, starting at 5, and he has copies of his book. It's a book that I've read that I cherish. I encourage every one of you.
Yeah, there's free copies for people. I would love to sign them for you. It's interesting because the IPO happened this spring, around the same time as the book.
As the book came out.
And we had an art exhibition for the book that I had put off for months, and it was like, these things are all going to collide at the same time. And sometimes life's messy, You don't know how things are going to turn out. But I think that when you're doing things for positive change, when you're doing things for a greater union, for a greater purpose, things work out. And so this crazy IPO roadshow and trying to do a book launch at the same time, it seemed like
an impossible task.
An impossible, maybe a bad decision. But actually, it went together so beautifully, and I think that not everything works out perfectly, but that seemed to go together. And I had the opportunity to talk about how we can be change makers, how we can be leaders in each our own unique way, and build projects, build nonprofits, build tech startups that have meaning, that have purpose, and that actually is its own reward. We're looking for that anchor often, and we often feel lost in this world of social media and separation, because of all the boxes that we put ourselves into. But actually now is actually a time where we actually have this big impact as individuals. We can have this big impact as individuals.
And use technology for good.
And use technology to power it. We can't be more connected than ever.
So for the people in the audience, your offices in Europe are the main offices?
Yeah, so we have big offices in Amsterdam, in London. We have 3 new offices in Switzerland. We just acquired a company called Ican2. We've done a number of acquisitions. And then we have a big office also in Ghent, Belgium. So we're expanding. Yeah, Ghent.
Go
We're
Ghent.
expanding a lot in Europe. Actually, it was a third of our company, and it's now growing. And I'm here often. It's an amazing. Every country we expand into, it's new culture, it's new energy, and it's new ideas.
So in closing, Lightspeed continues to look for partnerships. So everybody who is in that world of the SaaS point of sale and all of the things that revolve around it, don't hesitate to come and see Dax at 5 o'clock as well.
Yeah.
And Dax, thank you so much for sharing your story. And for all of you, we'll be looking at the leadership from all of you in the coming years to actually create the type of corporations that not only have the community embedded in it, but also that creates these long-term plans, sustainable and profitable, but with a mindset of community. Thank you so much for joining me
Thank you.
today.
Thanks, everybody, and see you at 5.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dax and Patrick. Have you ever thought how cool it would be to be getting cooking classes from Gordon Ramsay or singing classes from Christina Aguilera? I mean, for most of us, it might sound like a dream. However, today it's possible. Thanks to David Roche's online platform, Masterclass. David has always been an eager learner and lover of asking questions. When he was younger, he got in trouble with this, especially at school, where they didn't really reward that kind of question asking. However, this curiosity sparked the basis of Masterclass. He wanted to create a school that made it possible for anybody in the world to learn from some of the best minds and masters of their craft. David's classes cover very traditional topics like writing, sports, and cooking, but also things as politics, economics, or video game design.
David, who has been cited as charismatic by nerdy tech standards by Bloomberg, will get on stage next to share with us how the idea of Masterclass was born and how this idea actually became a company with actual paying customers. He will be joined on stage by Eric Liu, who is the general partner at IVP, the person leading investment into companies such as GitHub and Clarna. Let's hear what they have to say. Please welcome on stage Eric and David.
All right. Good afternoon. How's everybody feeling? All right. Well, you guys can do better than that. How's everybody feeling? I know you guys have been sitting here for a long time. All right, I'm going to start with a couple questions. First, it is my privilege. Well, first I'll introduce myself. My name is Eric Liu. I'm general partner with IVP. We are a Silicon Valley-based venture capital firm that has $7 billion in capital under management. And we've been fortunate to work with great companies like Masterclass, and this is, of course, David Rogier, the CEO and co-founder of Masterclass. And so before we begin, I figured I'd ask you guys a couple questions, just to show of hands. Who has heard of Masterclass in this room? Great, I like that. Who has actually watched a Masterclass? Good, so we've got a lot of potential customers out there. I like that. Who in this, since this is the founder stage, who in this audience is a founder? Or aspires to be one? Great. And who among you has had someone tell you that your idea is impossible? So a few of you. Okay, good. Well, we're going to cover all that today. And hopefully you guys will learn a little bit and have a good time. So David, thank you for being here. Thank you for flying all the way to Helsinki.
My pleasure.
Well, let's start. I mean, let's hear about your entrepreneurial story, because this session is really trying to explain the launch of an idea to a company that is now much further along its evolution. So why don't you just give a little bit about your background, your career path, because you didn't start out as an entrepreneur, and what led you to this point?
Yeah, sure. So as a kid, I wanted to be an entrepreneur. So I posted signs on my street saying I was a 12-year-old boy and I'm looking for work. I did not get any replies to that flyer. Then when I was a teenager, I actually built a search engine, and I sold it for a very small amount of money to a company at the time I had never heard of, called Google. Just kidding. I sold that for a very small amount of money, and then I worked at big firms. Then I went to business school. Then I went to venture capital, so I was on Eric's side. And after about a year of investing, I realized I didn't like it. I wanted to build stuff. So I actually went to my boss, the guy who runs the fund, and I said, hey, sorry, I'm going to leave. I'm going to start something. And he goes, what are you going to start? And I said, I have no idea. I don't have a team. I don't have an idea. And he goes, I don't care. I want to fund you. And he writes me a check for $400,000 and tells me to go think of an idea. The first person I called, this is I'm embarrassed to say, was my mom. And my mom goes, that is the craziest idea I've ever heard, and I would never do that.
Thanks, Mom.
Thanks, Mom. Yeah.
So you worked at a big company and in venture capital. So we can say that the myth where you have to know what you want to do from the beginning is not necessarily true. You can be an entrepreneur at any
I don't
point
think it's
in your
true
life.
at all.
Okay. So the reason I asked the question, you didn't have an idea. You must have eventually had one. And did someone tell you that it was impossible?
I mean, everybody told me it was impossible. It's one of the hardest things to do is to try to think of a great idea. I think it's mostly art. But I was trying lots of things. I was trying to think of needs I have. I was trying to think of needs of other groups that people have. And somebody gave me a great constraint. And I think I'm somebody who needs those to be creative. And she said, choose an idea that even if it fails, you are going to be proud of it.
Okay.
And that, to me, was a great constraint.
And so what was the first impossible idea that you had?
So I am allergic to nuts. I stop breathing if I have nuts. So I thought, how cool would it be if you could make a device that you stick into food and would turn red if there are nuts in it?
Okay.
That's like a cool idea.
So red, stop, nuts.
Yes.
Okay. And no nuts, green?
Correct.
Okay.
The problem is I could only get it to be right about 80% of the time, which means that you die the other 20%. So I knew that was not going to be a very good idea. And I think, I learned a whole bunch of things in that process. One was, for an idea to be really great, other people have to say your idea is impossible. If everybody says it's a good idea, then it means other people have already thought of the idea, other people are already working on the idea. So you need people to think it was impossible. Two is you got to figure out the one or two things, just the one or two things that for your company is going to be key to being successful. It's easy to think of 100 things you want, but for that, there's only one thing. I had to be right. It had to turn red or green correctly.
Yes.
And it didn't.
Okay, not enough anyway. 20% death rate, probably not a good marketing tactic. Okay, so the first idea you brought to market couldn't quite get to work, so you shelved that one.
Yeah.
Even though there was a big market. I mean, there are a lot of people that have nut allergies, and maybe some people in this room. So then you have to think of your next idea, and that's what became Masterclass. And how did you come up with that? It's very different from testing for nut allergies.
Yes. I posted an ad on Craigslist, which is like a classified ad site, and I offered to pay people $12 if I could just hear them talk about their education, their schooling.
Okay.
And I heard really horrible stories. People spending $10,000 to take an acting class that was taught by somebody who isn't actually good, or people wanting to invest in their future, but making bad choices on it. So I had that data point. I had another one where I love to learn and I wasn't taking classes online. I couldn't figure out why. And so I mocked stuff up and I showed it to people and it was trying to figure out what things did they respond to or not. And I kept pushing the idea and thought, what is it that I really care about? And so I was raised in part by my grandmother. And I remember in second grade, so I was 8 or 9 years old, I went to her house after school one day. And I was complaining to her about all the math homework I had, which obviously I didn't have a lot because I was like 8 years old. And she tells me that she has a story that she wants to tell me, which is like the last thing I want to hear when you're 8. So she tells me this story. So she was 16 years old and living in Krakow. Her and her mom go on a family vacation. Dad's going to join, but stays home a couple extra days to do some work. And while they're on vacation, the Nazis invaded, and they took everything and they killed her father. She flees to New York City. Only job her and her mom can get is on a factory floor. She's working at the plant, her and her mom side by side. And my grandma decides that she wants to become a doctor. She finds every medical school in the state, applies to over 25 of them by hand, and gets a no from every single one. Keeps working the factory, applies again the next year, gets a no from every single one, starts calling the deans of admissions and asking, why am I not getting in? And they all hang up on her, except for one, who says, I'll be honest, you have 3 strikes against you. You're a woman, a foreigner, and Jewish. Hangs up the phone. She keeps working, she applies again the next year, she gets into one school and becomes a doctor. And I'm staring at her because at age 8, this is very heavy stuff to be hearing for just complaining about math homework. And she goes, David, the point I'm trying to make to you is education's the only thing that someone can't take away from you.
Yeah.
And I realized I wanted to build something other people can't take away from others. So the idea was, can I make it possible for all of us and anybody in the world to be able to learn from the best?
So that's your second idea. Did someone tell you that was impossible too?
Everybody told me that was impossible.
Well, let's dive deeper on that because, and we've worked together for several years now, and it's still amazing to me that you pulled this off. I think unlike a lot of other startups where you can, if you're technically minded or you can find someone who's technically minded, you can write some code, put it out on the internet, and you've got a product, and you can test whether or not people like it. In your business, not only did you not only have to have the site up, you have to have the content, and you have to have the instructors, and you set your vision and your goals to find the world's best and sort of preserve their knowledge for generations to come. But that's the classic chicken and egg problem. How do you get consumers to come to your site to watch great content? Because the instructors will say, well, you have no site and no consumers. Why should I teach my stuff to your students? Like, how did you solve that problem?
I had to solve if I could get these instructors. Was I going to be able to afford to get these instructors? Could I make good stuff with them? And were people going to want to buy? That was really hard. I tried to do everything I could to figure that out. You can't just do like a test with them because like that's not how they work. So I tried to do polls and to try to get answers if consumers were interested. On the instructor side, that was hard. I mean, that took probably 8 months. I cold called, I sent cold notes, and I learned from
Give me an example. What were some of those notes? Because your instructors are some of the most famous people in the world. We could name them, and people here would know them. How do you get them to pay attention to you and respond to you?
I cold email. How many of you have heard of the photographer Annie Leibovitz? Okay, so Annie Leibovitz is a fantastic photographer, and I really wanted her on the platform. So I email everybody I know. Does anybody know her or anybody on her team? No. So then I look on the web and I find somebody who I think is her studio head.
Okay.
So I send her a cold email. I don't get a response. I send another cold email. I don't get a response. I send a third cold email. I get a response. And she says she's free tomorrow at 10 a.m. in New York City.
And where were you?
Well, I was in San Francisco, but I told her I happen to be in town. So I got myself on a flight as soon as I got the email, went to New York, and I saw her. And I mean, it's that type of grind and hustle, which you guys, all do. The other thing I learned, especially in Hollywood, from a mentor of mine, Hollywood works off the perception of heat. The perception that whatever you're doing is cool and awesome. So you have to figure out, how do you make that? How do you make it seem like if you aren't going to teach, everybody else is going to teach, and you don't want to be left behind, right?
Are you literally saying fake it till you make it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But do not lie. The implied in that is that you can never lie, right? So you have to figure out things you can say that are true.
Okay. So you managed to sign your first set of instructors.
Yeah.
Serena Williams being one. Usher. People know who they are. And this is also another thing. When you first started the company, you sold one class at a time for $99.
Yeah.
And it was pretty successful. I mean, you convinced me to invest on that model, and I'm very happy that we did.
Thank you.
But actually, I don't know, it was probably 9 or 10 months into working together, you came to the board and said, this is working, but it's not where the business should be in the long term. I want to take this successful business model where we're selling classes for $99 forever and morph it into something different. And what gave you the idea, the conviction to take your second idea, which people told you was impossible, you've proved it is possible, to take a big risk and go in a different direction and move to a subscription model, which is what we have today?
I think it's really easy once you find something that works to not want to change a thing about it. And I think the job of the CEO is to see around the corner. And you could see that people wanted to consume more content, but the price point of around $100 to take each class was going to get very expensive, and they weren't going to be able to buy a lot. And the mission, the core part, was making it possible for anybody to learn from the best. So a subscription, if we could price it right, could actually achieve that. And so, I mean, it was based on consumer insight, and then we tested it, right? And I think this is a big thing that we still do, but like, you test as much as you can. And you saw that it actually increased LTV and increased sales, and was a smart thing to do.
Yeah. And so I've heard you refer to this market research concept several times. First, when you were looking at the nut tester, the nut allergy tester, excuse me. The second, when you first were deciding whether people actually wanted to learn from the world's best, and then third, after they started learning from the world's best, consuming it in a different model. Why is that so important to you in terms of research? Because you can also test and iterate and sort of work on the fly, which a lot of other companies would pursue.
Yeah, I think I think an unhealthy myth in tech is that you as the founder just know exactly what the world needs and are just going to build it. That works a very small percentage of the time. There are very few people that get that right most of the time, and we know what their names are. Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, and even they get it wrong a bunch of the time. I mean, Jobs did next, right?
The Newton.
Well, yeah, so I don't have the ego to think I'm as good as them. So I say, hey, I'm going to talk to people, I'm going to get insights, and I'm going to base it off there. Now, somebody isn't going to always be able to say what they actually feel, right? Ford had the really good quote. If you ask people, if he asked people what they wanted at the time, Henry Ford, people said, I want a faster horse, right? Instead of an actual car. But so you don't want to hear the answers in them. You want to get what's driving them, right? And you have to remember at the time that we launched was, almost 5 years ago. One of the common questions we got from investors and from somebody who's going to buy was, I remember investors would say, I don't believe people will pay for high quality content. I mean, you have to remember, this was only 5 years ago, right?
YouTube's free, everything's free.
Yep. It was, and so in those couple years, the world has changed a lot.
Right. Cool. So I want to go, you made this, you refer to this word myth around startup myths and product myths. I want to go to another one that's around, founder stories.
Yeah.
I don't think you describe yourself as a technical person or a developer, yet you started a company, and you're proof that you don't have to be a computer science graduate in order to do that. But I think the broader point maybe that might be relevant for people thinking about their companies, either starting one or growing one, is you've been very successful at working around your gaps, filling in a team around you. What lessons can you pass for those sort of dynamics, both early and as the company's grown?
One of the things I learned really early on was you just got to figure out what are the one or two things that you as a company have to get right, 100% of the time. For the food allergy detector, right, it was being right on the science. For us, the first two things we had to be world class in was being able to get these instructors and able to make great classes.
Yeah.
I thought, hey, I'm going to out-hustle and out-grind anybody else I know, so I can do the first one. I'm not going to be good at part two, so I got to recruit a team and find people to work with who are going to be A+ in making content. And I think it's really easy as a founder to be like, oh, there's all these other things I have to be really great, I have to be good at. I have to figure out the HR perks tool that the team's going to love the most. That, for most companies, isn't going to make or break you.
Right.
And so you got to figure out what are those two things. For us, those were the first two, was can I get these people and can I make great stuff? I can do one of them, but I need help on the second.
Yeah.
So it was all about recruiting a team for that. Now, as we built those, other things start to develop. I got to be world-class at brand. So I bring on people who are much better at it than me. I got to be world-class in the product experience. We bring on people who are way stronger than me. So I think when you start, you got to make sure that the top two needs, that you are going to be one of the best at solving those, and then everything else, you go get help.
Got it. And so now, I think that's insightful from when the business was young and it was you and a handful of people, and now we're well over 100 employees.
200 now.
200? Oh, great,
Yeah.
200 employees. If you in 2 offices and people scattered. If you think about sort of the 1 or 2 things now at this stage of company, what are the things that you think you have to be best at?
So to recruit instructors has gotten way easier. Okay. I mean, from having to jump on planes, now we say no to 9 out of 10 people who come to us. And it's amazing because those same people you went to who said this idea wasn't possible, you now go to and they're like, I told you this was going to be a great idea. I mean, it's like the same people, right? So the first one now isn't the hard part for us, right?
Maybe it's hard to say no because these are also still famous people in their own right.
Yes, but you have to, but you have to say no.
Not everyone's an A-lister.
Yes. And then making the content team has gotten really good at that, right? So the things we're really pushing now is building a world-class brand and our product experience to be world-class. And so, as you know, and what we spend time on the board is how do we make that world-class? Yeah. And how do we recruit people who are extremely good at that? And one of the things that's been really kind of interesting and fun is we have half the company are tech folks, half the company are entertainment folks. Okay. And those worlds are very different. How many of you have worked in entertainment? How many of you tech? I presume the rest of you. Yeah. The worlds are very in entertainment. I'll just give you an example. Everybody's used to having their own assistant, their own office. You usually don't work at a place for a long period of time. I work on a film for a year and a half, and then I leave. So the idea that you have employees with a development plan is unheard of, right? Sure, yep. And the tech world is very different to that, right? And so we spend a lot of time on culture, on process to get those groups to work very closely together. And I think one of the highs for me in life is having a room of people that do not think the same to solve a problem. Like, I love that. Right. And so we really try to make it that it's very integrated and it's not individual teams and silos.
So I think that point about different perspectives is also very, very valuable, very topical. I think if everyone approaches the problem in the same way, right, you wind up with groupthink, which is very well established. But the flip side of that is merging them. I mean, how do you set ground rules as the organizations get bigger? You can't be in every meeting, making every decision. Have you empowered people? What might you offer for people to consume in their own companies as they think about going from 1 person, 5 people, 10 people, 100, 200?
I think this is the part where it's really important to build and emphasize team culture, because those are the rules for how people are going to make choices. And one of them for me is, and I got in trouble at school a lot because I asked lots of questions. And school teachers early on do not like that. And so but I wanted to create a company that that was encouraged. It was encouraged to express how you feel, and you do not have to agree. And so I have an exec coach, which I advise you guys to get. If you get a great exec coach, it's amazing. He came from Apple, and I was talking to him about this, and I asked him for ideas. And one of the ideas he had was, this is going to sound so dumb, but it really works, is think about things you're comfortable to say are your right-handed thoughts. Okay. Things you're uncomfortable to say are your left-handed thoughts. Okay. So he goes, what you should have people do is when they're uncomfortable to share their viewpoint, raise their left hand and say I have a left-handed viewpoint. And I was like, we aren't third graders. This is so dumb. And he's like, trust me, this works amazingly well. And so I tried it with our team, and oh my God, it works so effectively, because what you realize is people who are uncomfortable to share their view because they aren't an expert all of a sudden feel safe. And when somebody says I have a left-handed comment, everybody gives them extra empathy because they know it's hard for them to say. Mm-hmm. So that changed our company because all of a sudden people felt safe to say things that things that you want them to say. Like somebody would say I have a left-handed comment, they say, you're like, that's a really great point. Yeah. The other thing I think is true, and this not everybody's going to agree with, is in the hiring process. So one of the things that most companies do in the hiring process is they have you guys have a meet with 5 people on your team or 10 people, and then you basically ask people, are you a yes or no on the person?
Right.
And you hire people where everybody's a yes on.
Right.
I've learned that is bad idea.
Okay.
That gets you somebody who can like talk smooth and like says the right stuff to everybody.
Right.
The best employees, there was somebody in that interview loop who said, I don't think they are right.
And why is that?
It's a non-consensus hiring. It means that person is off the charts in an area that they're going to say things that do not agree with you. They're going to challenge you. They're going to push you. So I found the best employees, there's always one person in the loop who did not want to hire them.
Did you find that it's oftentimes the same objection, or is it? Does it? I mean, it probably varies by person, but that's an interesting concept. You're actually looking for 80%, yes, in this case.
But they're actually, yeah, that's a funny way to say it. The arguments against them are usually things like, I don't know what this person would necessarily do, or I don't agree with their approach on this, or I don't think they think about this.
Yeah.
Now, the things you have to listen to are cultural. So if somebody in the interview loop says, hey, this person was rude to me, this person was an asshole to me, you do not want those people.
Yeah.
But somebody who doesn't agree with their views or doesn't necessarily agree with their approach can be an A+ person.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. Yeah. Well, let's go back to the research point, maybe just to think about, because we started with 4 classes, now we're approaching 100, and we'll soon pass that. Maybe give an example of class you thought was going to not be a sneaky surprise class. Give an example, the biggest one you can think of, and just show what did research show, and then what happened when the class hit the field. To show, I think the point is research is important, but it's not perfectly predictive either.
Yeah. We did a class with the author James Patterson. How many of you have heard of James Patterson? James Patterson is the best-selling author in the world. He has 110 bestsellers that he wrote with help from other people.
Many other people, I'm guessing.
Many people, which is very open about. So we did our research as one of our first classes, and we came with our list of like 18 things that the world wants to hear from him. James comes to the first call. Remember, James, before becoming an author, was the CEO of J. Walter Thompson, one of the best ad agencies in the world, and he comes with his list. His list and our list are identical except for one chapter.
Okay.
We have one where people want to learn from him what happens when you get stuck trying to write something. You get writer's block. And so we tell him, Jim, this is the number one thing people want to learn from you. He's like, I don't get writer's block. I do 12 books a year. And we're like, but Jim, this is like the number one thing that people want to learn from you. And he's like, okay, let me just think about it. And he's like, oh my God, I started writing more than one book because if I got stuck in an idea, I would just start writing another book. So my solution to getting stuck is you write multiple books.
Okay.
It's one of the best lessons in the class. It's one of the most watched chapters. And so that was something where, the insight said, this is what the world wants to know.
Right.
And it helped the instructor figure out, oh my God, I actually have a hack for this.
It made him a better teacher.
Yeah.
Great.
We've also had instructors so we actually test our classes before they go live. And so instructors often have jokes that they want to share. And instructor had a joke that I did not think was funny. But
can you name names?
I cannot name what name it is. Instructor had a joke that I didn't think was funny. I didn't want to tell them that I didn't think that their joke was funny. It was very early on. As one of our first instructors, I was really scared to lose one. One of the best parts of Insights is you can say that without coming from you. So we tested the class. People hated the joke. So I could say, hey, look, I love the joke, but the research says that the joke isn't working. And then the person decided to change it. So, and then there's other ones. Chef Keller, we had a chef who's one of the best chefs in the States. Our research said what people wanted to learn was new recipes. Chef refused to do that. So the team wasn't sure what to do. I got on the call with Chef, and I said, Chef, look, the insight says this is what the world wants to learn from you. He's like, to learn to cook by a recipe is how you become a horrible chef. It's destroyed a generation of chefs. He's like, these are the core skills that people need to learn. They might not know they need to learn, but they have to. And so I said, as long as you say that in the class, then that's awesome.
Got it.
Because it was a conscious choice,
Yes.
right?
Disclaimer.
Disclaimer.
This is what you need.
Yeah. So there's an hour in the class on chopping carrots. I kid you not.
I'm going to watch that on 2x or 3x speed.
It's really great. It's a really great job. It's
Well, maybe last question, because I know we're running out of time. Let's talk a little about your vision of the future. The company was designed and is a platform to share the world's knowledge from the best in the world forever, inspired by the story of you and your grandmother. But you also talk about, we've talked about education versus entertainment, and maybe they don't have to be mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
Just talk about over the next 5 years how you see that changing or merging, or how should people think about the way that they gather the knowledge that's interesting to them?
Yeah, I think there's this myth that education and entertainment are on opposite sides of the spectrum, and I never understood that. I never understood why education can also be entertaining, and in part, what happens is because of our school system. So if I can ask you guys to all try something. Everybody close your eyes and picture education. Now picture to learn something, learning. Okay, open your eyes. I'm going to guess what appeared for most of you. For education, when I said education, most of you probably thought something about school. It was a classroom, a book, a school teacher. How many was that accurate description of what you pictured? Okay. When I said to learn something, I bet most of you pictured a person or joy or something, a positive emotion. How many for that was true? Yeah, I think we at school makes education, makes it feel like it's not fun to learn.
Right.
But actually, we love to learn. And our generation, our parents had stable jobs and careers, and you knew what that path was. But for ours, careers change much faster than that. And so I think to learn has become a core part of our identity. And I think there's been a big gap in the market that to learn and to grow is tied to my identity. So if we can be the company that helps you achieve that, then I think we can be in every household across the world. And that's kind of the plan for the next couple of years.
I love it.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I think we're out of time, but thank you all for
Thanks,
joining
everybody.
us, and thanks, David.
Yeah, thank you.
That's great.
Thank you. Awesome.
How are we doing out here, founder stage?
Can I hear you?
Now it is time for something big. Because controlling devices with your mind in real time sounds like something out of a science fiction film. But cognitive neuroscientist Sid Quitter has made it reality with his startup NextMind. The secrets of the human brain have been Sid's passion for more than 2 decades. And according to Sid, NextMind has the ability to improve the way people interact with their computers. This means the possibility to play games and control electronic devices, including virtual and augmented reality headsets, in real time using just your mind.
I mean, I'm a gadget nerd, and this sounds like a dream come true. Playing around with your gadget just with your mind. Well, whatever. Next up on the stage, we will have the unveiling of the world's first brain-sensing wearable. Without further ado, give it up for the founder and CEO of NextMind, Sid Quitter. Woo!
Hello, my name is Sid Quitter. I'm the founder and CEO of NextMind, a neurotech company developing new ways to interact with everyday devices using just our thoughts. Let me start with a specific example. Imagine taking your phone to send a message, a text message, without ever touching the screen, without using Siri, just by using the speed and power of your thoughts. Or imagine searching for a specific image, a specific picture in your photo library. If instead of searching through hundreds, if not thousands, of pictures, you could simply think about that picture and it would magically appear on your phone. This sounds impossible, right? Well, it turned out that recent advances in neuroscience are allowing us to transform those ideas into reality. At NextMind, we gathered an amazing group of experts in neuroscience, machine learning, and engineering to bridge the gap between the human brain and technology. Today, I will share with you our first significant step towards creating a direct link between the brain and our devices. NextMind aims at solving a problem that has been raised for millennia, actually. At any moment, you can be conscious of amazing things that are happening in your head that you can imagine, and yet you can barely describe the details to others. I've always been fascinated by this issue. How does the brain create consciousness? Can we even decode consciousness directly from neural activity? Here's a specific example. Are babies conscious? Are they fully conscious? Babies can tell us what is going on in their mind. So how do you find out? As a professor of cognitive neuroscience, my lab specializes in decoding consciousness directly from neural activity. We use non-invasive neuroimaging methods to do it in babies, but also in sleepers, in coma patients, etc. After several discoveries, I started to be obsessed with one vision that led to the creation of NextMind. We are starting to decode consciousness directly from brain activity. But what if we could do it in real time and then allow anyone to use it for daily applications, such as controlling a TV, a phone, a game, a VR headset? So how do we get to brain-computer interactions for daily applications? There are many obstacles, but at the end, it's all about one thing: improving the bandwidth of the signal you can record from the brain. There has been huge progress in neuroscience over the past decades. This is a nice image of the visual cortex that you use when you perceive objects around you or when you imagine things. But the beautiful brain images that you sometimes see in the media can only be obtained by averaging hours of data. This is a really, really tough problem, actually. So neural signals can hardly be decoded in real time if you don't go invasive, if you don't use surgery. And that's what we're trying to avoid here. There are some portable EEG devices on the market using electroencephalography, but they struggle to pick up high-resolution signals because the skull acts like a barrier. So the leftover signal actually is so weak, so small, that it can be barely distinguished from noise. Of course, those devices work, but they can only decode the slow brain waves of sleep or relaxation or meditation, but that won't work if you want to do real-time control of applications. At NextMind, we actually solved this problem by innovating on 3 fronts. First, we created a new device with excellent sensor quality and using innovative design and new materials. In parallel, we combine our new device with advanced machine learning algorithms that translate the data in real time, that interprets the data in real time. But improved hardware and advanced machine learning was just not enough. Because we knew from our research exactly how conscious attention works in the brain, we could fine-tune our models to map visual and neural signals in real time. Now, let me introduce the product. This is the NextMind device. It's a non-invasive brain sensing wearable for real-time interactions. It records and interprets neural activity which is naturally generated from your brain without sending anything in return. And because all the information we need to decode visual attention or visual consciousness lies in the visual cortex, this small, rather small part of the brain called the visual cortex, we could reduce its size to cover only the back of your head. So you can use it with a headband, but you can also clip it directly on a cap or on a hat, such as here. And you can also, of course, clip it on a VR headset. We are very, very interested by using this with AR and VR. But in the future, we actually envision mind-augmented reality, where you could project the limitless power of your imagination directly in the visual world, on the display. Let me share with you how that works. Everything you see with your eyes or inside your mind when you close your eyes and imagine something is mirrored in the visual cortex. The visual cortex is often illustrated as the inner cinema within your head. Let me show you with a video how we are using the NextMind device to decode conscious attention. When you are facing several objects, the eyes project an image of these objects in the visual cortex. You can consciously decide to focus your attention on a specific object, and it will be magnified in your visual cortex. The NextMind device can decode which object you are selecting and then send back the information to the display in real time. And this real-time aspect is very crucial because it allows you to face a neurofeedback loop where you see your brain in action. So when your brain is working, you see the result of that work directly on the display. And this is what allows to control digital devices directly with your brain. So here you can play pause. Turn up the volume. In fact, you could trigger any command you like. Let me show you with a real example with a user watching TV. Please pay attention to the bottom corners on the TV. So he can decide to focus on the left corner to display several channel options and select one of them. You can move to the right corner for more options here. And come back to the left corner for more channel options. this is effortless direct brain command. And of course, you can also use it for other applications, such as gaming. So here, this is a case of a multiplayer game. We actually went a little bit retro and took the classical Pong game that players now can control directly with their brain. But they can not only do that, they can also, you can create new brain-enabled experiences, such as here, by bending the bar to give more speed to the ball. So here's the bending again. Pop, to smash back. And of course, it makes even more sense to fully immerse your mind in VR. In VR, not only you want to forget about the physical world to be fully immersed, but actually you want to forget about your own physical body. And if you have this direct link between your brain and the virtual environment, this is total immersion. This is a shooter game we made with Unity at NextMind. And the player here is using his visual cortex to fight aliens and navigate through the game without any handpads. This is a really cool shooter game where you directly shoot with your brain, and you have to shoot their brains.
The next teleporter is active. You can move on.
And you can navigate through the game without any handpads.
The extraction point is not far away.
And the final demo, video demo, which is a little bit more artistic and that I really like because it shows that you can use it also for more cool applications such as playing music, but also that you can control real objects for IoT applications. Listen to the beat. And here you can, of course, unselect each object one by one to create your own rhythm. By innovating on hardware, machine learning, and scientific models, we are now able to reach levels of decoding performance that allow for natural brain interactions in real time. It really gives you a kind of sixth sense where you can feel your brain in action thanks to the feedback loop between your brain and the display. I could show you many more demos, and we have many more, but the best way to grasp this new sense of direct brain command is to try it by yourself. We unlocked the power of real-time brain-computer interaction, and we actually intend to offer it to anyone. So today, I'm very pleased to announce that we will start shipping the NextMind Dev Kit in early 2020, pretty soon. The Dev Kit will come with the NextMind device, a neural decoding engine, and a full SDK with Unity support. You can already sign in. There's a link here. You can already sign in on our webpage to experience this new sixth sense of direct brain command and build your own brain-enabled experiences and applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sid. I'm so keen on trying your new variable. The next 3 speakers are old friends. They're also household names in the Finnish startup scene. Miki Kuusi is not only the CEO and co-founder of a food delivery company, Volt, but he's also one of the founders of Slush and its former CEO. Past few years have been good to Volt. The last time we heard about good investment news from Volt was this June. Back then, they said that they're going to hire 1,000 more people within the next 18 months.
Miki is joined on stage by Kristo Ovaska, co-founder and CEO of the marketing automation company Smartly. So far, Kristo has founded 3 companies with his co-founder Tuomo. One called FunRank, which in his words didn't go anywhere. Then there was a big data company called Metrify, which was later pivoted to Smartly. Kristo thinks that the best way to be sure a product is good is by getting people to pay for it. So if the problems the company is solving are big enough, people are willing to pay. That makes sense.
It does. Leading the discussion will be Linda Liukas, a TED Talk speaker and a writer of Hello Ruby, the world's most famous children's coding book. She's also a chairman at Hive Helsinki. Together, Krista, Linda, and Miki will discuss about what it's like to build an international business and grow it from scratch to success. Welcome on the stage, Linda Liukas, Krista Ovaska, and Miki Kuusi. Woo!
Wonderful. I'm so excited to be here today because you know what? I've actually known these guys for the past 10 or even 11 years. So at the time when I first got to know you, you were not the big stars of the Finnish startup ecosystem. You were not founders and you were definitely not CEOs. You were actually little students with big egos and huge charismas, and I distinctly remember your energy and how you got people to do impossible things for you. And during this discussion, we'll talk more about scaling companies, we'll talk more about creating a culture where this is possible, but before we get into that discussion, I wanted to get started by kind of a little introduction of what makes you founders? Why are you here on stage instead of someone else? What is it in your personality that makes you into a founder CEO?
Thanks, Linda, for the introduction. I truly hope that I'm still a student and the ego is slightly smaller. So what makes someone founder? What makes me founder? I think I'm very stubborn. I don't like to take advice from people, and I don't like to believe that things are impossible. And if someone tells that something is impossible, I actually get strength out of that and want to show that it's possible. I think that's probably defining.
I think I told you 3 times that I'm not going to make a website for the student organization we belong to, and then you kept saying, no, you're going to make it.
And here we are.
And here we are. What about you, Miki?
Yeah, I've actually never considered myself to be a founder or an entrepreneur. Like, I still consider myself more a student than an entrepreneur.
A CEO? Which identity is like?
I'm more a CEO than an entrepreneur, I think.
I'm more a CEO than an entrepreneur. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's always been about curiosity. Like I've ended up doing the things that I've done because I've been curious about like there's clearly a need for companies and investors to meet in Europe. Like, what if we organized the event around that? What would happen out of it? Or like most of the things people were using on mobile for restaurants were not really how I envisioned this should be done. So, like, what if we did something about that? And curiosity led me to starting things and leading things. But it was never about being a founder.
So Mr. Stubborn and Mr. Curious. Wonderful. And what about the companies you've built so far? I think we'll see many more companies from you in the future, but you've created products that touch the lives of millions of people in very crowded and very competitive spaces. What did you understand about the market of ad buying or food delivery that other people didn't understand? And how do you kind of place yourself as a founder in that world?
It was probably about the people who didn't start these companies understood something we didn't understand, and that's why we started the companies. Like, if someone had told how difficult it is, we probably wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, partly that, but I also think that competitive markets are actually really good because you've had someone who's proven that there is potential, and then you can do things better, more efficient, faster, you can serve the customers better, you can actually have a better product, and you can do it in a more profitable way. So I would find it really hard to go to a market where there is no competition and it's not proven, and but it's a different mindset for people, definitely.
And you've built your companies in a little bit of a different way. You went through a lot of different ideas and iterations before settling into Smartly. Can you talk a little bit about that journey?
So there is two kind of philosophies to build the company. One is Paul Graham's philosophy, and you build things for your own need, and then the other is Steve Blank's philosophy, and you do customer development. And I'm a big believer of Steve Blank's customer development. So how we do things, and we still do, and how we find product market fit is that we actually observe in detail what customers are doing, what are big enough problems that customers are willing to pay for, and then build the products based on the feedback that customers are giving. We built the products together with the customers. That's what we did when we were 2 people, me and Tuomo, a couple of years back. That's what we do now when we are 350 people and with the largest online advertisers in the world. And that's really that's the model for B2B startups to build. And it's very different to for example, Wolt, where you do consumer business.
So what's your model, Miki?
Yeah, I mean, we were always super intuition-led. It was the same thing in Slush, it was the same thing in Wolt, where we just had a vision of what we wanted to do on a product level and how that would look like, and we just kind of built that vision. And in Wolt, for instance, we've had to learn to become more data-driven as we've grown the company, because you go from obvious things and you have a vision, this is what we want to do, to actually having difficulty understanding, what is going to be more valuable. What do you optimize? What do you prioritize? So you need to learn how to use data. But I love it when we always get always asked to talk about how data-driven we are as a company and how we built the company being very data-driven. And we were not data-driven. We had to become data-driven, but we were very intuition-driven.
And if we start to move into the actual topic of today, which is around scaling a company and growing a company from an idea to an actual working place for people, what would you say have been the biggest challenges when it comes to people and what you've learned on your journey? And maybe give us a sense of the scale also, where you started from and where you are right now.
So people is probably the most important thing that you need to get right. And you need to get it right when you start the company with your co-founder and so forth. But then when you scale fast, I think the people issues and recruiting and keeping the culture is probably the hardest part. There was a time when we grew from 150 to 350 people and from 6 offices to 18 offices in 18 months roughly. And that was still probably the hardest time, and especially to keep the quality of hiring and then keeping the culture. We had this thinking, and we knew that we need to always hire to elevate, not to delegate, and every hire needs to be value adding and needs to kind of improve the average knowledge of the people. But then when you have new people, hiring new people, and new people onboarding those new people, it becomes really, really hard. And you hire those in all kind of locations where you have never been before, different cultures and so forth. So that is probably the hardest part. And then the other part that has made Smartly successful so far is the culture, and especially the parts of the culture which we call humble, hungry hunters, where you're extremely passionate about solving the problems for your customers and doing whatever it takes to listen their needs and then build those services and products. And keeping that culture when you scale fast is also very, very difficult.
Can you give any examples of times when that culture has broken down, or maybe times when that culture has been kind of the backbone of what you do? So especially in this interesting era of that.
Absolutely, and especially we knew that both these are extremely important, and we knew that it will be hard, and we did I think everything we can to keep them in a good level. We put good processes in place. We documented our culture handbook. We onboarded everyone who joined Smartly in Helsinki. We talked about the values and the culture and the ways of working. We tried to have a feedback loop from hiring back to the performance of people and the culture, and then improve the hiring, and we try to train the people who are doing the interviews in the best possible way. But still, it was really hard. And then after I read that there is a rule of thumb that you can scale the organization. If everything is in a good place, you can scale 100% people-wise year over year on the business side and 50% on dev side. And if you try to do faster, everything just will break. So I guess it is very hard, and there is no silver bullet to do it. And now we've slowed down the hiring a bit to fix all of those things, to make sure that we can continue hiring at the fast pace then next year.
What about you, Miki?
Yeah, we haven't grown 100% in year over year. Like, we founded the company 5 years ago. We were 6 people in a room building product. 2 years ago, we really started rapidly expanding. So 2 years ago, we were roughly 80 people. 12 months ago, we were 250 people, and today we're almost 700 people. So we've kind of pushed the boundary of how quickly you can grow. I think if you really want to rapidly scale, what I've learned is that you start slow and you accelerate. Because a lot of people kind of have this image of we need to become really big really quickly, and they try to jump there. But the right way to do it is that actually you're going relatively slowly at the start, and then you're picking up speed, and suddenly going from 80 people to 250 people doesn't feel so different from going from 250 to 700 within 12 months. It doesn't feel that different if you have kind of built the foundation well. I think in our case, culture is something that is really important, because we are in 19 countries. We have 19 offices in different countries. And we're a company that kind of lives and breathes on Slack and Zoom. We take people together, we try to bring every function in the company together 1 or 2 times a year. We try to bring the entire company together once a year. We just had Vault 1, which was 450 people in September. We were 500 people at that point. And it's a strange experience when you have people from 19 different countries and cultures coming together, and you're a little bit nervous that, do we feel like the same company? Do we feel like we're part of the same group? Or do we feel like people are I'm not a part of these other guys? And I think what has surprised me constantly is how well you're able to really bring similarly minded people to the company if you kind of build up the processes right, how you recruit people, even in very weird places.
And go ahead.
Building on what Miki said, I think those offsites actually plays a hugely important role, and we've done the same. And one thing that has been probably the most powerful thing in the offsites is to involve the whole company, to set your culture and to set your values. So we've always had pre-prepared some thoughts about the culture and the vision of the company, and then had everyone contributing to that. And that's been really, really important, because when you tell people that this is how we do things, they might believe, they might not believe, but when you tell people that, hey, let's build this culture and the vision together, they actually put time and effort to think through it, they really believe in it, they own it, and that has been extremely important part of kind of building the whole common culture and keeping it while you scale.
How does it work? You both operate in very international settings, and these side offices or hubs of Smartly and Vault, how do they retain the culture, and how do you, in very practical terms, manage someone in Israel or Singapore or so forth? And how much of your, Northern European values come in, and how much of it is something that you create inside of the company?
Yeah, it's been surprising, but when you there's a couple of things. So once you document the culture on your website, and we have our culture handbook on the website, it starts to attract people that actually believes to that culture. So it has a self-strengthening effect on the people that you hire, which is really good. And kind of how we think about is that there is a couple of things in the culture that we want to keep globally. That's the customer-centric, that's that we maximize our learning, we share the information, we try to make everyone else successful and prioritize that, and those kind of things. And those we are really strict that needs to happen at all of the offices globally. But then there is the beauty of having many offices is that they can come up with a lot of new things, a lot of new ways to convert customers, to do marketing or whatnot. And then we try to adapt those things globally. So we actually encourage people to do things differently outside the core values that we know that we want to keep, and that's been pretty good and important.
And I think in our case, even though we have hired a little bit less than 500 people in the last 12 months. Every hiring decision at the end of the day is done by less than 10 people. And I think we have one team that is very critical when we hire in new countries, which is our expansion team, which is 12 people, which is effectively only working on recruiting people, onboarding people, and training people in new countries that we set up. And I think our kind of expansion team's capability to really find people that feel like Walt and want to do things in a similar way that we do has been really, really crucial to us being able to scale our culture. And I think another part of it is that, for instance, we have operations in 19 countries. It means that we have almost 19 of everything. We have 19 operations managers working with the courier side. We have 19 general managers working on the P&L and overall management of the country and so forth. So what we realized over time is that we can use our existing people to hire new people. So our existing general managers are part of the recruiting process of the new general managers. So we always use people from different parts of the company because we've never had a really big central operation, so we always had to be creative. And then when we had a restaurant partner manager start in Czech Republic, our restaurant partner manager from Riga went to work with the guy for 2 weeks, went to meetings and so forth. And that's how we kind of train people and onboard people and hire people.
Krista was making faces earlier, like
no,
is there a reaction you were...
I was thinking that you've done an amazing job to bring 500 new people within a year. I think that's a phenomenal job, and we'll learn in a couple of years that how the lessons out of that, and we'll definitely implement a lot of the things that you've done. Then if that's been successful, only time will tell. But it's tough.
Time will tell.
That's a tough speed. I didn't know. Okay.
Speaking of hiring people, both of you started your companies quite young, and you didn't get that long, expansive industry experiences. How do you hire for sales or, I don't know, accounting if you've never done the job yourself or if you don't have an HR function in your company?
Yeah, I think the CEO job is one of the most depressing jobs in the world when you're running a growth company, because what happens is that you're constantly going...
That's a quote, Mickey, I'm sorry.
You're constantly going from crisis to crisis, and when you figure out a crisis, the company has grown and you have a new crisis. So your investors tell you that now we need to set up product management. You have to hire a VP of product and build product management, and you're like, I have no idea what product management looks like or what a VP of product looks like.
Do you go on Google or Reddit or... what is product management?
It's a very painful learning process. And then you do it over and over and over and over again, because you have to basically be responsible for the company building entire functions where you start with 0 people that have any understanding of that function. And at the end of the day, you need to figure out a way to hire the right people, figure out the right way. And ultimately, if you find the right people, they're going to help you figure out, or the company figure out how we do this.
So how do you find those people in very practical terms? What do you do?
It's a lot of asking questions. Like for the VP of product, I talked with 20, 30 different people that are running product organizations in different companies, and I was asking questions and I was trying to understand that what does this person do? Yeah. And it's a learning process effectively. And I think one of the most critical skill sets for a growth company CEO is that you just have to learn so much stuff, because the company changes every 6 months. Every 6 months it's a different company, and you have to relearn everything that you do.
I remember from the early days of Smartly, you had the idea that everyone does customer service to help them understand the customer better. But what are the other ways you kind of hire for different roles and functions?
So I think CEO's most important job is to make sure that there is right people at the right positions at the company, and hiring is definitely hugely important. I think actually that events like Slush are extremely good, because what I would do if I need to hire a head of sales, I would go to talk to the best head of sales in the world that I know, or I can figure out, and this is a great place to do that, or anywhere, and I would ask questions, and I would observe how they think, how they solve problems, and then you would probably hire a headhunter or have your own talent acquisition, looking at the best possible candidates, and then you interview and interview and interview. And after you have that benchmark, and then you've met maybe 20, 30 candidates, you start to see that who are at the right level and what are the differences, and then you do mistakes anyways. So then you never get them right in the first place. But that's a pretty good way of thinking. And you always need to hire the best. You always need to strive for the best person in the world to the job that you're doing, because every one of you, every one of us, we want to be best in the world at what we do, and only by having the best people in the world to make that happen. So that to be said, I think if we look at on a global scale, there is two things that defines the world's most successful companies. One of it is that how they grow leaders internally, and the other one is how they span out new innovative products on a constant basis. And growing leaders internally is probably the most powerful thing that a company can do. And I would hope that you can only do that, but when you scale fast, you can't always do that. But you should always be striving to hire the talent and the potential, and then nurturing and helping them to grow and take the leadership. And that has so many advantages against hiring experienced people from outside.
Yeah, and I think like one of my early investors said one piece of advice for being a CEO when I was running Slush that I will never forget. And it's been probably one of the most important advice I've gotten as CEO. And he told me that I was like a super engaged Slush CEO. I wanted to do everything. Like I'd done everything and I wanted to keep on doing everything.
Mickey had an idea for plush toys around.
Yeah, that's the story. But he told me that, Mickey, if you want to succeed as an entrepreneur when you grow a company, your job is to make yourself redundant. Your job is to make sure you don't have a job. And you never succeed in that in a growth environment because things change, things break. You need to figure out things anyway. So you're basically like just trying to remove yourself from the equation and new things will come up. And that's the way you survive. And I think like when you think about it that way, as CEO, your job is not to be a part of everything. As CEO, your job is not to be a part of every hire. Your job is not to be the visionary and so forth. Your job is to make sure you build an organization that doesn't need you. Because you will be needed if you're growing anyway, because there needs to be someone who's looking at what's missing, what's breaking, and so forth. And I think what Christo said is very, very true, that you're going to make a lot of mistakes. Like, I still remember when we hired our first general manager. We had absolutely no idea what a great general manager looks like. It's much more easy or much easier to recruit number 15 because you have a much better idea. And you're going to make a lot of mistakes. And I think Ilkka from Supercell once said really well as an advice that he thinks that both good and great companies both know what they need to do, but the difference is that the great ones execute. And that goes so true for difficult decisions, especially related to people.
So thinking about the scaling challenges ahead, what are the things that keep you up in the middle of the night about the next kind of expansion period for your companies, for both of your companies?
I think for us, building new products, we manage 2.5 billion of ad spend for our customers, and we've been focusing on optimizing on Facebook side. And now we're building and expanding to building creative products, how you do personalized videos at scale for our clients. And our clients would like to buy much more from us, but you have a kind of a cash cow product that is bringing all the revenue, and you have always shortage of developers. So I think the innovator's dilemma, that how you innovate and build the new products at the same time that you keep up improving the existing products, is actually probably one of the most trickiest things in scaling the company, and how you divide the resources in the right way, because there is no proven revenue from the new products, and still you need to invest to those enough and be able to innovate. So that's probably the kind of the biggest thing that we are doing right now as well.
And you are hiring thousands of people.
Yeah, I think in our case, what keeps me up at night is making sure that our people are able to live through everything. Because the reality is that when you're growing really fast, you're not able to hire everywhere fast enough. Support functions are really difficult when you're adding so many countries at the same time. You're going to have a lot of very hardworking people in engineering, in product management, in finance, in legal, in HR, and so forth. And I think my kind of constant worry is that at the same time, you want to take good care of people, but at the same time, you want to grow very fast. And it's sometimes difficult to combine. And I think that constant battle of, not going too fast, but not going too slow, that balance is the most difficult one. I mean, that's the conversation we always have with our COO. Are we going too fast? If we are, we try to slow it down. Are we going too slow? Then we need to accelerate. And it's always one of the two.
So now we need to go a little bit faster. We'll talk about scaling companies, but I bet a lot of people in the audience want to also hear about scaling yourself. And I've known you as scrappy students, and now you're here as these big CEOs. What do you feel like are the biggest constraints for yourself in growing, or on the other hand, things that you've learned about scaling yourself as a leader? Easy question.
No, I think it's probably the most important thing, because it's still however you want to delegate and make sure that you have the best people, if you burn out, there is a massive risk that the company suffers hugely as a CEO and founder. And when you scale fast, it is very hard not to burn out. And you need to think about it as a marathon. I think that every day I come to work, I think that this is the level that I need to be able to go for the next 10 years. So if I feel tired in the morning, there is something wrong. And if I don't recover during the weekend, then there is something severely wrong. And it's really intense. And we have 3 kids and the fourth one coming in January. So combining being a CEO in extremely fast growing and intense industry and a company, and combining that with a lot of responsibilities at home is tough. Kind of what helps me is to keep my priorities, life priorities constantly in mind. And the first priority for me, and I believe for any people, should be to take care of yourself, mental and physical health and well-being. And I do bike to work every day, so that's how I get the exercise. I also bike to the airport because I travel almost every week, so that's nice. You get 45 minutes of exercise when you bike to the airport. And then when I'm not traveling, I go home early so that I have dinner with the kids and I put them to sleep. And then if I need to have calls to West Coast, then I do it after they go to sleep. And I never work on the weekends. I also take four full weeks of vacation during the year, couple in the summer, 1 or 2 in the Christmas time, and then one every quarter. And those are kind of the limitations that I know that I need to take care. Otherwise, I'll burn out. And then the second is definitely have enough time with your family. And that's through the weekends and the vacation. And then the third one that is extremely important, that you feel learning all the time. And you feel learning when you surround yourself with amazing people, much smarter people than yourself. And that's your leadership team, that's your customers, that's your partners, that's your people out there. And if you feel that you're learning from those people and you feel that it's nice to work with them, it helps you to cope with all the stress. But you need to have extremely strict limits. And if I miss one of the vacation, then I'll be dead by Christmas for sure.
Don't be dead by Christmas.
No.
Miki, how do you scale?
I think there's 2 answers to this question. Like in the startup phase, it's very much a sprint. And in the startup phase, it's very 24/7. You're working weekends, you're thinking weekends, it's difficult to find balance, it's difficult to exercise because you're racing against time. That are you going to figure it out before you run out of money, basically. When you get to the scale-up phase, you have product market fit and you're scaling, it changes to a marathon. And you need to change the game. And what Christo was talking about is what I had to learn when we came from that startup phase, because I'd always been in that startup phase. And suddenly I realized that this is not Slush where we do the event and after that you can crash and burn for 2 months. But this is just going to continue and continue and continue. And you need to somehow cope with it. And I think what I've learned is to learn to respect the evenings, learn to respect the weekends. I've learned to respect the fact that you can't always be online. I've learned to respect the fact that you need to exercise. It's not very fun when you're working really hard, but you have to find the time, you have to find practices to make it happen. But that's not something I had on day 0. That's something that one step at a time, as we continue to build a company, I needed to figure out. Because otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make it. Like Christo said, this is a marathon. You're not going to make it if you sprint through.
Also, we are so over 30 right now.
Final
thing, very, very short answer. When you think about your youth and being like a young kid with big dreams and maybe wandering here on the halls of Slush, what is one thing that you believed then that you've changed your mind about?
Want to go first?
I can go first. I was super idealistic when I was younger. I think you become a little bit more cynical over the years. You learn 1,000 ways why things are difficult and why they don't work and so forth. I fully understand today why people who have a lot of experience don't start new companies as often. Because you know how difficult it is and how tough it's to find the path. And I think I've become maybe a little bit more cynical. But at the same time, I've learned to respect people that are very idealistic. Yeah. I've learned to respect young entrepreneurs that go for it no matter how difficult it might be.
And I thought the other way around. I thought that it's hard to start a company and find a product market fit, but I've learned that it's actually much harder to scale the company and keep growing. But it's also what makes it exciting and inspiring, that you can learn new things and you face new challenges every day.
And hopefully we'll meet you on the stage in 10 years' time and talk about how you're corporate executives and how to scale the company to the next level. Thank you very much, Christian.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Linda Liukas and Kristo Vaska for the discussion. During the past couple of years, esports has become a global phenomenon and also an actually credible sport, with professionals gaining a superstar status all around the world. In the core of this phenomenon is Twitch, a place for gamers to share their experience with a vast online audience. So it's a forum for gamers not to play, but to watch others play. Twitch was bought by Amazon in 2014, and in the same year, it was considered the 4th largest source of peak internet traffic in the US.
Wow.
Currently, more than 100 million gamers gather every month on Twitch to broadcast live video, watch, and chat about gaming. Twitch is not only about playing games, though. Broadcasters on Twitch often host streams promoting and raising money towards charity. Today, we are extremely proud to have Kevin Lin, co-founder of Twitch, join us on stage to share the exciting founding story of this leading esports community.
Kevin has a bachelor's degree from Yale, and after graduation, he's worked at a beverage company, in a venture capital, and in government. At Twitch, he's responsible for the new Twitch programs, including original content and corporate strategy. Kevin will be joined by Dean Takahashi, lead writer for GamesBeat at VentureBeat. He's also author of 2 books, Opening the Xbox and the Xbox 360 Uncloaked. Welcome on stage, Kevin and Dean.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to our fireside chat. My name is Dean Takahashi. I'm the lead writer for GamesBeat at VentureBeat. I also run the GamesBeat conference that takes place next year, April 28th and 29th in Los Angeles. And I'm here with Kevin Lin, and I have Kevin introduce himself.
Sure. Hey, everybody. My name is Kevin Lin. I'm a co-founder and former COO of Twitch. Twitch is a live streaming interactive video platform for video gamers traditionally. We've now expanded into many other categories, but we were built really as a home for gamers as the original concept.
So why don't you tell us how Twitch got started? We're on the founder's stage here, I guess. So.
Yeah, sure. So Twitch actually used to be a company called Justin TV, which was a live video streaming platform that was for general use. So think YouTube, but live. This was launched in 2007. It started as a one-man reality show based on Justin Khan, one of our co-founders, and he streamed his life 24/7. And we went from there. We kind of grew that company, got through the recession somehow, started making money, and as a result of that, we had not only built this huge distributed live video network around the world, but it gave us the flexibility to start thinking about, what do we really want to do with this platform? And flash forward to mid-2010, a bunch of us, we're all gamers, we're huge StarCraft nerds, somehow got access to the StarCraft 2 beta, and we were playing constantly. We were playing in the office, we were playing with, just instead of working, we were basically playing video games. And realizing that the behavior we were exhibiting ourselves was we were going home after work, late night, probably midnight, we'd play StarCraft that late, and watching YouTube videos of pros that were being commentated by YouTube creators to get better at the game. And we started thinking to ourselves, this really could be live. There's no reason why I wouldn't watch a StarCraft Pro player live just to learn from how they play. And we started reaching out to creators on other platforms, YouTube creators that weren't doing live. And that was really a big change for us, actually spending the time to talk with, interview, and really get to know our core customer, who's the creator, and learning from them what were the tools they needed to have that we needed to build in order to make them successful. And so from there, we started building, advertising commercial breaks.
I remember at the time that a lot of people made fun of Justin. That isn't it ridiculous that he thinks his life is interesting enough to live stream?
Yeah,
right?
there's a lot of downtime in real life, as it turns out. So Justin was streaming himself working, walking around San Francisco. He was carrying around a backpack full of 80 pounds worth of batteries just to do that. And flash forward to today, where we started in gaming with Twitch, we're doing that again. So there's this whole section of the site that used to be called IRL, now it's called Just Chatting, which is kind of going back to that original concept of live casting. But it all spawned from our own love for video games. And really talking to creators and learning from them what they needed. We eventually launched Twitch in 2011, June 2011 at E3, because some of the feedback we were getting was, from the games community was, we want our own home. We don't want to be on Justin TV. We'd rather be in our own place. And so we forked the company in two. Some of us, myself, Emmett, Justin, carried on to do Twitch. And then Michael Seibel, who's now CEO of Y Combinator, spun out a company called SocialCam with two of our engineers as co-founders, which got bought by Autodesk in 2012, sorry.
And Amazon bought you guys, right?
We bought, 2014. We were purchased by Amazon. What a lot of people don't know, and I think still to this day, we still are actually one of the top 5 websites in most countries around the world just by pure bits being pushed. Yet a lot of people don't know what we do. We serve a very specific audience, a big audience, but a very specific audience. A lot of that fundamentally changed our lives, changed the company's life, and now we get to do a lot of fun things and expand into other verticals.
And how big has Twitch gotten at this point? And
Sure.
What are the stats now?
Yeah, so these days we have about over 15 million people come to the site any given day. We have about 1.5 million concurrents on average, so number of eyeballs watching or number of people watching our platform any given second. And people are watching for almost 2 hours a day. So if you think about your average television viewing time, that's about 4.5 hours, depending on country and region. So we're about half of that for the young audience. Our average age is 26. We've got 3 million creators that create content every single month. Tens of thousands of partners. So partnered streamers are those that are making money on the site. Partners are now making millions of dollars a year. It's kind of crazy. So people are, for those of you who don't know Twitch very well, people are making millions of dollars streaming video games, something that they were already doing anyway from the safety of their own home.
Getting paid to play video games.
It's the dream.
Yeah. So I thought it was, not so long ago that people thought it was just a crazy idea to watch somebody else play a video game. Right? Spectating a video game was just ridiculous. 5 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, I don't know. But it's interesting how technology in this case has produced cultural change. Right?
Sure. Yeah, it turns out, if you really think about it, and this is something I wish we were better at pitching when we were raising money in 2013, 2012, 2013, which is that this is actually a habit that we already partook in as kids. We'd have a Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. We'd go to the arcade, and you'd be with your friends, and there's 2 controllers back then. Chances are you weren't doing homework or anything constructive. You were watching other people play while you were waiting your turn. So we were already, without even realizing it, participating in passive entertainment of video game content. And so I think because of that, because that whole generation grew up, our generation grew up doing that, it just wasn't something that we thought was, I think Silicon Valley reacted to it exactly like you said, like, this is ridiculous. Video games already was stigmatized, right? Stigmatized as a bad hobby. You'd better off going outside and playing sports or something else. So I think there was a lot of sort of refusal to believe that this was actually a habit of an entire generation that they, as a generation, the investors didn't really get. They didn't know, they didn't experience that growing up, but we did. Yeah. And so I think we really just tapped into something that was already a latent habit.
Yeah, you take that habit of watching somebody else play, and then that turns into the whole esports phenomenon. And then you guys just sort of grow in a vortex with each other, right? Esports on one hand and Twitch viewership on the other. So.
Yeah, sure. I mean, definitely, esports was a big part of the genesis of the idea for Twitch. And StarCraft, we were watching StarCraft esports. We were engaging with StarCraft pro players and commentators as early creators on the site. It was a heavy focus of ours. But yeah, I mean, esports has been around for more than 20 years at this point. Twitch has been around for 8 years, a little over 8 years. So we really just unlocked, with the proliferation of broadband and mobile internet, we were able to do live video at a, non-ridiculous cost. It was an affordable cost. So we're actually able to build those pipes for this, for this unique thing that was starting to happen, which became what you see today as esports.
And these viewership numbers are now sort of dwarfing a lot of traditional media, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, you think about even across Twitch, which is part esports, but a lot of UGC content, a lot of individual streamers are streaming and earning a living on Twitch. That's 1.5 million concurrents. Most average television networks in the United States and really everywhere, like that's pretty high. That puts us in the top 5 of cable television networks. Cable television channels, I should say, pretty much in most countries across the globe.
So Twitch is bigger than CBS or whatever.
At points, yes. At points, yes. Yeah. I mean, you think a lot of folks. You think about local news channels, for instance, in small towns or even big cities. Average concurrency might be 50,000 to 100,000. They peak during big shows in the millions. Of course, we also peak in the millions. Our 1.5 is our average. So we're really right there.
Yeah. So there's these other phenomenon that's sort of intersecting here is like sort of live video, right? And we've all seen sort of the rise of that. Our cell phone networks got better, right, and enabled that. I sort of wonder, like all the different things that had to come together in order to make this possible. It seems like there's a bit of a perfect storm here for you guys, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think everything from the proliferation of broadband, like I mentioned, mobile phones. I mean, you look at Southeast Asia as an example. A lot of countries there didn't entirely skip broadband development, but the youth are really attached to their phones, and that's their first device. It's not a PC. Maybe they went to a PC bong or a LAN cafe to play PC games, but for the most part now they're heavily engaged with mobile gaming content. They're watching everything on their mobile phone. So that's just it really was this perfect collision, perfect timing for us, I think, when we started this idea was that you could pull down a 5 megabit, 7 megabit per second stream. Which is required for video games. You don't really want granularity. You want to see the graphics in their highest integrity, and you want to see the streamers so that you can really interact with them as well.
Yeah, just last week I saw this astounding stat about Southeast Asia and the gamers there, and about 90% of them are playing mobile esports, right? They're all competing with each other. And the craze for esports in Southeast Asia is sort of like rivaling StarCraft in Korea, I guess.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you look at games like PUBG Mobile, Free Fire, Arena of Valor. These are popular games. We don't see them in the West as much, but they're very popular in Southeast Asia and Latin America, to the point where some of these games have 50 to 60 million daily active players. That's daily. And their esports are peaking. These games have only really been around for a couple of years as well. And in just those 2 years, not only have they reached such a large player base, but from an esports perspective, the tournaments they run will see 1 million concurrents, which is huge. That's bigger than a lot of the big esports leagues that you see that are talked about more, particularly out in the West. But Overwatch League, for instance, and LCS peaks much higher. But a lot of CSGO tournaments and so on are actually not even as big as this. And these games have only been around for a couple of years.
So it's been interesting to watch all the milestones that Twitch has sort of gone through here. And one of them is that there's not just one company doing this anymore, and that there's a whole competitive matrix out there now. Google responded with YouTube doing a lot of live video. There's Facebook Live. There's Microsoft with Mixer, Caffeine, more startups as well. And it's gotten to be very interesting competition, right? I let you take that.
No, sure. So I mean, we're no stranger to that. I think it's a great. I don't know if it's validation, because a lot of people are tuning in, so clearly there's a big demand for this. But everyone's got their own theses, right? A lot of it is, I think, building into cloud gaming. One thing we've always wanted to do is make it really easy to go from watching someone play a game to playing that game with them. This is behavior we already see on the platform. So what if you made that easier? So right now, in order to do that, there's all these steps you have to go through as a streamer to allow your fans to play with you. You can, with cloud, you can make it easy. You don't even need to download a game. A brand new game could come out, streamers playing it, and they can say, okay, next 4 people to click this button get to jump into a game with me. And I think with cloud gaming, that is a thing now. That is a real thing that can happen. Imagine you can walk up to your local public basketball court, play a scrim game with your favorite basketball player. You can play with LeBron James. That'd be super cool, right? And so that's something we've always wanted to empower, and I think now that people are starting to finally realize how big the games industry is. It's $120 billion a year. It's bigger than TV, music, film. It's bigger than film and music combined as an industry every single year, and it's growing faster than most other entertainment industries. And people are starting to finally realize that. I think they've known, but they're really starting to take it seriously. So you're starting to see companies like Google and Microsoft really want to get into the space. So yeah, it's not a surprise. It's a very different type of content versus what they're used to. Instead of buying a TV show that's written and scripted and produced, you're going after streamers. You're looking to develop the relationships with individual streamers.
And we had this big competitive event where Ninja, who rose to 50 million followers on Twitch, recently defected to Microsoft and Mixer. And ouch, that's got to hurt.
Very sad about that. Very sad about. I mean, we've known Ninja for 10 years. A lot of people don't know that he's been streaming for that long before he really broke, and he broke really with Fortnite. He used to be the Halo pro player, very dedicated Halo streamer. Then when Battle Royale came out, H1Z1, PUBG, and then subsequently Fortnite, he kind of rode that wave, and it was really cool. I think what Fortnite did and what Ninja was able to do was really bring games to the next level. I think that's something we've always thought a lot about. How do we impact the games industry and make it okay to play, right? Like I said earlier, it is a stigmatized hobby, yet it brings so many people together. It actually teaches you a lot of good social skills, and it's something that was important in our lives and a lot of our users' lives. And they really elevated gaming into the mainstream in a way that that I think a lot of people hadn't done before. And so suddenly it became cool to play games. Rappers, musicians, they used to tell us,
you talk about more cultural change, is that you're making gaming sort of cooler and more acceptable. It's not a nerd thing.
It's
anymore.
It's no longer this hidden in the basement nerdy thing. It's something that people socialize over. And we've even seen this just in sort of the diversity on the website and the games industry in general over the last couple of years. Is we went from what used to be a very male-skewed audience, about 90%, to now 70%. So it's 30% women, which is a huge change in a couple of years. But really, I think people are much more open to talking about video games. People are much more open to playing games is a fun thing to do on a weekend versus before where there was a lot of let's go watch a movie, let's go do something else. Gaming is now cool. I think esports has helped that, right? Esports players are now sort of rock stars, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and I guess these content creators themselves are becoming these rock stars, right? They're on the level of a LeBron James, and they get the model behavior, like they get to deal with how to deal with toxic people, right? And they get to teach others how to behave online. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it's a lot of that's actually a really interesting point. A lot of folks, if you're interested in streaming, what a lot of people don't think to do is they do have to network with each other, and there's a lot of this giving back in the community. So Ninja, Dr. District, all these big streamers that we have, they drive a lot of the traffic on the site for sure, but what they try to do is play with other streamers. They try to lift up other content creators and help them grow, help them reach new audience, which is really cool behavior you don't necessarily see typically in the entertainment industry, and that's something we really highly encourage.
And I guess the top 50, I mean, have they reached a point where they're all sort of these mega rock stars, and really can you foresee a lot of competition for those top 50 streamers now. Like,
Yeah, I think so,
Microsoft's going
yeah.
to try to raid some more people away, and is that really going to matter? Because these entertainers have such large followings that they can sort of make or break a platform, I guess.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, so far, a lot of the early data shows it didn't really have too much of an impact for Mixer, unfortunately. And for us, I think, we have up and coming streamers all the time, and a lot of people are just part of Twitch as a culture. Twitch as a platform is a culture, is a community. So a lot of folks have friends there, they've made friends there, they watch multiple streamers, so they tend to stick. But yeah, no, I think it's, we don't know where this is going to go. We've always had competition in the space, but now I think it's obviously getting more aggressive, and a lot of people are trying to figure out how to capitalize on the space. And we have to, to stay ahead, we have to innovate. We have to make sure we treat our partners the best way we possibly can. We need to help new up and coming streamers grow and help new people become streamers that weren't before. So we're trying to build basically tooling at all levels of that. How do we help streamers network with each other, play with each other? So we built something called squad streaming, so that you can do sort of side-by-side pictured video players, so that people can, instead of just sort of playing with them and pushing people to the stream, they can actually pull their streams directly into their channel and promote them that way. We do hosting, we do co-streaming.
Streaming is sort of evolving from what it was, right? It's becoming more of a two-way thing as well, two directions.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. Right. Traditionally, it's true broadcast, one to many broadcasts. But now you're starting to see, again, we try to find the behaviors and get the feedback from our creators of habits that they're starting to build to develop their streaming career, to grow their channels, and turn those into product to make their lives easier. And that's really, that really helps a lot in terms of that streamer networking and that sort of cross growth that we see a lot.
So as a steward of the platform, what do you have to think about to not screw this up, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. I think, we've always had a good line out with our creators. We, sort of pride ourselves in the relationships we're able to build. We do take care of them. We spend a lot of time talking to them about their careers, not just on Twitch, but also, how to use other platforms, how to think about, budgeting for their lives, how to think about, what other things they can do. Do they want to do sponsorship, influencer things? Do they want to become talent at esports or gaming conventions? So we try to help them expand their career outside of just streaming.
Yeah. So esports and Twitch seem symbiotic, I guess, in a lot of ways, but it's actually not a huge part of your audience, right? It's not.
Yeah, we love esports, and it's a big part of the genesis of Twitch, and we care a lot about the growth of the industry, the healthy growth of the industry. But if you look at just esports leagues, it's only about 10% of our traffic. There's that much more content. There's all this long tail content. Remember, there's about 500,000 people streaming every day. So there's all this long tail content, and so a lot of the long tail content that is like sub 50 concurrents, highly engaged small communities that are really sort of built around the nodes that are streamers. And then you see the folks at the top, some of which are esports pros, some of which are personalities like Dr. Disrespect, and so you see this huge, sort of huge mid and also long tail. And so I think it's really about giving them the tools. We're also starting to expand. So a lot of what our feedback we got from streamers a couple years ago led to a new category called IRL, which is, again, harkening back to the early Justin TV days, where while they weren't streaming gaming, they were walking around convention streaming. They were doing travel shows while they visited Japan, or other types of content. So we're starting to relax those rules a little bit around just streaming games, and we're starting to see people do all kinds of things on the platform.
So as parents, should we let our kids quit school to stream? It's esports.
Like any other job, it's a huge commitment. It's not as easy as just turning on. You can't just be the best player in the world and stream, and that just automatically works. You have to engage with the audience. And spend a lot of time being. It's a lot about reliability of content. It's a lot about scheduling yourself and making sure your audience knows when you're going live. But you see a lot of these big streamers are streaming every single day, many hours a day, and it's very hard to draw a line, because if because of the way revenue on the site works. It's advertising, it's subscriptions. You really have to make content to make money. So that's something we think about a lot too, right? How do we help our creators have better balance in life? But it's not so easy, and there's a lot of people trying. 3 million people try every single month. So I would say not necessarily, is it that simple to just say, hey, mom, dad, I'm going to become a streamer? It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of effort.
I'm curious how many streamers out there in the world make $1 million or more.
Many these
somebody's
days.
guess would be very interesting there.
Yeah, you got to remember. I mean, we have several monetization streams, advertising, subscriptions, bits. So a lot of it is this patronage mechanic. A lot of people subscribe. It's free content, but people still subscribe because they want this. They want to support the streamers. They have their entertainer of choice, and they want them to be able to build a career on that. And those are the main monetization things that happen on our site. But there's other revenue streams. They get direct sponsorships. They do influencer campaigns directly with brands. They do platforms like Patreon, which are sort of these third-party middle layer subscription platforms that sit across all the platforms. So there's all these other revenue streams that creators have these days. But yeah, people are really making money on this stuff.
Yeah. So there's some interesting things about what's still to come, and I kind of wonder just what some of your vision is there. And YouTube had an interesting sort of notion that if you put a link out there, somebody could click on it and jump right into a live cloud gaming experience on Stadia, right? And so a streamer could share a link and somebody could dive into a game right at the very point where they're playing and join a co-op battle or something like that. That sounded really great. Stadia is here now, but it's you can't do that yet.
Right.
But I wonder, does that give a nod toward what's coming in the future, or are there other things you're looking for?
I think so. I mean, that's something we've thought about for a really long time. And like I mentioned earlier, it's behavior we already see. Streamers play games with their fans. How do we make that easier? And so the promise of cloud gaming does make that super easy. And I think that's one thing. What happens next after that, though, is that games can be developed now with that concept in mind, not just the individual player or multiplayer. Now you've got this audience, this whole group of people that you weren't necessarily thinking about before as you developed a game. And so I think you're going to see a lot of innovation there. There have been a few games that have come out in the past that were kind of like Hunger Games, where the audience could vote with dollars to affect and impact what's going on in the game, whether a health pack shows up for your favorite player, or parts of the map suddenly disappear or go up in flames. And so extrapolating from that concept where the audience can actually impact, I think that's going to be really interesting. And there are lots of game companies that have been thinking about this problem now for years, and you're going to start seeing some of those games come out soon. And that's going to, I think, spur this whole evolution of a new style of game development. Beyond that, yeah, I think in terms of what else we're thinking about, we're trying a lot of other adjacent categories. So sports, we work with the NBA and the NFL, and the way we do that, the way we are approaching these things is not just to take the same television feed and put it on Twitch. We want to give our creators the opportunity to create content around this stuff themselves. So we take a naked feed from NBA G League and NFL Thursday Night Football, and then we have our partners actually become the commentator and talk over that piece of content for their audience. And so it not only is introducing that content to that creator's audience, and many of them haven't probably watched sports or haven't in a while, and so you're starting to see that good crossover. But it also gives them something fun to do, and it's a bit more relaxing. You're not actively playing a game; you get to break out of that for a little while and do something new. And so far, so good. It's been a really fun project, or these projects have been super fun. We've done this with television shows as well, like Power Rangers and Pokemon, and the audience seems to really like that.
So 5G is coming. Is that going to give you the chance to crack mobile?
Yeah, mobile's something we've been thinking about for a long time. And I think now that we've got, really within the last couple of years, games that have long play sessions. We tried to do mobile game streaming way back in the day, and it was too early. A lot of the games back then, game sessions were just too short. 10 minutes or sub 10 minutes wasn't enough time for a live streaming experience. Maybe just fine for on demand, but not really for us. Now, though, people are playing the games I mentioned before: Free Fire, PUBG Mobile, Arena of Valor, etc., for hours and hours, that actually works really well. It's not easy to stream from mobile, but now that when 5G comes out, it's now very easy to do both. It's very easy to play a high graphical quality game on your phone and stream to a platform like Twitch. We just need to make it easy. Right now, you have to plug your phone into your PC and still run all your PC software to stream. We need to make that easier.
I think the next milestone is that we're all going to get paid to play games.
Let's hope.
And it's your job to make that happen.
Right. We'll keep trying.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Dean.
All right.
Thank you, Kevin and Dean. Investing in startups is an art form. You need to know how to recognize the potential in people, see the possibilities in the companies, know when to take the risk, and of course, when to say no, thank you. That's why having working experience in startups yourself is a massive advantage for investors. When you know what it's like to run your own company, it's easier to see the possibilities and the risks in other companies too. Yet, in many European countries, the number of investors with any startup experience is extremely low.
But our next speakers belong in the group of investors with startup experience. Jessica Schultz is a Swedish investor who, before joining North Zone, co-founded a company called HelloFresh. She's been recognized as one of Sweden's leading investors by the business weekly Veckans Affärer. Jessica's greatest lesson from her days as an entrepreneur is that you have to keep on moving as fast as possible. If you feel like you're in control, you're not running fast enough, she thinks. I'm sure we'll hear more of what she has learned as Jessica takes the stage with Bernard Liotard.
Indeed. Bernard is currently the managing partner at Bolton Capital. He founded Business Objects in 1990 and was the CEO for 15 years, and then the chairman until 2008. Business Objects was the first European IPO listed in Nasdaq in 1994. In January 2008, Business Objects was acquired by SAP with $6.8 billion, making it the third largest software acquisition at the time. Now Bernard is a member of the supervisory board at SAP. Among other things, Bernard and Jessica will discuss how important it is to have operational experience in early stage investing.
They will be joined on stage by the CEO of Slush, Andreas Saari. So please give a warm welcome to Jessica, Bernard, and Andreas.
Okay. Jessica, Bernard, pleasure to have you here. And let's jump straight into it, if you don't mind. Cool. So both of you have been founders of very successful businesses prior to becoming venture investors. Would you mind just getting started by giving a quick run-through of your company building history and what made you go into venture investing? And if we start with Jessica.
Yeah, sure. So I founded HelloFresh together with two friends in 2011. And we wanted to revolutionize food and give everyone access to home-cooked meals, basically. So we saw the meal kit concept, we really liked it, and we thought there's no reason why it wouldn't work in other countries as well. So we started it in Germany and then started scaling it from there. So as an entrepreneur, I raised 4 rounds of capital, and then scaled the business to 9 countries. And then in 2014, I decided to leave Berlin and move back to Stockholm because I met my husband. And I took a non-exec role at HelloFresh, and I wanted to build a new company. So I actually started thinking about new business ideas, and I never had a view of becoming an investor. It was actually accidental. And I ran into the Nordzone team, and I basically fell in love with their culture and vision. I loved that they had a Nordic DNA, no egos, very flat structure, paired with a huge ambition, global. Took references on the portfolio companies and get really good references, and I decided to test it. So since 2014, I've been a VC investor.
Awesome. And Bernard, how's your story?
Yeah, so I started my career at Oracle. So I was there for 3 years in the Paris office, a long, long time ago, so in '86. And then in 1990, I saw that there was a need for business users to access data stored in these big databases. And I started this company called Business Objects on the idea that we could provide a very easy way for people to access, analyze. And that was the first analytics company, business intelligence company back then. Started a company in Paris, raised 3 rounds of venture, but at that time, tiny rounds. My first one was 1 million, the second was 2, and the third was 2. And then we went public very, very quickly. So we started in 1990, went public on NASDAQ in 94. So just 4 years after, the company was doing 30 million. And then most of the life of the company was as a public company. So we grew the company from nothing in 1990 to towards the end, we had 7,000 people, $1.5 billion in revenue. We were the #1 software company in business intelligence. And at that time, we were acquired by SAP for a little less than $7 billion at the time. So it was in 2008. And so I had basically been the CEO for a very long time. And so I went through the startups, the IPO, the VC phase. We had a crisis, we had a turnaround. Then we had acquisitions and that big exit. So I was quite fulfilled as an entrepreneur. So I felt I had sort of seen it all. So I wanted to do something very different. I had met the people at Benchmark and Bulletin. Bulletin was Benchmark Europe at the time. And decided to join them. And so I've been a venture capitalist now since 2008. So it's been 11 years.
And having had that experience, if you take a comparison between Europe and the States, in the States it's about 60% of VCs who have operational experience, either as a founder or as an operator, before they become investors or in between. And in Europe, the same figure is somewhere in the single digits. So there's a clear difference. But for you personally, what do you think that the experiences that you had as a founder and as a builder of a company, what are they bringing to the table now as an investor? And maybe if we start with Bernard, the same.
So, I mean, for me, I think I didn't have any particular advantage as a pure investor. So I had to learn everything about investing. So that's been a learning experience, still is, 11 years later. But I think what a founder bring more than anything is their operational experience and their empathy with a founding team. So we've been in their shoes. We know when things are hard. We know that things are actually lonely and difficult. And so I think we are able to provide a lot more empathy. And having gone through a number of phases, and in my case, I had the chance to go through lots of growth phases, I think you can spot things ahead of time, like when is the right time to go global, when is the right time to add executives on the team, et cetera, et cetera. So we can, I think, provide more experience and more operational advice.
Yeah. And for me, it was actually one of the reasons I joined Nordzone, that most of the people on the team have founding experience and have done it themselves. And I think for me, it adds a lot of empathy for the entrepreneur. I think it's very easy to sit on the board and criticize and talk from theory. It's much harder to go out there, constantly iterate and realize that business plan is one thing, whereas execution is another. And I think when we were raising capital, I think it was the VCs market. Today, I think that is changing. It's more of the entrepreneurs market. And I think great entrepreneurs have choice, and it's our job to get their trust, build their relationship, and get chosen to be on the board. And for me, at least, it's one of the things that I think I can add value to a company and hopefully then get chosen from the entrepreneurs is that both you have done it, so you've seen the ups and downs, but you also have a network of other founders, other entrepreneurs with your portfolio companies, and hopefully you can add value from the board from that way.
Did either or both of you, or did you want to add to that?
No, I just wanted to say, I mean, I think we, and I think it's your case also, but quite often we invest early, so at the Series A. Series A is our sweet spot. And if you think about that time in a company's history, it's a really important time because you as founders, you will make a set of very important decisions that will shape the company. And I think in this particular time, having a founder investor, I think is actually a very important element of your success. Because I think we can partner, and obviously it is always your decision, but we can flag things, and because we've been in your shoes, I think we can help the founders make better decisions, which will have a lot of impact in the future.
Did either or both of you have investors, or during the fundraisers that you did, that had operational experience? And how did they differ if they were both investors with that experience and without the experience?
I did, but go ahead, you start.
I said we had both. And I've seen in both fundraising processes from the entrepreneurial side, but also now in boards, that I think it's a big difference. I think it's hard to generalize. Obviously, it's kind of personal taste and style. I think one thing that I've seen many, many times, it's say business plan versus execution, that it's as an entrepreneur we were talking a lot about when you invest very early, so when you're in Series A or B, it is a business plan is your best guess at the moment, and you could tell by the questions they asked, by the board comments, that if they had an understanding for that the journey is hard, it will change, and your business might change between the different stages, but also it's constantly iterating, or if it's something more theoretical and they're very stuck on the financial plan. That's one experience that I had.
Yeah, in our case, we had really the extremes, because we had European investors who were we had only financial experience, and we had one at the beginning, California investor who had operational experience and was actually a board member, and had himself been a CEO, but also was a board member of Oracle. So we had actually the VCs in Europe had never seen a successful VC-backed company. It hadn't really truly existed before. So we were their first experience of going through all the phases, going through an IPO, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas on the other side, I had someone who was really experienced and guided us, and he was really instrumental in our success. So it was a bit day and night. I was really happy that I had both. I think one was really focusing on growth and going all the way. Building something big, so give us a lot of motivation, whereas the other ones were more in terms of making sure the execution is going to be very precise, which is hard at the beginning.
And I think one thing that I've learned and I had to work on quite a lot is kind of not being too operational as an investor. When I joined as an investor, I just kind of love the companies we invest in. You want to help, you want to kind of really jump into the businesses. And I had a feeling when you meet the company, you meet the team, and you feel like, I want to resign from Northzone, I want to join this company, you know that's a good investment. If they can sell to me, they can probably hire, they can do fundraising. But one thing I think it's important to realize is that it is still the entrepreneur driving the car. You're sitting in the back seat, and it's a big change from going from doing everything yourself, being very execution focused, to being in the back seat, and then you give your advice, you help as much as you can, but you invest in the entrepreneur because they are the best to run the business.
And actually, exactly building on that one. So what happens if you have a founder of a portfolio company of yours, and they're heading towards a direction that you think is a dead end? How do you balance the control that you might have as an investor, board member, shareholder, advisor, with just taking a step back and giving that advice?
Yeah, I think you have to find the right balance. You cannot. I don't think you can force the founder CEO to go a direction, but you can highlight a few things. You can share experiences. You can let them talk to other people who've tried a particular way. You can raise flags in terms of the risk associated to one particular direction. But the thing also is that we have to be quite humble, because if you're an operator, you've done a business in a particular way, so you have the impression that your way was the right way, but it may be completely the wrong way with that particular company, that particular founder, CEO, and so on. So it's really important to not always say, well, when I was at Business Object, we did this, and because then the CEO is going to say, I don't want to hear about the Business Object story again. So you have to, I think, be quite humble and a step back, but at the same time sharing some element of experience.
Yeah, and our job is to find the best entrepreneurs, CEOs that can truly transform a business, build something unique. And I think that is our role to let them run that business, but also our responsibility to voice our opinion. And I think that can be exactly as Bernard said, it can be everything from drawing from experience, but network and talk about what we feel is the wrong direction, but also being humble that we are minority investors. We are not controlling the company, and we shouldn't. We invest in the CEO, and we trust the CEO to run the company.
And are these the phrases and the exact wordings that you use to make it clear that this is not an order, but rather just advice? Or are there some other, like, can you give a couple of examples, like when you have disagreed with the founder and you wanted to give advice, but wanted to make it also clear that this is, you don't have to do this?
I think the most important thing for me has been to build relationship with founders. If you build a strong relationship, you also build trust. And hopefully they trust your opinion, they trust your experience. And in my situations and in my boards at least, we have a lot of disagreements, and you should. We are there to challenge them, to bring in other opinions. But how we normally solve it or resolve it is to then take it another round. You can talk to other people that have been in the same experience. You can then take in more data, you can bring in more parts of the team, or you can discuss it during the next meeting. So I think you should also remember that it doesn't need to be resolved there, but if we then voice our concerns or challenge them in the right way, hopefully we can help them see in a different way, or at least challenge their thinking and then realize, no, Jessica, actually I'm right. I'm running in this direction. And I say, great, then you at least done the work and you've done that kind of background thinking, and I trust your decision.
I think the thing to do also is to address some of these topics before they come as a decision point. So if there's been a lot of discussion preparation before, ahead of time, like 6 months or a year before, then it makes things a lot easier. And the other thing also to remember is that the thing that we can never say is after a disaster is say, I told you so. Right. Because then the relationship goes away.
So, continuing on the lines of founder friendliness and kind of working together with the founders. Now, recently, everybody knows that we've seen WeWork, Adam Neumann, SoftBank, this whole set of events take place, and it's not the only example, obviously. But do you think, I'll frame it a little bit provocatively, do you think the time of founder friendliness is over? And if so, is there something that should replace it? Jessica.
Yes, I can start. I think in this industry, being friendly is a must, kind of to start there, and it's just kind of how you should behave. I think founder friendliness is condescending. At least I thought so, at least when I was an entrepreneur, that at Nordson we talk a lot about serving entrepreneurs. They are doing the work, they are building their companies, we are there to help as much as we can, provide capital, but they are the ones doing the work. And I think the way we see it is not kind of you bring in us as your friend on the board. It's not about being kind of, they don't want a friend. We are talking about founder alignment, about having the same incentives and the same alignment as the entrepreneurs, and then we get the best governance and kind of value add to the company. So that's how we view it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think the concept of blind support or of friendliness is sort of over. I think there's been too many examples now where it shows that it doesn't truly work. I think there is, I mean, I agree with you on the concept of alignment, but also there are moments where a founder or a founding team or leadership team is crossing the line. If that line is crossed, then there needs to be proper controls. And that's what good governance is. We can't, I mean, as a board, whether with VC or non-executives, we can't just stay there and just be to some degree sycophants to the leadership team, even if they do something bad, just because we want to make sure that if they go on and build another company, they will pick us as partners. Because it creates, I mean, their consequences go way beyond just that little group of people. And we've seen that in Uber in the early days, in WeWork and so on. So I think some principles have to be established. And I think what's important is to recognize that there are elements where it can be a little bit painful on the short term, but long term, it's to the benefit of the founding team, the leadership team, and the company as a whole. So if a company cannot go public because it doesn't have its governance properly set, then it's really bad for the entire company. So these governance principles should have been set a while ago.
And continuing again, still on the founder-investor kind of working together relationship, concrete examples of pieces of advice that you have gotten. Maybe let's start with at the time when you were a founder and running a company. So can you share an example of a time when your investor or an advisor, maybe for that matter, gave you a piece of advice that was probably well meant, but clearly was coming from a place of not understanding your point of view and where you were being with the business at the moment, or in other ways, just a bad piece of advice? What happened? What was the piece of advice? What did you do with it?
In my cases, yeah, I had a few of the investors who gave me constant wrong piece of advice, I felt. Somewhere more in the area of suggesting a new thing for us to do. Like, oh, you should do this particular kind of new product, or you should go into that particular market. And it seemed that every board, they had a new idea. And it was, by the way, not the same idea as last time, but they read an article or they did something and said, oh, you should do this. And that's really irritating because it's obviously, it doesn't come from a bad place. Obviously, they want to help the company. But it shows a lack of understanding of how much we have to trade off for things and how much we have on our plates. And it's really important at the beginning, especially, to be really focused. So in this particular case, I mean, to me, I was saying, well, thank you for your advice, take polite notes and stuff, but I would do nothing. And hopefully, by the next board meeting, it would be forgotten.
And we actually had so many experiences from fundraising, of meeting funds after funds after funds, and we had a kind of collection of the advices and the things they said kind of wouldn't work or that we shouldn't do. And it was so interesting because if we would have listened, we would never have, I think we would have just kind of just stopped HelloFresh and never even continued because, you know, it was advised about kind of the margins will never work for this business, internationalization is wrong, you're doing the product wrong, everything kind of from execution to business idea. I think what we learned is that kind of you find the people you trust and getting into a relationship of a board, it's a very long-term relationship with an investment and with the board. And you should be so careful to bring someone into your board because it is difficult to quit that relationship. And what we learned is that the people that gave the best advices, that asked the right questions, that showed that they really understood our business model and also get great references, they were also great for our board. So I think that's in that process you tested them a lot, but you also get a lot of really bad advice.
Maybe one thing that I would add is that as a CEO, something that you don't necessarily think of, but you should, is that you have to know how to run a board. So you know obviously how to run a company, that's what you do. But running a board is a different kind of exercise, and this is also a leadership exercise. And you don't want the board to run you. You want you to run the exercise with them and to make sure that you drive the conversation, you're leading that conversation, you are controlling a bit who gives what kind of advice and how you take it seriously or not, but you always need to be in control.
Is there a piece of advice that you got from investors as entrepreneurs that you are still giving as investors to your founders and people in your portfolio? Oh.
Well, I have one that was, I mean, it's a bit of a tough one, but that one, the first VC I met in California, I don't know why he gave me that piece of advice, but he told me, you never fire someone too soon. And so it's a bit of a harsh advice to a CEO, but when I heard it, I said, well, this is really mean and bad, and why would I do that? But then as I developed the company, I realized that that person was right most of the time. And what happens quite often, if you have a problem, quite often you sit on that problem. You hope that things are going to get better, but you already know it. You know it, but you just are too afraid to act. And then it's, so quite often, especially for people who are on the executive team, when you actually make the decision, then you realize it's 6 months too late, or even a year too late, and you've wasted a lot of time.
And I actually have two advice. So one was, you can never focus too much on hiring. I think in the beginning I felt like the only thing I did was hiring or training, onboarding, and it just ate up my time. And I think that was an advice from an investor that it is the most important thing you can do. And if you build the right team, you can also kind of scale the organization. And the other thing was, if you feel like you're in control, you're not running fast enough. And that we used as the company motto later on, and I think a lot of you entrepreneurs can relate to it, that you feel like you're never in control, it's going too fast, everything is changing, but that is how it is to build a company, and that is kind of the journey when you scale.
Let's jump onto fundraising. So you've both done fundraising as a founder, but also as an investor. You've both recently raised new funds. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
I'm curious about the things that have translated from fundraising as an entrepreneur to fundraising as an investor. It's a very open question, but please. You start.
Yeah, so actually as an entrepreneur, I didn't realize that VCs fundraise as well, and it's even harder than being an entrepreneur. I think one thing that I have been able to use is it takes time to build relationship and build trust. And if you think about kind of our pitch as investors, we go to our LPs and say, please, can you commit money to us? We will invest them over 10 years. We don't know what we will find, but we will find something good. But you invest in our track record and our team, and we will then ship back money. That's a very hard pitch. It is kind of the past experience and that relationship that you build is so important. So I think what I'm taking with me as an entrepreneur, and an advice I can give to a lot of entrepreneurs, is that start fundraising as a long-term game. It's not kind of you have 6 months of runway left, you talk to all the investors and think you can raise money quickly. It's more about building that relationship, building that trust, picking the right investors, and then when you want to raise money, you can do it. And the same goes for being a VC, is building that over time.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, fundraising has become a continuous process. It's not an event. It's something you do constantly. You meet with VCs, you're an entrepreneur, and as VCs, we meet with LPs all throughout. For us, and it's something that took me quite a while to understand, is that a great VC is also a money-raising machine. So you have to have, and like the fundraising capability, the investor relation has to be an asset of the firm. The ones who do very well, I think, are in better shape. And it's creating the right, I mean, there's lots and lots of investors around the world. A lot of investors want to invest in tech because that's the place to be, and it's going to be the place to be for a long time. But they don't quite know where to do it. And so creating that right connection and creating that trust is really important.
And can we get a one-sentence answer to the final question from each of you, which will be about the funds that you raised? You raised both 400 and 500 million recently. Why that exact size? What was the reason behind that?
So I'll start on that one. So we raised 400. we believe that in order to be a great fund, we have to have a size that is aligned with our strategy. We have a very clear mandate, which is to be the best Series A investors and possible in Europe, and so we're focusing on that stage and that stage only. If we raise too much money, and we could raise more, we could raise 500, 600, 700 million, we would be pushed to drift in our strategy and start doing late stage financing, and that's not what we're optimized for. We think 400 million that we invest over a period of maybe 2.5 years is the right strategy for us.
Yeah, and for us, the reason we raised 500 is that our sweet spot is Series A and B rounds. And we want to be the best investor for those two stages. And we think that with 500, we can cover that, but we can also then follow on kind of from B rounds and protect ownership in later rounds. So that's why we raised 500.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Bernard. Thank you, Jessica. Thanks for coming over. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for the interesting discussion, Andreas, Jessica, and Bernard. And now it is time for the last speaker of the day. But remember, the fun doesn't end here, even though we close the doors at Messukeskus for the day. If you're still wondering what to do after the official program ends, check out the event app and search for Afterworks. The app will show the bars you should visit. Our next speaker truly knows how nerve-wracking it feels to launch a project after a long journey of perfecting it. And at that point, actually, is just the first baby step of the product. He is Cameron Adams, Chief Product Officer and co-founder of Canva, an online design publishing tool which makes graphic design simple for everyone. These days, Canva is worth more than $2.5 billion, which to me sounds pretty impressive. The idea of Canva is to take the very privileged and professional art of design and make it accessible for everybody.
Cameron thinks that in becoming a successful entrepreneur, you need to understand the pain point that you're trying to solve. Without a pain point, even the greatest sounding ideas remain just great sounding ideas. Cameron sure knows what he's talking about. With several years of design experience, including nearly 4 years at Google's UI design team. On stage, Cameron will share his views on how to build startups that are product-driven from the day one. Let's give a warm welcome to Cameron Adams.
I remember seeing the taxi out of the corner of my eye. I was heading down the hill on my bicycle, and it was a 4-lane road. And by the time I realized it, the taxi had pulled out into my lane and stopped right in front of me. I was going about 45 kilometers an hour, and I just hit the bonnet. I passed out, and I woke up on the road, dripping blood down into the asphalt. There was a bouncer from the pub across the road who ran over, and he picked up my phone and started dialing people at random. And luckily, he managed to find one of my co-founders, and he rushed over. We jumped in an ambulance, went to the hospital, and I got a bunch of stitches in my head. That was 2 days before we launched our product. And I left the hospital, went home, had a snatch of sleep, then went back into the office on the Sunday, got coding, and we managed to launch on Monday, August 26, 2013. Every time you launch, you think it's going to be this wonderful, magnificent thing. And I remember we'd pulled up the real-time Google Analytics dashboard, and we're watching for this flood of little dots to come in as people drastically started signing up for Canva. And we sat there, and it was 10 p.m. We'd launched it at daytime in New York. And we saw one drop come in. Then about 30 seconds later, we saw another drop come in. And then about 3 minutes later, we saw another drop come in. And that was a very uneventful night for us. I think every launch kind of turns out that way. You think the launch is going to be huge, but it's the days after that really tell the real story of your company. This is our growth for the first year that we're in business. So we started off with 500 sign-ups that week. And the week after, we got 2,500, and the week after that, we got 5,000. And it's with these small steps of people spreading your product, you building the product and responding to them, that you gradually build up to what we are now today. If you're not aware of what Canva is, we're a design tool for people who have no design skills whatsoever. So we can help you make anything from a presentation, to a book cover, to a magazine, to a flyer or a t-shirt. And if you're a non-designer, it's the perfect tool for you. We started about 7 years ago, and we started with just 3 people sharing an office down in Sydney, Australia. We now have close to 800 people around the globe, and we have over 20 million people using the product in every country around the world. All those people put together make 100 million designs a month, which is always a figure that just kind of boggles my mind. That actually translates to 30 designs a second. So by the time I finish saying this sentence, 500 designs have been created on Canva alone. We were the first unicorn down in Australia, so our first VC-backed unicorn. We achieved that last year, and earlier this year, we did another valuation round that valued us at $3.5 billion US. Over those 7 years, I've kind of learnt a lot through successes and through failures. And today, I wanted to share with you 3 concepts that I think have led to us becoming a successful company. First of those is customer experience. The second is team building. And the final one that I'll talk about is growth. Customer experience has been really important to us because we're a very product-led company. Every decision that we make, whether it's from the people that we hire, through to the features that we put in, through the way that we think about how to service our customers in the best way, is always product-led. This is really important to us because our customers are our greatest ambassadors. We have a stream of tweets that we show in the office, and it's people who are really expressing their true love for Canva, whether it's through animated GIFs, talking about how long they've been using Canva for, or even putting up marriage proposals to Canva. It's really the customers that make us come back day and day and improve the product and keep on building upon what we're doing. I remember the very first time we got some first real customer feedback from someone who's using Canva that we'd never heard of before. And this was from an orphanage in South America. And they'd written an email to us and told us that they'd started using Canva to produce the newsletters for their orphanage. So they told their sponsors about new children who'd come into the orphanage. They told the stories of kids that had moved on and found new homes. And they really expressed how much Canva had changed their life, how much Canva had enabled them to tell their own story and to change the lives of kids halfway around the world that we'd never met before. That was the moment that I truly realized that design had the power to improve people's lives and have a really positive impact on the world. It's always a tricky balance, I think, when you're building a product between maintaining your vision and listening to your customers. And I think it's a line that we've treaded fairly well. We have a really big vision at Canva. We want to empower the entire world to design, no matter what their design need is. And along with that, once you put out a product, you really need to closely listen to your customers as well. And deciding when to forge ahead with your vision or to listen to your customers is always a tricky ask. One of the ways that we kind of did that in the early days was during the development of the product. It took us a year to build what we wanted to build before we could release it to anyone. And this was in 2012 when the Lean Startup had just come out. Everyone was going crazy for MVPs. And I remember our investors hounding us every day, asking whether we'd launched the product yet. Have you launched the product yet? Have you launched the product yet? Have you launched the product yet? And everyone wanted us to put out an MVP. But really, we didn't know what an MVP was. What is the minimal thing that you can put out that's going to be successful? You, as an entrepreneur, are really the only person who can gauge that. What do you need to put out there that you think is going to be a success? We actually started testing something that was pretty bare bones. We'd whacked it together with duct tape and put it into a rough prototype. And we discovered again and again the same problems that people encountered. And the prototype just didn't cut it. This notion of an MVP wasn't what it was set out to express. what we decided to do was to actually take the time to polish that MVP. So rather than put something out after 3 months or 6 months, we took the year to really flesh out the experience that we wanted to express as to how we think design could be done. And I think it was a really valuable use of our time. The product that we put out was an MVP in the true sense of the word, because there's the minimum thing that we needed in order to tell the world how we wanted them to do design. One thing that we discovered in the very early days, just before launch, was through some of our qualitative research. And what we discovered is that we'd built a great product. It was really powerful. You could do lots of things in it. But people that came into the product were really scared of screwing up. They didn't want to add something to the page or change something on the page because they didn't think they were a designer. And anything they thought they could do was just going to make the design any worse. What we really focused on was making sure that they had a brilliant onboarding experience that could take them from someone who had no confidence about design and didn't want to change anything on the page to being a really confident designer who could change anything on the page and make it look good. And we focused on that onboarding experience for probably 2 months, working on various iterations, doing various technical hacks to help people learn about the design editor. And at the end of it, we ended up with scores of all 10 in our user testing. And that was a really vital part of making a successful product before we launched. I think another way that we think about being product-led at Canva is having a real merger between our design teams and our engineering teams. I used to work at Google about 10 years ago, and I worked on a product called Google Wave. And they made some technical decisions on that project that I think kind of really doomed it. One of those was using a product called Google Web Toolkit. Is there anyone here who's ever used this ancient piece of crap? There's a couple of people out there. As a designer, Google Web Toolkit really killed me because it took 10 minutes for any change in the code to actually appear in the software. So if I wanted to change the color of a piece of text, I'd go to ask the engineer and say, hey, can you change this to blue? And they'd be like, sure, come back in 10 minutes and you can see it. And that kind of iteration cycle really hampers the way in which you can build the product and the way that design and engineering work together. One thing we've worked keenly on at Canva is to make sure that design and engineering are always in partnership, and that design talks to engineering and informs them about what's happening, and engineering talks to design and informs them about what's happening. Together, it creates a really great iterative loop that ultimately produces the highest quality product. Another way that we do this is by really valuing cross-disciplinary people. So we really like working with designers who understand about engineering and engineers who understand about design. When you have people like that, a real conversation can happen, and you can develop a product that's greater than the sum of its parts. The second area I'd like to talk about is team building. And I like to think about teams as being this tension between 3 different areas. We have business, we have design, and we have engineering. I often just shorten engineering to make it look more balanced. With business, design, and engineering, I think they're the essential things you need in order to make a great company. Being right in the middle is a skill I think we've really nailed at Canva. You can kind of wobble around the middle depending upon what your company is. A lot of you will be building products that are highly technical. A lot of you will be building products that are highly consumer-based. So you can kind of move that dot around the center. But when you start moving that dot too far from the center, you end up with problems. This is what I experienced during my time at Google. They're a very engineering-focused company, and Google Wave was a very ambitious product that they were trying to build. Through that process, I kind of experienced it through the lens of a designer. And through the lens of a designer, the product being an engineering-led led to serious problems in the overall experience of the product. I tried to counteract this with the startup that I started right after I left Google. It was a company called Fluent, and we were working on a better way to do email. And we'd seen what had happened when engineering led the bandwagon, and we're like, OK, let's try and make it so that design and experience is leading the way. So we kind of massaged the team more in the design direction and made design and engineering a real focus at this company. And we managed to make a really great product and got great feedback from our users. The one thing that we neglected to think about was the business part of this diagram. So we had no way of making money, and investors weren't too impressed with our business model. So we ultimately had to move on from that company. And luckily, I met up with my co-founders, Mel and Cliff. And I think it was through this journey, through Google, through doing my own startup, that I'd realized a lot about myself, a lot about what I was good at, and a lot about what I was bad at. And I kind of recognized in my co-founders the skills that I needed to create a great company. And together, we've created something that is truly well balanced and really meets the needs of both business, design, and engineering. We've tried to replicate this as we've grown the company. So as the teams have grown, as the product teams have grown, we make sure that design, business, and engineering are all in balance and all working in partnership. The third area that I'll talk about is growth. And I think for a startup, growth is a no-brainer. It has to be a focus of yours. There's a couple of different areas that we've thought about growth. The essential innovation that we had with Canva was about taking this area that was immensely complex, something where you needed to go to 5 different people to get something done, you needed to start up 6 different applications, and you needed to have really deep knowledge about design, graphic design, printing, in order to get anything done. And we managed to condense that from this really complex area down to a simple experience that anyone in the world could pick up. Someone who had never thought about design before, someone who had never opened Photoshop before. What it turned out was that the market that it really suited in the early days was people who are really active on social media. So social media marketers, bloggers, people who really wanted to communicate with the outside world. And it was the perfect tool for them. We got really great traction, we got really great word of mouth. And very fortunately, people who love to post content to social media also love talking about stuff. So they love telling people about Canva and referring it to their friends and their colleagues and spreading it for us. Over the years, we've kind of expanded the sphere in which Canva plays. So we don't just do social media graphics now, we do presentations and flyers and business cards and t-shirts. And through that growth, from that initial seed, we've managed to grow the markets that we're in and also the product verticals that we're in. Probably one of the key moments, I think, in growth for Canva was when we made the decision at the end of 2015 to move beyond just being in English. So up until that stage, we'd just serviced English markets. There were people using us in 100 different countries, but they had to be speaking English in those countries. So at the start of 2016, we set ourselves a really big goal of making Canva available in 8 different languages. And this was a huge technical accomplishment. We had to rewrite the entire code base, figure out how to get translations for 8 different languages in real time. Anytime an engineer committed code, it had to go through this automatic pipeline. And we managed to get it done. By the end of 2016, we translated into 8 different languages, including Spanish, French, German, and a bunch of other European languages. And we set up the framework for what would be our international growth. In 2017, we said, OK, we managed to do 8 languages in 2016. How big can we go with this in 2017? So we set ourselves a goal in 2017 of being in 100 different languages. And we managed to just scrape in on that goal by December 24, 2017. And this involved some really hard problems. It didn't involve just using Roman scripts. It involved translating the app into Korean, making content available in Korean, in Hebrew, in Thai, in Russian, heaps of different languages that were very different to our own. By making this change in the way that we thought about our market and by opening up Canva to the world, it drastically changed the company and the trajectory that we're on. I think we're one of the earliest companies to actually go fully global out of any tech startup. Google was well over 10 years before they internationalized to this level, and I think Facebook did it around year 8. We did it in year 4, and it's massively changed the market shape of Canva and who we service all around the world. In 2013, one of our biggest markets was the US. With our international growth, countries like Brazil and Indonesia and India are rapidly rising and in our top 5. When you're thinking about growth, you also have to think about the growth of the actual company as well. It's not just about growing your customer base. It's about growing the people around you and the building around you and the teams around you. And it's a really complicated thing to deal with when you're doubling your headcount every year. We went from 10 people in our first year to 20 people in our second year, 50 people in our third year, 100 people in our fourth. And now we're up to 800 people. And each time that you double your team,
all sorts of stuff breaks. The way that you hold meetings breaks. The way that you communicate vision to your teams breaks. The way that you do lunch, the way that we cook food for people. Even the way that you do the toilets changes. And you have to constantly be thinking about this growth and adapting to new ways to work at scale. One of the ways that we do this with our product teams is to try and keep them as insulated as possible. So we got to a stage very early on where we grew from 10 people to 20 people. And we tried to keep all of them in the same team. It was really difficult to do that because at the size of 20 people, you've got multiple features going in, you've got different goals. Some people are trying to hit an activation metric. Some people are trying to get people to buy more images. And it just ends up in a big mess because you've got 20 people not talking about the same thing and all heading in different directions. So we made the call at 20 people to really break our company down and make sure that we had small teams that were working with one another and that could work independently from the other teams in the company. We've got to the stage now where we have well over 60 teams, and we've had to introduce layering now. So we have groups that can consist of teams, and within those teams, we still have that core nucleus of a product manager, a designer, and roughly 4 to 8 engineers. We found that that's the right recipe in order to have that team totally unblocked, totally focused, and totally heading in the one direction. I've run out of time today, but that's been the last 7 years of Canva in about 18 minutes. I'll leave you with these 3 things, is to focus on the customer experience, make sure that you're building your team in the right way, and always be thinking about growth, not just growth in your customers, but also growth in your employees and growth in your company. Thank you. I hope you enjoy Slush.
So that was all for day 1 of Slush 2019. We hope that you've not only enjoyed yourselves, but also learned something new.
And of course, there's plenty more after hours too. Tomorrow, we'll kick off the day at 10 a.m. Make sure to be there because we have a lot of waiting for you. There's, of course, the Nordic Showcase presenting some of the North's most upcoming startups. And we'll also host a Slush 100 pitching competition at this stage.
Yes, and you do not want to miss the fireside chat with one of the best-known venture capitalists of our time, Michael Moritz. These and a lot more tomorrow on Founders Stage from 10 a.m. onwards. Now, go enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Slush Day 1 is still on, and see you tomorrow. Bye.
See you tomorrow. Bye.